down racing. They both go deep into the corner. It's day 2 at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve for the second round of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. And today we're going to be bringing you no fewer than 5 races. We have 2 races apiece for the GT4 and the GT Winter Series. 30-minute sprints for both of those, as well as an hour-long race for the GT4s, a 55-minute race, both with mandatory pit stops to round out our day. And of course, we have race 2 of the Prototype Win Series later this morning as well. The circuit looks markedly different, at least from the perspective of the skies, than it did last night. We were blessed with a very good day of racing and a very good day of weather here 24 hours ago. Myself, Adam Weller, in the commentary box with Andy McEwen and Izzy Browning down in the pits for us once again. This is the circuit we're looking at with some overcast skies threatening us from above. 4.6 kilometre circuit, and this is the story the radar is telling us. It's going to be hopefully light rain. We want to emphasize that word light across the day. We hope. There is optimism down in the garages. I've even heard some drivers say the rain simply isn't happening. However, the most reliable radar of all, that being camera ops, informing us that there is some light rain going down around the circuit at the moment at a few of the camera points around the circuit. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. At the moment, out there on the circuit, it is slick tyre conditions. But is that going to evolve? Is that going to chop and change during races today, especially in the morning where the GT4s and the GTs wouldn't normally have to partake in pit stops? That could be an interesting added element. It has been an interesting weekend so far. We saw some of the form book being retained from last time out at Estoril. We also, of course, had a newcomer in the GT Win Series ranks and the GT Racing ranks, generally speaking, in Keanu Alazari, taking his first win for SSR performance in a Porsche 992 GT3R. What did you make of Saturday, Andy, and what are we expecting on the day ahead?
Well, I don't really know, if I'm honest, and that's good. I like not knowing what's coming. Yesterday was fantastically exciting, some really good racing. The GT Winter Series race was a particular highlight. I think over the entire duration of the 30 minutes, there was quite literally never a dull moment. Always a battle going on somewhere, and very much hoping for more of the same across their races later on in the day. But there's also, I think, the potential for the other 2 categories to present us with lots of entertainment as well. The Prototype Winter Series, yes, Danny Soufi had it reasonably easy yesterday, but there were other factors, I think, that made it a bit easier maybe than it will be today. We certainly saw in race 2 at Estoril last week. He had quite a bit of overtaking to do, so looking forward to seeing him doing that again today. And in GT4, well, actually, we've got a really exciting race in prospect because we don't have the same look to the front of the grid that we're used to seeing. It has been really at all times this season. The yellow and black Elite Motorsport McLaren Artura leading the field around, often from pole position, having qualified fastest by a reasonable amount the day before. Well, this morning, not the case. Rafa Racing's Charlie Hart managing to out-qualify Josh Rattigan, which is not really something I think a lot of people were expecting. So a fascinating race in prospect there. We had lots of other cars in GT4 that were on front-running pace too. So if I was going to make a prediction, it would be that we're in for a pretty exciting day. But with the GEDLICH Winter Series, that often is the case.
Absolutely right. We have seen SR Motorsport on pole at Estoril, but they did not capitalise on that. Rafa Racing by Racelab will be hoping to become the first team this year to defeat Elite Motorsport in the GT4 Winter Series, and that's going to be a compelling battle at the front between the McLaren Arturas. However, one point we were discussing in the build to yesterday's race is, of course, the fact that the conditions were exceedingly wet when they were out on the circuit for their qualifying session. The lap times they set in qualifying about 10 seconds off of their dry potential. It seems that in the dry conditions, this is usually a front engine predominant circuit that suits the Mercedes, that suits the Aston Martins. And we'll have to see whether that proves to be the case today. The Porsche Cayman comes out onto the circuit with the Mercedes. That car was doing some slides yesterday to get us in the mood for some racing action. But also, of course, talking of Porsches, on the second row of the grid, we have W&S Motorsport with their number 31 car on row 2. And we saw yesterday with Maximilian Schreier at the wheel, that car was a quick qualifier, but it didn't seem to be set up quite right for the dry conditions. Also hearing maybe a little bit of imbalance, potentially a little bit of damage to the suspension somewhere on the car. But we'll see what Alan Gabay can do from row 2. Those Porsches have often looked strong, but they haven't quite got that maximum result just yet.
Yeah, indeed so. They've been there or thereabouts, haven't they? Certainly in qualifying yesterday, they looked a bit more competitive, but for whatever reason, didn't quite work out that way in the race. Maximilian Schreier, though, in fairness, was well up for the fight, wasn't he? Actually, briefly had his nose ahead of Mackenzie Creswell, who went on to win the race through the first few corners, but couldn't quite make the move stick. And then, as we say, the car didn't really seem all that happy through the latter part of the race, but interesting to see what they can do. We also saw some really promising stuff from the BMWs yesterday as well. We had Benjamin Silvesterson in the FK Performance Motorsport M4 making its debut this weekend. That finished in second place and ran within podium places all race long. So again, another front engine car. They do seem to maybe be a bit more competitive this weekend than they were at Estoril last time out. And we also, of course, saw Bernardo 2 in the Aston Martin up there until an unfortunate bit of contact early on saw him pointing the wrong way. So all of the ingredients are there, I think, for a really competitive race, actually. We've had good racing in the GT4 Winter Series through every round so far. It just always seems that Elite Motorsport find a way to the front. But a brief chat with Charlie Hart's dad, Chris, yesterday after qualifying. He said that he, Charlie, the team were genuinely feeling very confident that they in particular had an answer for Elite Motorsport this weekend. And well, it's almost time to find out whether that confidence was misplaced or not. I have a feeling they are very much up for the fight.
Yeah, no, I reckon so, and obviously we know Charlie's racecraft is more than up to scratch as well, so it will be fun to watch him from the front trying to defend these positions. Of course, we're just pre-track curfew at the moment. We're not stalling you, we've just got to wait to fire up those racing engines for the moment. Moving on from the GT4s, then of course we also have the Prototype Win Series where Danny Sufi has locked it at the moment, and the GT Win Series where we're wondering if anyone could beat Keanu Al-Azari. But in the meantime, let's take a look back to earlier in the weekend and some insights from within the paddock of the Winter Series.
Last weekend in the Prototype Winter Series, the driver alongside me, Matthias Bjerre Jakobsen, made his debut racing in an LMP3 car. Matthias, it's great to catch up with you. How was last weekend? Did you have fun? And how excited are you to be back once again?
Yeah, it was really exciting last week. It was my second time in LMP3. So we started from zero and have to work step by step and not crash the car. And we gained a lot of time, and the qualifying, I only need 410, so it was a really good weekend where I learned a lot. So yeah, it was really nice.
Well, speaking about learning, obviously we know that you're the reigning Nordic F4 champion. A lot of drivers say that an LMP3 car isn't actually that different to the single-seaters that they've driven before. Is that what you felt, or was it a big learning experience?
It's completely different. You can compare a bit with the driving style, but it's 3 times more weight and more horsepower and much more weight. So it's completely different. You can't compare it so much, but it's nice to be here.
And a second weekend this weekend, obviously you've done the ELMS rookie test here at Portimão, so you've got a little bit of experience on this track, but actually racing it here this weekend. How is it to be back in Portimão? Do you feel more confident because you've been here before? And what are you expecting for this weekend?
Yeah, the first practice, the gap was really small. So from this weekend, we start to not need so much time as Estoril, so we can work closer to the big guys. But yeah, hopefully it's gonna be a good weekend. But I feel confident.
And obviously, one of the things that you do in prototype racing is you're actually sharing your car with Wolfgang Peyer. So how has that partnership been, and how has it been having to share a car for the first time?
It's nice. It's really different because normally it's only up to me, and now it's up to also Wolfgang. But he also do a good job. He's a good bronze driver, and he also works step by step and not question the car every time. He also go the same driving styles like me. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a good weekend.
Okay, final question then. Of course, we've just caught you as you're warming up to go out on track. Take us through what you do in a warm-up. Like, what kind of things are you doing to get ready to go out on track?
Yeah, first I ship a bit, and after I use this blaze pods like they do in Formula 1 and Le Mans to warm up the foots and warm up the hands a bit, just to be warm when I sit in the car and I not have to wait 5 laps to get warm. So yeah, that's it.
All right, well, nice and warm and ready to go out on track. Thank you very much for speaking to us.
Great to hear then from Mattis Bjerre-Jacobsen on Friday, that was. And of course, yesterday, unfortunately, the racing experience Duquesne didn't get to race in the hands of the young Dane. The car had what we now understand to have been an electrical and power steering issue. They have switched chassis for Sunday, and they will be back out there later on in the prototype Winter Series. The GT4 cars are heading towards the circuit in the next few moments, and we will see if anybody can break that stronghold of the elite motorsport McLaren. Elsewhere, you can see Joachim Bulting there getting set up. He's in the 38 car, about halfway down the pitch there. The rather distinctly liveried Cayman GT4. He was highly competitive in the AM class yesterday, running in the top 10 for most of the race and challenging some of the Pro-Am and even Pro drivers while he was at it. And of course, he, as part of the Plus Line Racing team outfit, received some guidance from Peter Terting, the ex-DTM and World Touring Car driver. Terting will be in this race as well. He was getting suited and booted earlier on. He'll be in the sister Plus Line Racing team. That's the number 69 car that we've started calling, or I've started calling, the SR71, because it is very much a stealthy black livery on that machine. Of course, he was right up there in the overall podium positions a week ago at the Circuito Estoril, and he's on the 3rd row of the grid today. You wouldn't mind betting that someone with the bevy of experience of Peter Terting, especially in close quarters racing as we often get in GT4, I think he's going to be quick here.
Yes, I suspect you're right, actually, and this is one of the fascinating things, really, about the cars that do have 2 drivers in them, isn't it? Because from one race to the next, one day to the next, a car can be running at a very different pace and therefore much more competitive in one race perhaps than the other. So yeah, interesting to see how they get on. A brilliant sight the cars make as they pour out of the pit lane. We've got 18 GT4s entered this weekend, so definitely a boosted entry compared to Estoril a week ago. And as I said, that has generated much more strength in depth and therefore more really interesting battles up and down the order. We did have some really, really good scraps yesterday that maybe didn't get the airtime that we would have liked to have given them because there was stuff happening towards the front of the field, which is a nice problem to have, I suppose. One that I think flew a little bit under the radar was the one between Peter Lerbeck and Joachim Bulting. They're really different classes, but of course in similar Porsche Cayman GT4s, and they were fighting over 7th position yesterday, only half a second between them at the flag. We also had Budweiser 2, who right at the end got back ahead of Tim Horrell in his Pro-Am entered Porsche. Of course, the 2 was on a real comeback drive after that early spin. That Aston Martin, the racing spirit of Le Mans car, now in the hands of Maximilian Hewitt for race 2. You can actually see he is one of the last drivers to leave pit lane, along with Joachim Bulting. And at the very top of shot, Josh Rattican in the Elite Motorsport McLaren. So often the case, I find, and I don't know whether this is just a sort of a display of confidence maybe, but the form team are often one of the last to leave the pit lane. No, we're not that excited. We're not in much of a rush to get out on the grid. You can all wait for us. We'll get there in our own time.
Yeah, Badwandet I spoke to him a little bit this morning, and yeah, he was disappointed because he felt like he had a really good car underneath him, but obviously when we say spin, it was a big moment of contact with Enrico Ferder at turn 13, for which Ferder unfortunately received a drive-through penalty, which somewhat stifled the SR Motorsport challenge for the lead. And what Tatu said after that moment, after that impact, there was damage to the car. It just didn't really quite feel the same, but he seems confident that the car is now back to A1, and of course his teammate will now take the wheel, Maximilian Hewitt, who has a history in Formula Regional as well as the Toyota GR Series, using the GT4 Winter Series to take his first steps in GT4 competition. The young American, and we'll see how they do in the endurance race as well. Of course, Badwander 2 will get another chance to drive this weekend, albeit in the endurance race. And we ride on board with the number 77 Elite Motorsport McLaren. Of course, Joshua Ratigan, I suppose he's had the gauntlet laid down for him in a sense, because he comes in, you know, GT4 European Series champion from last year, the kind of established McLaren Artura master down at Elite Motorsport. Then Mackenzie Cresswell comes along and does the anything you can do, I can do better thing. So for Josh Ratigan, he's got to prove that, no, I can dominate these races too, sir.
And of course has a slightly tougher job in a way than Mackenzie had yesterday, because he's not starting from pole position. Charlie Hart, as we mentioned, out qualifying him yesterday by only a quarter of a second, which around, as it was in the wet, a plus 2 minute lap is not a huge margin. In fairness, actually, we had Gemma Hartling in the SR Motorsport Mercedes only a further 10.5 back. In fact, 7/10 only covered the top 4 drivers. Alan Gabay within that 7-second bracket just about as well. Sorry, 7/10 of a second bracket as well. So pretty competitive in the wet. Now in the dry-ish conditions, of course, that may be slightly different. Was trying to have a look there from on board with Josh Ratigan at what the conditions were like out there. I don't think any heavy rain appears to be falling at the moment, but the track clearly wasn't yielding a lot of grip, even at very low speed on the way out of the pit lane up through turn 4. The car snapped sideways on him. A lot of that will be, of course, because he's on ice-cold tyres, basically. I don't believe they're allowed tyre warming in GT4. Only in the GT Winter Series is that allowed. So very little grip on cold tyres. We often hear drivers mention this, don't we? But that was a real visual example of just how challenging it can be. Right, cars down on the grid, team members down on the grid, and they're not the only ones either. Izzy Browning is down there to build up the anticipation ahead of GT4 Winter Series Race 2.
I am indeed. Good morning, everyone. Welcome down to the grid for the first time today. We are just waiting for our P2 to roll in. That is the Elite Motorsport McLaren of Josh Ratigan in that car today. Of course, on P2, as Adam and Andy have already alluded to, a different man on pole, and that is the 812 Rafa Racing Race Lab of Charlie Hart, who, his teammates just having a little chat, and then I'm gonna, no worries at all, gonna jump in. Charlie, a first pole position for you. I mean, took it away from Elite in qualifying. You've had a third, you've had a second. Time to get the win?
Yeah, 100%. That's what we're here for. I'm confident with the pace. I'm confident with the car. So yeah, I'll give it a good go.
And the boys were talking in commentary just about your racecraft. You're always up for a good scrap. So if it gets a bit tight with the Elite alongside you, then you'll be hoping that you're the one that comes out on top, I'm sure.
Yeah, 100%. I'll be giving everyone a good battle.
All right, best of luck. See you out there. All right, we're going to carry on along the grid. The Elite McLaren has already rolled in, but we've spoken to them quite a lot, so we're going to continue down the grid to the next row. On the left of me, we got the number 31. That will be Alon Gabay in that car. Of course, they had a DNF yesterday with Max Schreier starting on the front row, but car all fixed and ready to go again today. And alongside them will be the number 11, Jamo Hartling in that car. It's been a tricky start to the GT4 Winter Series for the SR Motorsport. Motorsport team. But back fighting today, and I'm sure we will see them well in the mix. And then we come to the first of our Pro-Am entries as we see the 3-minute board go up. Of course, Peter Terting in that car. He is the pro entry for that car. And then the number 110. Now, this is Cedric Fuchs in this car. And he's the leading Cayman Trophy. And really, he's been punching, as Adam and Andy have already said, well above his weight, the leading Cayman Trophy class. But we will continue back because I want to give you a little bit of an idea of this car. Now, this is the number 38 of Joachim Bolting, who's giving us a wave in the car. And look at this livery, because this is probably one of the most insane, amazing liveries that I've seen. We've got the Joker on the side. We've got the playing cards, one of the coolest liveries I have seen. But I am going to see just quickly, I think we've got enough time to just run over to the number 82 SVG car of Owen Hizzy. Owen, great to see you back in the car today. Mark obviously did a great job yesterday. You were up fighting at the very front last weekend. Are we going to expect to see the same again today?
Hopefully so. Qualifying was, in other words, a disaster for us. So hopefully we can put that behind us and see where we can get through in this race.
And we are expecting potentially a couple of spots of rain. I've already felt some on my head a couple of minutes ago. If that comes, how are you going to deal with that?
We'll take it as it comes, but hopefully that your calculations are right, because that's what we would quite like to have.
Yeah, you were flying in the wet last weekend. The boys alluding to the fact that you are very, very comfortable in those kind of conditions. So if you see that, there'll be a big smile on your face, I'm sure.
Yes, hopefully so. 100%.
All right, good luck, best of luck. We will continue up the grid. We're just about to get the 1-minute board. I can see they are just about to pull it out, but this is the number 39 car of Max Hewitt. Of course, they also rolling into trouble yesterday, but they will be back out today in this race that is going to get underway very shortly.
Our first race of the day is mere moments from its beginning. We are going to roll now on the first of 2 formation laps for the GT4 Winter Series. I suspect that second formation lap will factor into the race distance. Charlie Hart leads an all McLaren front row of the grid for Rapid Racing by RaceLab. Joshua Rattican alongside him, looking to continue that 100% winning record in this year's GT4 Win Series for Elite Motorsport. J-Mo Hartling in 3rd position for SR Motorsport in the car that won here last year. Alon Gabay, 4th position, looking to have a better performance than his teammate Maximilian Schreier had with what seemed to be a wounded car yesterday. Peter Terting, 5th on the grid, leading Pro-Am, overall podium finisher at Estoril last week. And of course, Cedric Fuchs in Cayman Trophy, the slightly lower capacity, slightly different suspension setup on that car versus the GT4s. Still very quick though. Joachim Bolting, the first of the AM drivers, in 7th. He is alongside the Muka Motorsport Mercedes of Tobias Bill Clausen. And that car had some damage yesterday in the race. I suspect we'll see more out of it today. Nico Grundle, 9th on the grid, another of the Pro-Am drivers we expect to do well here. And Owen Hizzy, who wasn't entirely satisfied with how the wet conditions yielded, what the wet conditions yielded for him in qualifying. He's lining up 10th. Then it's Maximilian Hewitt, the pro driver in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Franz Linden for Speedworks Automotive lines up in P12. see how he works his way through. Luisa Cala, she's been eager to go racing this weekend at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. Finally, she gets the chance to take the start. She is 13th on the grid alongside Ravi Ramyid in the invitational entry, the Evo spec BMW M4 GT4. Joseph Ellerin is next for FK Performance, the 187 car, and he is alongside the Swiss Michael Bonk in the 127 machine. That is, of course, the Bonk Motorsports entry. Thilo Goss in 17th place in another BAW Team Motorsports entry, that being the old school Aston Martin Vantage that we see there on the 9th row. And at the rear of the field is Jose Garcia, one, of course, of the Lion Speed GP partners behind the team that is fronted by Vincent Kolb. And we'll see Kolb along with Garcia in the Portimão 6 hour next week here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, the GEDLICH Racing organisation putting on its first true endurance race for cars across the GT racing landscape, GT2s, 3s, 4s, in addition to all of the little things in between, and even a couple of touring cars as well. Lion Speed's lineup will also feature Stephen Berntsen, who will join Jose Garcia in the third race of the day later on. So clock running on this 30-minute race as we go on to formation lap number 2. It will still be a 2x2 rolling start as this race gets underway. I imagine indeed the sighting lap to go to the pre-grid and these two formation laps with the kind of question marks flowing over what the weather conditions have done to the circuit, quite how much grip there is out there on the circuit. These formation laps are going to be some critical learning experience, some critical well, rear-end data in more way than one for these drivers.
Yeah, indeed so. You know, that is the reason really for the second green flag lap. If there is a slight change of conditions, it's just to give the drivers that little bit of extra time to dial into those conditions and also generate a bit more heat in the tyres too, particularly on a not cold but fairly chilly morning here at Portimão. They want to try and generate as much temperature in the tyres as possible. We saw a lot of the GT Winter Series drivers struggling with low tyre temperatures last time out at Estoril. And again, as they accelerate up over the hill in shot, you can see quite a few cars fishtailing around, sort of deliberately really. A little bit of a tail slide will generate quite a bit of warmth in the rear tyres. Different cars, of course, will want to focus more on one end of the car than other when it comes to generating that tyre temperature. The front engine cars, generally the front tyres warm up pretty well. It's the rear tyres that they really need to work, and then the mid-engine cars the opposite way around. But most of these drivers will have plenty of experience of this sort of pre-race preparation, and particularly those towards the pointy end will know exactly what they are doing. A fascinating run into turn 1 beckons here, I think, not only between the two McLarens, but keep an eye on Gemma Hartling in third position. But a frustrating start, hasn't it, for that number 11 outfit? They will really want to try and turn things around this morning.
Yes, indeed. So then, 18 cars set to take the start as we get ready to go racing. 2x2 formation for the drivers. Now we'll see who gets a good getaway. I'm thinking maybe some of those Porsches from the second and third row might come up trumps here, but the McLaren Arturas are out at the front of the field. Race Lab and Elite Motorsport, both garages, I'm sure, on the edge of their seats as we get ready for this run to the first corner. Charlie Hart, of course, so new to GT4 racing, just his second meeting in cars of this specification, whereas Joshua Rattigan, of course, well tenured in GT4 machinery at this point, walking around the paddock in his McLaren gear as well. He is firmly embedded with the McLaren GT setup, and he will be tough to beat. Elite Motorsport have proven impossible to beat so far this season. But can it all change on Sunday morning? The cars roll towards the start line for half an hour of racing in the GT4 Winter Series, and it's a good getaway from the Charlie Hart 812 car. It should be the white Artura that leads, and I reckon J-Mo Hartling may well end up in second place because the SR Motorsport car got a good jump as well. Cedric Fuchs as well, getting past Peter Terting further back in the field. So the leading Cayman Trophy car getting a good launch. Owen Hizzy making up some places as well in the Ginetta G56. Back through into second place goes Joshua Rattigan. So J-Mo Hartling didn't remain in second position. Everybody else picking the bones, trying to find some track space on this first lap. Owen Hizzy exploring the limits of track and adhesion on the first lap as he tries to make up places. Joachim Bulting to the inside of Tobias Bill Clausen for the BWT Muka Motorsport team. The pink Mercedes goes straying out wide there. Maximilian Hewitt being given no room at all either by Franz Linden. But it is at the front of the order Charlie Hart that leads the way.
Yeah, well-managed start to the race that from Charlie Hart, and J-Mo Hartling briefly breaking into second position, staying with the leaders though, even though he lost that second place almost as quickly as he gained it. Then goodbye. Peter Terting and Cedric Fuchs were having a decent battle for fifth position. That, so far at least, has gone the way of the all-black Porsche of Peter Terting. Cedric, remember, is the leading Cayman Trophy car, so a car running in a slightly different specification. Big move up the inside there for Joseph Ellerin. Now, that car was well out of position, you would have to say, on the grid. Bear in mind, it finished second yesterday. It started on, I think, the second to last row of the grid for race 2, admittedly in the hands of Joseph this time, so 2 drivers sharing the car, but already he is starting to move nicely up through the order. I think he was going past Nico Grundle there, so up into maybe 13th place by the end of the opening lap. The leaders then plunge down through the final corner, and Charlie Hart will lead them through. Rattigan second, Hartling third, and already Josh Rattigan is starting to home in on the race leader.
Yes, he is. The McLaren Arturas, though, still 1-2 at the front, and the headlights flashing from Joshua Rattigan's statement of intent. J-Mo, of course, will be willing them on to start going side by side and start fighting each other for his opportunity. Does look as though there is some mist or some precipitation of some description hanging around down there at turn 3, and the circuit isn't fully dry around that section either. Owen Hizzy, the Ginetta G56, clearly means business this morning. Wipers on as well for Peter Terting, which is interesting. Here comes the big V8 Ginetta, getting to the inside there of Cedric Fuchs. Fuchs, I don't think will have the purchase coming out of the corner to retaliate. Owen Hizzy up to 6th overall, and of course he's second in Pro-Am. Critically, the car that leads Pro-Am is the one next on the road in the form of Peter Terting.
Much more like it, this from Owen Hizzy, isn't it? We saw him go well in the wet a week ago at Estoril. It's certainly not fully wet out there, but already the Ginetta looks much more competitive than yesterday. He wasn't a particularly happy man, I got the impression, after qualifying. He'll have a much bigger smile on his face now as he marches through the order. Meanwhile, Josh Rattigan under big pressure here from J-Mo Hartling, who looks racy, doesn't he, in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Racing Mercedes, closing right in on the Elite Motorsport McLaren, closer to Rattigan than Rattigan can get to Charlie Hart for the time being. Can the front-engined Mercedes get a good run through the final few corners and challenge across the line? That looked like Terting, meanwhile, having a go at Alan Gabay for 4th position. More than having a go, he's gone through, I reckon. He's got the inside line for the final turn, and Peter Terting continues to move forwards as well. We sort of anticipated this from the very experienced Peter Terting. He is into 4th position and puts a car now between himself and his nearest class rival, Owen Hizzy.
Yes, but I think Gabay wants to try and retaliate if he possibly can. J-Mo Hartling looking close as well. But again, we are seeing that weird shimmying down the main straight from the number 31 Porsche. We saw this yesterday. We were rather puzzled by it. Something appears to be amiss.
I have to now assume it is just the way the car is set up. I mean, it can't be comfortable, but I've never seen a car do that, certainly not intentionally. So whether the team thought they'd fix the issue and they haven't, or it is just the way they've got the car set up, but it certainly is giving a unique experience for its drivers as they head at high speed towards turn 1, which is definitely where it seems to be the worst. Leading 3, meanwhile, staying pretty close together. It was a fastest lap for Charlie Hart last time around, the first full flying lap of the race, of course, 51.1, but it was only 0.2 quicker than Rattigan, who really appears to have closed in again now through the opening half of this lap, the 4th lap of the race, the 3rd flying lap. And of course, as Ratican closes in, he brings J-Mo Hartling with him. I'll be interested though now to see the pace of Peter Turting. In clean air, he is fastest of anybody in Sector 1. Sector 2 time is very competitive as well. He is bridging that gap now to the leaders and maybe about to make it a 4-way scrap for first place.
Some Porsche Caymans going at it further back as well. Franz Linden and Luis Sakala in Cayman Trophy fighting out for second in their class we just saw. But here's the top three. Here's the battle at the front for the time being. The SR Motorsport car well up there with the McLarens. J-Mo Hartling will be aware of the pace, of course. Will have been watching that yesterday with great interest, seeing Enrico Ferderer able to match and even close in on the elite McLaren. Meanwhile, the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren choosing its own adventure, rather, on the exit of the final corner.
We've seen some touch-and-go calls made about track limits in the past. That one, I think, was a little bit more clear-cut, wasn't it? He was inventing his own line out of the final corner. Interestingly, Ratican and J-Mo Hartling now both share the fastest lap of the race. They both set exactly the same lap time that time around. I suspect Ratican would get the credit for it because he set it first, maybe. I don't know if that works the same in a race. Anyway, he's used that to close right back in on Charlie Hart. It really seems, doesn't it, that Ratican is quicker through the first half of the lap. Charlie maybe better through the second half. There's an exploratory look to the inside there for Ratican, but he's got to be careful. If he goes for a move and it doesn't work, it could cost him second place, as close as J-Mo Hartling's Mercedes is to him. This is turning into exactly the kind of race we hoped it was. Nose to tail for the leading three halfway around the fifth lap of the race. Charlie Hart certainly doesn't have the pace to get away, but we know he is not an easy man to find a way past.
And Charlie Hart does need to be careful. His teammate Callum Davis managed to accrue 15 seconds worth of track limit penalties by the end of the race on Saturday. Here comes J-Mo Hartling forcing the door open on Joshua Ratican there. He saw the inside beckoning to an extent and he managed to find his way through. That was certainly a little bit physical, and I'm sure that will have really motivated, let's say, Joshua Ratican. If he wasn't already feeling the urge to really start to push, I'm sure it's coming now. Ratican, if he can get to the rear, he's going to be seeing some red in the green and black car ahead of him.
Yes, also, if I were Charlie Hart, I'd be a little bit nervous because immediately J-Mo Hartling has started to close back in on the Rafa Racing McLaren, and if that overtake was anything to go by, I don't see him treating Charlie Hart any more gently. Across the line they go then, the lead gap just under half a second. Even with that overtake, J-Mo Hartling was about a tenth and a half quicker than the race leader and has closed to within a few car lengths now of Charlie as they round the first few corners. But that was a very, very aggressive move by J-Mo Hartling. Got the job done. I did say, didn't I, pre-race that he would be particularly motivated to try and get a good result here. They've had some really good results that have slipped away from them so far this season, have the SR Motorsport squad. And J-Mo Hartling wants to make sure that race 2 at Portimao is not another missed opportunity. He's got the pace, he's got the leader in his sights, and he's heading towards the part of the circuit where he may think about making another move.
Turn 10 a lap ago, the ambition overtook J-Mo Hartling and he overtook Joshua Ratican. Let's see what happens this time around. He's set himself up for a nice run here over the crest down into turn 9. Let's see whether or not he's going to be close enough. I don't think he's going to be close enough for a lunge into turn 10, but then again, I didn't think he was a lap ago either. Nonetheless, it's clear J-Mo, I think, as much as anything, I think he wants to get this done quickly so that Joshua Ratican doesn't reappear on his bumper because he will know as much as anyone. That was a little cheeky.
Did you notice how Charlie, though, took a very tight line up over the top of the hill? So again, really smart driving. I've noticed this so often over the last couple of years with Charlie. He's very, very good at spotting everything that's going on around him and using that to his advantage. He saw what J-Mo Hartling did to Josh Ratican a lap ago and said, no, you're not doing that to me. Covered the inside line, and therefore J-Mo Hartling was not able to pull off that pass that he made a lap ago. Up and over the hill they come again then. We're ticking towards half race distance. The lead gap has never really been more than half a second, whether it's been Ratican or Hartling chasing down Charlie Hart. But all the while, it has been the Rafa Racing McLaren which has held on to the advantage. Ratican still third, Turting no longer closing really in fourth position, but still comfortably leading in Pro-Am. Owen Hizzy, though, has now caught Alan Gabai. So Owen Hizzy on the tail now of the only man standing between him and the class leader. The quicker he gets on with this move, the more chance he may have of snatching a class win for the SVG Motorsport squad.
Interesting to see JMO there really kind of wrestling the wheel going into the braking zone there at the hairpin. He continues to put pressure on Charlie Hart and JMO Hartling. Joshua Ratkin, JMO Hartling putting pressure on Charlie Hart. Joshua Ratkin watching on through his windscreen, as we can see on the onboard there. Baudouin Detou's car with Maximilian Hewitt now at the wheel, pressuring, of course, Ravi Ramyeet in the 71 machine. We'll see Charlie Robertson share that car with him later on. It's a de facto Pro-Am entry, but since the car isn't formally homologated till March in Evo spec, it is running as an invitational. Hewitt there in amongst it with Joseph Ellerin just behind him as well. Here comes JMO Hartling. The door has been pried open and they're still side by side. Charlie Hart has the inside for turn 14. Turn 15, the McLaren usually is a bit more nimble on its feet, but by the time they get to 15, Hart will be still there in the lead. Now JMO wants to try and set himself up for an optimal run out of the final corner and down the main straight. We watch on with interest as they come over the crest of the hill, and the Mercedes is looming large in those mirrors.
Is there going to be an opportunity into turn 1, though? You don't do a huge amount of braking here, but Charlie Hart feels the need to defend the inside line. Watch for the switchback here. That's what JMO Hartling is setting himself up for. Wide in, tight out. Is there a gap at 2? Yes, there is. The Mercedes to the inside line. The Mercedes to the lead. Brilliant racing. All three of them once again under a very small blanket, but it is JMO Hartling who finally breaches the defences of Charlie Hart, and that was a move that was coming for, well, at the very least half a lap or so from the first little attack to finally the definitive move. And of course now Rattigan wants to try and take advantage of this as well. Charlie Hart, though, having none of it.
The last thing Joshua Ratkin wants to be is an ally to JMO Hartling, given what happened a couple of laps ago, and yet that's the position he finds himself in, because Charlie Hart is not going to drop down to third easily, and Ratkin might end up delaying both McLarens and allowing the Mercedes to disappear off over the crest. We'll see as this race unfolds. Terting still in a watching brief there in 4th position as well. He leads the Pro-Am category. Cedric Fuchs continues to lead in Cayman Trophy. Joachim Bulting leads among those in the AM class, but the Pro battle forms the top 3 as they continue to scrap. Some trios forming all across the circuit, seemingly. 3 is currently the magic number out there on the circuit, and I believe we had a quick look there at Tobias Biel-Clausen, who has gotten past Cedric Fuchs for 7th overall. Of course, they're in differing classes, but Biel-Clausen moving up the order slowly but surely. Owen Hizzy, of course, as well, seemingly dropping off the back now of Alan Gabay in the number 31 Porsche. To your earlier points that we were making regarding the W&S Motorsport Porsche, Andy, it must just be set up that way. And I mean, W&S Motorsport know their stuff. They won a dozen championships last year, most of which came in GT4 machinery. It's unconventional, certainly, but at least Alan Gabay's hands, it does seem to be working out fairly nicely. A queue of 2 sets of 3 that may soon become 6, though, on screen.
Quite possibly. You have to wait and see whether Clausen can get away from Cedric Fuchs. Looks as though maybe he can. Fuchs with Joachim Bulting right behind. Then the second of the trios, led by the Century Motorsport BMW of Ravi Ramyeet, the Aston Martin in the middle of Maximilian Hewitt, and then Joseph Ellerin in the pre-Evo spec M4. Closing in and looking quicker as they head over the hill towards turn 5. This, meanwhile, is side by side for second place, and that is Josh Rattigan through ahead of Charlie Hart. So Charlie fading strangely midway through the race, and Rattigan has got the move made. Now, I reckon he's probably a second and a half or more adrift of JMO Hartling, who has the fastest lap, but we haven't yet had Rattigan in clean air, so this will be a fascinating lap or so if he can shake off Charlie Hart. At the moment, he's still having to defend from Charlie, who is all over the track as they drop downhill. If Rattigan can settle into a rhythm, though, do we think he's got the pace to chase down the leader?
It's going to be hard for now, isn't it? He's got clean air, but Charlie Hart's very much there. We'll have to see if the 812 can mount a return fire, as it were. I've seen a couple of turn 1 track limits warnings flash up against the 812 car of Charlie Hart. So if he needs to fully send it into the first corner, I've no doubt that he will, to maybe make a dive for T3. But as the last sector of that lap has unfolded, he's lost a couple of car lengths to the Elite Motorsport McLaren. The gap then at 1.8 seconds between Hartling and Rattigan as they cross the line. We now go into Rattigan's first lap in clean air, and this is going to be a lap that tells us really what's to come for the next 11 minutes.
Yes, I'll be monitoring the timing screen with great interest for the next minute and a half or so to see whether or not he is closing, but also worth mentioning, by the way, that contact between J-Mar Hartling and Josh Rattigan earlier on was noted, but no penalty or investigation announced. So I think we can assume that this is now a straight race between the two of them. In the first sector, though, J-Mar Hartling was the best part of half a second quicker than Josh Rattigan, so the gap is going the wrong way if you're Elite Motorsport, very much the right way if you are the SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Racing team. They are very pleased with what they're seeing right now. They'll just have everything crossed that there's no penalty to come, there's no mechanical issues, no track limits warnings lurking around the corner for J-Mo, and he can bring this home for their first victory of the season.
Of course, coming out of Estoril, Elite Motorsport had a lead of some 30 points over SR Motorsport, and that only went up yesterday, especially after Enrico Ferderer had to settle for 5th position in that first race. But this is the first pendulum swing potentially against Elite this season. The 100% record currently looks like it might be in jeopardy as the Mercedes AMG GT4 in the colours of SR Motorsport by Schnitzel continues to lead this race. We'll see them across the line this time. 1.8 seconds was the gap at the end of lap Delta previously. Let's see where we are now in the gap between first and second place.
Oh, Rattigan very wide through the last corner, so he's pushing on here, isn't he? There's no settling for second place here. The trouble is he's maybe in danger of overdriving slightly because he lost quite a chunk of time that time around. It was a 150.5 for the leader, a 51.2 for Rattigan, and actually, if anything, Charlie Hart now looks more of a threat to Josh than he did a lap ago. There's only a McLaren length or so between the two Arturas as they head for turn number 3, and Charlie Hart, I wonder whether maybe he's just given it a lap or so to cool everything down and maybe go for a renewed attack in the final third of the race. There are 9.25 minutes to go, and it looks now as though he's maybe shaping up for another attempt at reclaiming second place.
Meanwhile, all of those battles that we saw earlier on still ongoing. In fact, 7th place Tobias Bill Clausen is only 4 seconds up the road from 12th place Joseph Ellerid, so one huge pack there in the midfield. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick look back here at the critical overtake.
Yeah, let's see what happened. Oh, it was a late lunge, wasn't it,
Whoa.
into turn 5, and Josh Rattigan very good on the brakes down there, as we've seen earlier on in the race. Charlie tried to come back at him. There was a bit of squeezing, but a car's width left on the left-hand side of the road, and Rattigan knew that gave him the inside line then up into turn 7. So really good racecraft there, supreme confidence under braking, and yet now the pace seems to have evaporated from the Elite car. Charlie Hart very much in striking range, maybe has a little peek to the inside into the right-hander at Sagres, the penultimate corner, and now to the final turn. Now this is where Rattigan looked a bit wayward a lap ago. Let's see if he keeps it neater this time. Turns in slightly later than Charlie Hart, hooks up the apex curve much more nicely, and seems absolutely fine this time around. It really is one of those corners, isn't it, where if you mistime your turn-in even fractionally, you can be way wide by the time you get to the bottom of the hill, because gravity takes over. Any downforce the car would normally be generating, it isn't really anymore, and out wide you will go.
Of course, you can keep your foot in it and go out wide maybe once or twice, but if you keep going, that's going to work against you. One driver who has been exploring the limits of the track, evidently, is Maximilian Hewitt in the number 39 machine from Racing Spirit of Le Mans. That car has received 10 seconds worth of penalties as it stands. for track limits offences. He'll be saying, well, what am I supposed to do? The dirty air, Ravi Ramid's just ahead of me. Well, I guess the answer is slow down a little more at the apex. But for now, 10 seconds of penalties, that will drop him behind Joseph Ellerin, but no further. However, still frustrating to know that realistically, even if he were to make 3 or 4 clean overtakes between now and the flag, he will end up exactly where he currently is, if not worse.
Bit of a snatch of the brakes there for Ravi Ramid. He had a big slide coming over the top of the hill at turn 4, immediately matched by Joseph Ellerin in the similar BMW behind. So neither of the M4s looking particularly comfortable over the top of the hill. Ravi Ramid then locking up down at the bottom of the hill as well. He's feeling the pressure here from Maximilian Hewitt, but as we've just been saying, Hewitt is not really there on corrected times, with now 10 seconds of track limits penalties to be added to his race time at the end. He's still on the attack though, hunting around behind Ramid's Century Motorsport BMW, but no way through as they head to the top of the hill. Ravi, 10th position, 3rd in class, a solid result maybe on the cards here for Century Motorsport, but been a bit up and down really for that car, hasn't it? They've had some races where it's looked really, really quick. It looked good in the early stages yesterday as Ravi made up a few positions, but over the course of a race, not quite able to break any further inside the top 10. Leaders though down at the bottom of the hill at turn 1, 6 minutes to go, Adam. And what do we think? Has Josh Rattigan found an answer to Charlie Hart, or is there one more attack still to come?
I think Charlie may have had the measure, or may have been shown a clean pair of heels to an extent here by Joshua Rattigan. It looks like he has the measure of the Rafa Racing McLaren, to my eye at least. But as we've seen on a couple of occasions already this weekend, this circuit lends itself to situations where you make a minor error at one corner, and that mistake only really starts to bite you about 3 corners later. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. J-Mo Hartling leading by 2.8 seconds, 3.6 seconds back is Charlie Hart. Peter Terting is in 4th place. Now, another factor that's worth mentioning as Hewitt continues to pressure Ravi Ramid here, heading down to the hairpin. Maybe has a go to the inside, but Ravi Ramid using the runoff there a little bit to not compromise his exit too much. But another factor is that Joshua Rattigan and Charlie Hart are about to come under some traffic. Jose Garcia is just up the road from them. So if Rattigan catches him at an unfortunate moment, that could sway things back in favour of Charlie Hart. Meanwhile, Ravi Ramid just about holding on, even though the rear end on that BMW is looking a little less than compliant. And Hewitt keeps seeing the door open only fractionally for a few moments, impatiently waiting for a chance to get through.
2 more drivers have been handed 5-second penalties, by the way, they being number 38 Jürgen Bolting and 66 Franz Linden, so a pair of Caymans that have been exploring track limits a few times too often for race control's liking, 5 times to be precise. The 6th time will then add an extra 5 seconds on, which is exactly what's happened to Maximilian Hewitt in 11th place. You can see Max in the middle still of this fascinating battle going on. Further down the order, but still good racing to be had. In the classes then, J-Mo Hartling, the Pro class leader, Peter Terting still at the head of Pro-Am, Cedric Fuchs in the Cayman Trophy. Jürgen Bolting, even with that penalty time to be added, is still comfortably ahead of Michael Bonk in the Am class scrap. There, Charlie Hart, I think now, maybe not yet admitting defeat in this fight for 2nd place. He was closer than I thought he was as the camera panned to the right there. 8 tenths between them at the start of the lap. Last time around, fractionally quicker was Charlie Hart, half a tenth or so. He's not given up yet.
By no means has he given up on 2nd position. J-Mo Hartling, I think, will have a wry smile underneath his helmet. 12 months ago here, at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, J-Mo Hartling took victory in the GT Winter Series up against Finn Wiebelhaus in an exciting battle in the first race of that weekend a year ago. Obviously, he went on to win that championship in the GT Winter Series with Kenneth Ayer. And, well, Elite Motorsport have given themselves quite a cushion in regards to the championship at this stage. But this, in theory, with the next 2.5 minutes still between us and the flag, but if things stay as they are, J-Mo Hartling is going to give SR Motorsport that confidence boost they need to continue on this upward trajectory.
You were teasing us earlier about the prospect of Charlie Hart maybe finding himself in a spot of bother. He has found himself in a spot of bother. 5-second penalty for Charlie Hart for track limits offences, of course. What else would it be? Not the only one. He is, I think, now the 4th driver to have been given a penalty, and you've seen basically just a revolving sort of list of graphics at the top of screen telling us that track limits offences are being noted by various drivers, and if you keep on doing it, 5 times seems to be the limit, then penalties will be applied. So he, unfortunately, will now almost certainly not be finishing ahead of Josh Rattigan, even if he were to get past the elite car. I doubt he could then pull a 5-second margin in the remaining minute and a half or so of racing. So he is far enough there ahead of Peter Turting, so 3rd place is more than secure. We've had a visitor in the pit lane there, haven't we? It's the BWT car, I think, Adam, heading for an early retirement.
Yeah, there might have been some bits missing to me.
Oh.
It looked like there might have been some more black towards the front of the car than just the grille on that BWT Motorsport Mercedes, but I only saw it from a side profile angle, I must admit. Nonetheless, that car unfortunately withdrawing from the race early, it seems. Meanwhile, Joachim Bolting has been overtaken by Ravi Ramjeed, so Ramjeed is up to 8th overall, and now Bolting will be the one under pressure from Maximilian Hewitt, who tempts the nose of the Aston Martin with the prospect of getting to the inside of the uniquely liveried Plus Line Racing Cayman. But for now, Ravi Ramjeed has bolted, and now it is Bolting under pressure.
Very good. Yes,
Didn't mean
Bolting's car not handling quite as he would like, I don't think, at the moment. Of course, this is a battle on track. They're not really fighting for position. There are actually 5 seconds between these two cars, realistically, because Joachim Bolting has a 5-second penalty, Hewitt a 10-second penalty, and Bolting has now been noted for exceeding track limits again, as, I must point out, has Charlie Hart. After that initial penalty was applied, he was then caught doing it again down at turn 1, so needs to be careful. A 10-second penalty could lose him an overall podium, and there it is, a 10-second penalty. So it was noted, and that information passed over to race control, and now a 10-second penalty added. That would not quite lose him 3rd place, but if he loses 0.2 of a second on this final lap to Peter Turting, it would.
Turting's going to be told qualifying lap, please, as we go on to this final lap. We'll keep an eye on that delta between them once they cross the line, but we are down to the 0-0-0-0. No moments left of this race on the clock. It is the final lap for J-Mo Hartling. Joshua Rattigan, incidentally, has started to gap Charlie Hart. He's also started to close in on J-Mo Hartling, but it's a little bit too little too late. I think Charlie is just trying to control himself vis-a-vis track limits for these last couple of laps so as to not compound the damage to the race. But for J-Mo Hartling, this has gone about as well as it possibly could. From the 2nd row of the grid, he got a great start, was immediately in amongst it with Joshua Rattigan for 2nd place, and he's worked his way past the McLarens with surgical precision and a little bit of sledgehammer use down at turn 10. He rounds the final corner for the final time, and it will be the first race of the day and the first time anyone other than Elite Motorsport stand on top in the GT4 Winter Series. SR Motorsport and J-Mo Hartling secure victory ahead of Joshua Rattigan, ahead of Charlie Hart, who's 3.8 seconds back from J-Mo Hartling. Here comes Turting. Does he inherit the place? No. 10 seconds of penalties. Charlie Hart should be safe in 3rd position. Alan Gabai crosses the line for 5th place overall, behind our Pro-Am winner Peter Turting of Plus Line Racing. Here comes Owen Hizzy for 6th overall, and 2nd in Pro-Am for SVG Motorsport. Cedric Fuchs crosses the line to win Cayman Trophy in 7th. Ramjeed 8th. Joachim Bolting wins AM in 9th place. Hewitt in 10th position and Ellerin in 11th. However, those guys, Bolting and Hewitt, do have penalties. Bolting will be more than safe to win the AM class regardless of his track limits discretions. 15 seconds of penalty ultimately for Maximilian Hewitt based on track limits, so he is going to drop quite a way down. In fact, I think he'll be classified in P12 ultimately. Luis Acala crosses the line in 13th place. She will be ahead of Franz Linden, second and third in Cayman Trophy respectively. There's Linden for Speedworks Automotive. He'll be joined by Arne Hofmeister in the 60-minute enduro race later on in the afternoon. I suspect that car will start to fly somewhat with Hofmeister at the wheel. Only one car yet to take the flag, and that should be Mikael Bonk in the 127 car, but he is currently persona non grata at the start-finish line. Hopefully he will get the chance to take the flag before we head down to the pits, and Jamo Hartling will of course hopefully get there first, unless he's had a particularly leisurely cool down lap. There is Mikael Bonk crossing the line. It was the best part of a lap down as the checkered flag waved. But it is Jamo Hartling with SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm who has taken the victory, the first of the year for the Mercedes-AMG GT4 in the GT4 Winter Series. The first team to beat Elite this year. That's been the question on everyone's lips. Can it be done? Can Elite's stronghold on the series be shook? And the answer on this day is yes. But of course, Elite were only second. They will continue to lead the points in the GT4 Winter Series by a more than comfortable margin. But for SR Motorsport, it is potentially the start of a good campaign, a great many things to come, possibly for Federer and Hartling. Looked like one of the strongest combinations going into the season. Enrico Federer last year in the GT4 Winter Series in Cayman Trophy was nothing short of spectacular. Of course, Jamo Hartling is one of our reigning GT Winter Series champions in a GT3 car, so it's a strong combination, and finally that strength has been proven with a visit to the top step. Hartling pulls up in the P1 position. McLaren Arturas that locked out that front row, finishing second and third. The Pro-Am winner, Peter Terting, just being redirected in the background, but that number 69 car, of course, fourth overall and winning in Pro-Am as well. A good result for Terting. Jamo, often a very reserved young man. I remember last year there were occasions where he put in a brilliant race and he seemed almost a little critical of himself. I'm sure he'll be happy though with how that race went, and good to see respect there between Rattigan and Jamo. Of course, there was some fairly physical racing between the two of them at one point, but seemingly both A-OK. Meanwhile, I see there Burkhard Bechtel getting ready to interview Jamo down there. I'm assuming that's for our German audiences. Burkhard, one of the voices of German GT racing. Of course, we've got one of our voices of GT racing in the English language down there in the form of Izzy Browning. We will hear from Jamo along with Izzy shortly. And I'm curious to see how Jamo feels about that win, because it was certainly well deserved. He did a lot of work to get to that winning position. So the number 11 car on top for the first time this season. Of course, we have the podium ceremonies to come as well. Podiums for all of the classes. But in the overall standings, Elite Motorsport will still be well over 40 points clear in the championship. But it's a start. It's a foot on the way up the mountain for SR Motorsport and Jamo Hartling. And Jamo down in victory lane is with Izzy Browning.
He is indeed our first non-elite winner of the season. Jamo, our first win of the season. You've just said to me that that was pretty hard. Just run us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, from the beginning I was trying to carry the performance from the car. And after 4 or 5 laps I was trying to push a little bit. Yeah, it was possible, and we bring it with a good car to an end. Thanks to the team, it was very, very good.
And you made some pretty aggressive moves to get into the lead that we saw, but once you were into the lead, you were just running your own race out there.
Yeah, it was hard, but what I want to say, nothing. I think it was okay. I say sorry to him. Yeah.
All right, and one more race later, so going to do the same again?
Maybe we try.
All right, we'll let you get up to the podium. Congratulations, our first non-elite winner of the day.
Yeah, first elite winner of the season for the GT4 Winter Series. The McLaren stronghold has been broken, not just from the front row of today's race, but also in terms of the entire GT4 Winter Series so far. Let's take a look back at that first race of our day. Race 2 of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series began with Charlie Hart leading the way from pole position. It was a good start from J-Mo Hartling. He would be side by side with Joshua Rattigan through the first few bends, but Rattigan would end up retaining second place as everybody else scrapped for position and track space. Owen Hizzy in the SVG Motorsport Ginetta, he was making up places. Ditto, the number 39 of Maximilian Hewitt with a strong start as well. Some jostling further back in the order, the FK Performance BMW of Joseph Ellerin picking bones of some positions as well. But Hizzy really was on the charge earlier on. This was him moving up to 6th overall, and 6th overall is where he would stay from that point on. But it was a flying start again for the Englishman. Ravi Ramid was under pressure, but this was a critical moment in the race. Physical stuff between J-Mo Hartling and Joshua Rattigan. Hartling had his nose to the inside, and a couple of laps later, he got past the other McLaren. He moved to the lead at the expense of Charlie Hart momentarily. The nose was ahead at least, but on that occasion, Charlie would hold on. But the statement was clear, the intent was clear for J-Mo Hartling. He was pressuring, hounding the race lab McLaren, and eventually the door beckoned open. The number 11 shifted through into the race lead. Rattigan started attacking Charlie Hart, and after a couple of laps of fighting, he saw his opportunity to get past the other McLaren. Great scrapping between the two of them. Rattigan really leaning on the number 77 car, but by the time he did definitively move up to second place, J-Mo Hartling was already a couple of seconds up the road, and Mercedes, as quick as it was on this Sunday morning, was not catchable from that point. Some good battles going on further back in the field, albeit laced with track limits penalties, owing to some creative interpretations of the outer limits of this facility. Ravi Ramid there going out wide as he fought with Maximilian Hewitt. Tobias Bill Clausen seemingly had an issue with the car towards the end of the race, and looking at this shot that we didn't see on the live pictures, it looks like suspension and or puncture on the rear axle there for Tobias Bill Clausen. Unfortunately, Joachim Bulting, meanwhile, would lose a position to Ravi Ramid. Of course, Ramid running as an invitational car, Bulting on his way to winning AM, but losing an overall position there as they fought for those places. At the front of the order, though, it was J-Mo Hartling clear at the stern, and he won by 2.1 seconds ultimately over Joshua Rattigan. For the first time this year, Elite Motorsport has been beaten to the line, and it's by SR Motorsport. Let's take a look then at the results of that race. We will now get a clear picture as well of quite what some of those track limit penalties in the midfield did to the standings. Of course, J-Mo Hartling winning the race by 2.1 seconds over Joshua Rattigan. Peter Turting is in third place overall, so I think there was a further penalty to Charlie Hart after crossing the line, so 15 seconds of penalties for Hart demotes him to 5th place behind Alan Gabai. Owen Hizzy takes 6th position overall. Cedric Fuchs in 7th place and winning Cayman Trophy ahead of Ravi Ramid in 8th. Joseph Ellerin in 9th place, Maximilian Hewitt in 10th. But the big story there, Alan Gabai also taking 3rd in Pro with 4th overall ahead of Charlie Hart. Nico Grundle in 11th position, Joachim Bulting in 12th, Luisa Kala in 13th place, Franz Linden in 14th, Mikael Bonk in 15th position, Thilo Goss P16, Jose Garcia and Tobias Bill Clausen bringing up the rear in that race. So that is the most recent bulletin on the message board saying 5 + 5 + 5, 7 track limits violations for Charlie Hart. That's only just come through that Charlie Hart has been further demoted. Meanwhile, down on the podium, I believe Andy McEwen is ready for our presentations.
Thank you, Adam. First podium of day 2 here at Portimao, then the GT4 Winter Series. We will kick things off with our club class. Another victory in the club category for Thilo Goss. Congratulations, Thilo, the always popular Aston Martin, roaring around the track to great success again, and another victory for BWT Mucker Motorsport in the club category. Pirelli representative on hand today to do the honours of presenting the winner's trophy once again to the driver of car number 700. Thilo poses for the photographs and the big crowd of teams down below. And congratulations once again to Thilo Goss. We move on to the Cayman Trophy now, and a third-placed finish in the Cayman Trophy for race 2 of the weekend to Franz Linden. It was, though, another 1-2 finish in the Cayman Trophy for SR Motorsport with Schnitzelalm Racing. In second position, Luisa Carla. Very energetic run to the podium for Luisa Carla, soon to be joined by her teammate at SR Motorsport, the class winner in the Cayman Trophy, Cedric Fuchs. A big cheer from the SR Motorsport team down below as they celebrate what was a particularly successful race, not only in Cayman Trophy, but of course snatching the victory outright as well. But within the Cayman class, the SR Motorsport Porsches have been the team to beat, really, so far this season. And it's another 1-2 finish for, this time, Luisa and Cedric. They all gather together on the top step of the Portimao podium. The sun just trying to break through the clouds above, so I'm still optimistic of some pleasant weather later on. But regardless of the conditions, a big celebration for our Cayman Trophy podium. So the Cayman Trophy drivers will head back inside. We move on next then to the AM category, where there were, well, a few hairy moments towards the end for our eventual class winner in regards to track limits podiums, but in the end it did not affect the order. So in third position for the AM class, running with Lion Speed GP, Jose Garcia. Congratulations, Jose. Third step of the podium for you. In second position within the AM class, Michael Bonk. Well done, Michael. In the end, though, despite several track limits penalties, it was another victory in the AM class for Joachim Bolting. Joachim, always a popular figure in the paddock, and for the second time this weekend, it will be Joachim who climbs to the top of the podium. 3 trophies, 2 GEDLICH Racing representatives and the Pirelli representative as well to hand the trophies over. And Joachim Bolting, you certainly can't accuse him of not trying in that race. He was pushing up to and perhaps beyond the limits a few times, but managed to come home still with a victory for Plusline within the AM class. So, photos taken below. Congratulations once again to our AM class top 3. They vacate the podium to make way next for our Pro-Am top 3. And we had some good racing in Pro-Am, particularly in the early stages. In third position within Pro-Am by the end of the 30 minutes was Nico Grundle. Well done, Nico. The WNS Motorsport team celebrating a third-place finish in Pro-Am. Second position, though, a much more positive a run today for Owen Hizzy. Well done, Owen. Second step of the podium for the SVG Motorsport Ginetta driver. He did give our eventual winner a run for his money in the early stages, but it was eventually another win in Pro-Am for Peter Turting. And Peter very casually strolls to the podium. The Plusline Racing Team Porsche driver made some bold moves in the early stages. Almost looked as though he would become a factor in the battle for outright victory. But a class win and an overall top 5 was his eventual reward after a tough 30 minutes of racing. The 3 Pro-Am runners then pose for the photographs. One more podium to complete. I can already hear cars rumbling down the pit lane below. We're not that far away from our next race, but plenty of time still to celebrate once again with our Pro-Am podium finishers. So congratulations to the Pro-Am top 3. We move on now then to our overall and Pro class top 3, and what a fierce battle it was between these 3 drivers. They all had a shot at the victory, and in the end they will share the podium in the following order. 3rd position goes the way of Charlie Hart. Charlie had a stint in the lead at the start of the race, but in the end has to settle for 3rd position. In 2nd position, yes, 2nd position, it is Elite Motorsports' Josh Rattigan. Josh still looks reasonably pleased with that. Some good points in the bag. He'd have loved another win, a 5th of the season, but it's still a solid podium result. In the end, though, there was only one man able to break Elite Motorsports' stranglehold on the series. It's a first victory of the season for J-Mo Hartling. And J-Mo looks delighted with that, rightly so. The SR Motorsport with Schnitzelarm Racing team below are equally as happy. After a hard-fought victory, he made some superb overtakes to make his way to the front of the field. And it is the Mercedes driver who finally stops Elite Motorsport in their tracks. Will that continue into the races later on in the season? We'll have to wait and see. It's a healthy lead that Elite have built up in the championship, but certainly not insurmountable. Congratulations once again to our overall top 3, Charlie Hart, Josh Rattigan and J-Mo Hartling. And with that, we prepare then for our 2nd race of the day. We already have cars heading down the pit lane. It's Prototype Winter Series up next.
So the LMP3s make their way out onto the circuit for the 2nd time in racing conditions this weekend for the Prototype Winter Series. And we will see how this race unfolds. It is not Danny Sufi on pole position for this race. Lawrence Herr is going to be our pole sitter for this one. We're also going to have racing experience at the rear of the field because they have had a change of car going into today. The existing number 12 machine had a issue with power steering. I think maybe some broader electronic issues as well on that car. Looks like we've got some smoke billowing from the number 12 as it comes down the main straight. That car looking a little bit worse for wear as it comes down to its starting position. What is going on with the number 12? That is clearly not happy in some capacity. Liam Auer and the rest of the team jump into action immediately down at Racing Experience. This is not the drama they wanted. They were working hard fairly late into the evening yesterday before having a well-deserved few drinks at the Stefan Beloff bar down at the Algarve Race Resort. But unfortunately, they're having an unconventional morning barbecue by the looks of it under the Duquesne D08. That is really unfortunate for the hard-working and fairly small Luxembourger team. That, by any metric, Andy, is not a healthy-looking race car.
No, I'm no mechanic, but I don't think that looks good, does it? But this is, unfortunately, often the case, isn't it, when we have a change of car? It was reported as leaking fluid, I believe, on the outlap to the track. So there may be some dressing of the circuit to be done before we go racing. We also, of course, must pay a visit to the grid, and there's only one person for the job. Izzy Browning, over to you.
Yes, hello, welcome down to the grid. I'm just keeping one eye on that number 12 Racing Experience car. The marshals have got the fire extinguisher out. Lots of a flurry of action going on down there, so we will keep an eye. We'll try and run you down there in just a minute to go and get a closer look, but we have got a couple of cars still rolling in, so we won't jump across the track just yet. We've got the man on P2 today, Danny Sufi, just rolling in now. Of course, this Yeah, a little bit of a shake-up for Danny Soufi, still on the front row, but on P2. But we are right next to the number 10, which is the father-son duo of Vincent and Christian Gizzi. Vincent spoke to me yesterday. He'll be starting the race today. I'm going to jump in and have a quick word. Vincent, can we grab a word? Grab a quick word. Hello. We spoke to you yesterday before you'd shared the car with your dad. You have now shared the car, so how was it, and did you have fun?
It was a lot of fun, yes. It was, as I told you yesterday, it's always nice to drive with your father, so had fun.
And where can you improve today? Obviously took 5th place yesterday, feeling probably a bit more comfortable in the car today. So where can you improve, and how are we going to see you up at the sharp end?
Hopefully, I mean, today we're going to aim to get no penalty. Joke aside. No, hopefully it's going to be a nice clean race, and then my father can make up 1 or 2 positions as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for speaking to us. Good luck today. Have fun out there. Of course, the father-son duo of the Gizzis. Great to speak to him. Very happy to be here, which we always love to see. We will continue down the grid. We've got Philip Lindberg here now. Philip, we have spoken to him quite a bit, but I am going to grab a word with him quickly because he also ran into some issues yesterday. Philip, great to see you. I know a couple of issues yesterday. If you just want to explain to us what happened.
Yeah, we just did trouble, and I overpushed yesterday. Yeah, then we had a damage on the front. Yeah, so hard race yesterday, but we will be there today.
Yeah, you said to me yesterday when you were leaving the track, a couple of holes in the splitter, I think?
Yeah, I just out of turn 10 was out in the gravel, so it had a huge damage on the splitter, so it was, just a crazy ride after that.
Probably owes to the fact that this is a very tricky track, isn't it?
Yeah, but a very fun track. I like the track, and it's difficult, but also fits great to me, I think. Yeah.
Well, you're starting behind the man who has won every single race so far. I know I've asked you this before, but what's the plan going into turn 1 today?
Yeah, the plan, to be honest, I will follow him because he was very fast yesterday. He took off. Today I just want to be right in his tail, but I will do my best.
All right, good luck rather than congratulations. Right, we'll continue on. Maybe congratulations later on after the race. Right, we're going to continue down the grid. We've got the number 87 alongside Philip Lindberg. And one thing I will just quickly say, Philip last night said to me that he's got a lot of family watching back home who love our live stream. So a big hello to them. Hope you're enjoying our live stream today. And great to have your company, as always. Right, I am going to jump in and hopefully speak to Danny Soufi before they close the door. Hello, Danny. We didn't speak to you on the grid yesterday, but we spoke to you post-race. How is everything today? And you're starting on P2, not on pole for once.
Copy. Sorry, I totally missed your question. I was on the radio.
Not at all. It's fine. You're starting on P2, not on pole for once, but I'm sure you're going to make sure that you're the one leading out of turn 1.
Yeah. I'd just like to have a clean first lap. We'll see where we end up. And just kind of wait for the stop and see how it goes.
And you've won every race so far, but things potentially going to be a little bit more difficult today. Of course, you've got the very quick Lawrence Hurt alongside you. Just how comfortable are you feeling today, and kind of what's the mindset at the moment?
As best as I can today. Just hoping for a clean race and stick with Lawrence. Maybe if I get past him on the start, we'll see. But just clean race, keep pushing, and see where we end up.
All right, best of luck. We'll see you soon. All right, we just had the 1 minute board. The Racing Experience still doing some work on the grid. I'm sure, well, I don't think we will be seeing them during the race, but we'll go back up to you for this race starting now.
Well, unfortunately, one car is going backwards. The other 5 are going forwards at the moment. It seems as though Racing Experience will not be able to take the start here. We hope they do, for the sake of for Matthias Jakobsen as much as anybody, because of course he hasn't got a chance to race so far this weekend. Lawrence Herr is on pole position for this race, then 6/10 clear of Danny Sufi in qualifying 2 yesterday. Sufi lining up alongside him. It's Duquesne versus Ligier on row 1 of the grid. David Drew is next in the CLX Motorsport. Ligier, he will line up P3, and he will certainly be one to watch from his position as well. Philip Lindbergh in 4th position. He is in the number 20 high-class racing car, of course. 5th place, Vincent Gizzi in the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. And Matthias Jakobsen, we were hoping to see from the rear of the field also, but it does appear that the Racing Experience Duquesne is ailing on this Sunday morning. The spare Racing Experience Duquesne, I might add. They were testing the car this week. It was running, I think, on Thursday, but unfortunately, you leave a car dormant for even a few days at the back of the garage, and sometimes things can pop up, and you don't really know what issues you might have to combat until the car fires into life.
Yeah, as I started to say before, that's so often the case, isn't it, when you have a mid-event change of car. Of course, the teams all know what they're doing, and they operate to a very high standard of preparation. They know that there are certain checks that will need to be made regardless, but it's just always that risk in the back of your mind, isn't it? Such a shame, though, if they don't get the car out there. Matthias was really entertaining to watch a week ago in Estoril, and we were really sort of hoping that he might get up there and mix it with the front runners here today as well, but alas, it seems that is not going to be the case. We do, though, still, I think, Adam, have an interesting racing prospect here. You've sort of mentioned a couple of times now, Danny Sufi not on pole position. You know, that is a fairly big story given his dominance so far this season, but actually not a huge shock really, because every time he and the likes of Lawrence Herr and David Drew have been on track together, he's very often been a bit slower than them. So, you know, he wins the first race of the weekend very often by just absolutely disappearing into the distance at the start of the race. And of course, in clean air, he's able to really, really push on and build a gap pretty easily. In race 2 last time at Estoril, though, he did have some overtaking to do after the pit stops were done. So now that he's not got the track position advantage at the start of the race, this could prove to be an even bigger challenge for him. And I'm kind of relishing that, because we want to see Danny have to work for this, and it would be nice to see a few other drivers up there giving him a hard time. He's a supremely talented driver, definitely still has everything in his locker to get the win, but may have a bit more of a fight on his hands.
Yeah, maybe so. So we'll keep an eye on that battle at the front. Lawrence Herr is going to have a shorter pit stop, of course. Let's run you through the pit stop scenarios here in the Prototype Winter Series. That's always worth reminding you as we go on to the second formation lap. Incidentally, the clock hasn't started on this race, and that is because there are 2 formation laps written into the regs here. Now there was a little bit of smoke there off the back of Danny Sufi. It looked to me more like a brake drag than anything, but it was on the apex of the fast right-hander. It didn't look like a conventional place to be on the brakes, so I'm a bit worried there about quite what that was on Danny Sufi's car. Nonetheless, as the Racing Experience team continue to work on their Duquesne and fire it up, potentially. Okay, we might see it out there at some point. So 151 seconds is the handicap for Danny Sufi, 122 seconds for Lawrence Herr and John Brownson. So the pole-sitting car has a 30-second, effectively 29-second difference in pit stop in their favour. 120 seconds for the Gizzi family machine, 151 as well for Philip Lindbergh, 120 for Jakobsen and Paya for Racing Experience if they get the car rolling, and 122 for Quentin Joseph and David Drew in the CLX Motorsport car. So Danny Sufi will have to do some work here as well, factoring in that pit stop window of the handicap system to balance the lineups of their various categorizations. Danny is a silver driver running solo. Has a rather harsher handicap than Lawrence Herr alongside him, but of course Herr will hand over to John Brownson, the vastly talented driver, or vastly experienced driver and a talented driver, but he will tell you, I'm sure, that Lawrence is the hair in that machine. He would be the first, I'm sure, to hold his hands up and say, well, there's a reason Lawrence is gold rated. Let's see then who takes the lead into the first corner. Sufi on the outside of the front row. The green lights are on, and it does look like a good getaway for DKR Engineering's Lawrence Herr. David Drew trying to investigate his options to the inside of Danny Sufi, but Sufi retains that second place. Drew gets a little bit unsettled on the curb on the inside of turn 1. Lindberg just behind him investigating the options as well, but it is Lawrence Herr that leads the way. And you see their slippery surface flags at turn 4 as well, so they're going to have to be a little bit careful because of the fluid that has been laid down by the racing experienced Duquesne. There's a yellow flag down at turn 1, and it's because the racing experienced Duquesne went out on the circuit, but the problems have clearly persisted for Matthias Beer-Jakobsen. Now that is not a great place for the car to be, and the safety car has been put out early doors. And this is, I think, bad news for Lawrence Herr, because he now can't set about trying to build himself a cushion to Danny Sufi before handing over to John Brownson.
Yeah, very good point, that actually. The sort of pro drivers, if you like, they really needed the entirety of their stint to run green to then give their AM drivers the better opportunity in the second half of the race. Now, the 12 car has got going again now, so it is leaking still something, or at least a lot of smoke emanating from the back of it. Whether it is leaking fluid, I don't know, but I think even though the car is moving again, the safety car is the sensible course of action, because there may well be more fluid now that's down on the circuit at turn 1. We saw the surface flag flashing on the gantry, but Danny Sufi coming in hot there, as I think Lawrence Herr had spotted the pace car waiting for them on the entry to the final corner a bit more quickly than the championship leader had. But yeah, so far so good for Lawrence Herr. That was a really good start. Danny Sufi really was watching his mirrors, I think, more than he was thinking about the attack on Lawrence into the first corner, because David Drew was definitely on his toes and keen to try and find a way by. But yeah, Lawrence Herr, the last thing he wanted to see in front of him, apart from maybe the number 1 Ligier, was that black Mercedes safety car, because this is not helping his chances of extending his lead.
No, it is not. The safety car then controls the field as this race completes its first lap. And already there has been some drama courtesy of the racing experience machine of Matthias Beer-Jakobsen, which I don't think has come through the first sector split, has it? No. In fact, yes, it's now registered as going through sector 2, but not sector 1. So the transponder clasping at straws to figure out what's going on with racing experience.
Because it's an outlap. I don't think it registers sector 1. I think this caught me out at Estoril a week ago.
Okay. So the nuances of live timing. Lawrence Herr then leads the way from Sufi, from David Drew, Philip Lindberg in 4th position, and Vincent Gizzi in 5th place. For the Gizzi family, this could actually swing in their favour, because of course they've got the shortest, they do have the shortest pit stop handicap of all at 120 seconds, and that is potentially going to help them out, because of course they're not going to lose quite as much time to the sharp end of the field in the early phase of the race. And I swivel my head puzzled as the car that caused the safety car, Matthias Beer-Jakobsen, comes past the commentary box at pretty much full tilt and sans any smoke billowing from the car. Was it just an extreme oil overfill or something?
It's possible, I suppose. The symptoms match, don't they? But odd, really, that that has suddenly resolved itself. And why did he stop if that was the issue, unless he just saw smoke and assumed the worst? But anyway, the team have obviously told him to carry on, and if that car is now running smoke-free, which there we have the visual evidence to suggest is the case, then that means he's very much still in the race, and I don't believe has got a lap down. either. No, he's still on the lead lap, so very much a part of the race. If the car is running at full song, he'll catch the back of the safety car queue. The race, I would imagine, can restart now at the end of this lap, and we may well still have a chance to see Matthias Jakobsen even doing what he does best.
Double yellow flag at turn 6, which is where Jakobsen just was. This is a very strange situation that's developed. No safety car in this lap bulletin as of yet. Okay, they're treating the circuit and also trying to figure out exactly what substance. This is full CSI spec stuff, this is. Don't taste it.
Yeah, wouldn't recommend that. That, I think, was actually on the run to turn 1, though, possibly. So
could have been. Could
be that the yellow flag... yellow flags at turns 3, turn 4, and turn 6. Well, Matthias Jakobsen may not have had the best of luck this weekend, but I don't think he's stopped at all 3 corners at the same time. So I do suspect the yellows are more for track inspection than they are for a stricken car. And indeed, there he is. He's at the back of the queue. And ironically, whatever it was, oil or otherwise, that was coming from the back of the racing experienced Duquesne now seems to have resolved itself. So 6 cars back in a line. Once the track is race ready again, we will get the race back underway, and well, what can Laurence Her do in now what is going to be a fairly significantly reduced stint? Remember, the pit window opens 20 minutes into the race. Well, that is about 14 minutes time, and it closes 30 minutes into the race. It's only a 10-minute window. You would imagine Laurence Her will go right to the end of that window before handing the car over to John Brownson, because you want to maximise the time that your gold-rated driver is in the car, ideally, even if it means that your bronze driver doesn't get quite as much seat time. But yeah, that would be his plan, I would imagine, and the safety car needs to get out of the way in order for him to try and build a bit of a margin. Danny Sufi, of course, just needs to stay as close as he can to Laurence Her for as long as he can. Right then, Mechanic Adam, what are we seeing here?
When have I ever imparted any mechanical knowledge? No, I'm not good for that stuff, unfortunately, but I think there must have been some oversight, something that needed to be rectified after their work to get the car ready yesterday. They were certainly adding fluids to the car. It was smoking before they took it back into the pits and added fluid, and then it continued smoking, and now everything's fine. I'm honestly at a loss, but regardless, racing experience and Matthias Jakobsen will, I'm sure, all collectively have their fingers crossed, as will Wolfgang Payer, that the dramas have been rectified. And, well, now Jakobsen has an opportunity, of course, to do what he was originally expecting to do on this Sunday morning, and that's trouble some of the drivers ahead of him from the rear of the field. It will be single file, of course, as the safety car comes in at the end of this lap, but that apart, we do effectively have what was originally billed, the originally scheduled programming for this prototype Winter Series race will persist, and we'll see whether Matthias Jakobsen can do what he did last time, and that was showing that his relative lack of experience in LMP3 is no barrier. Of course, he was exchanging positions with Pierre Caffer in the wet conditions a week ago here at Estoril. Pierre Caffer, a former Le Mans class winner, and the young man, the Danish Talent of the Year, as he was named at the end of last year, Matthias Jakobsen. It can only be a positive sign that he is quite so strong already at the wheel of this racing experience car. But it's going to be Laurence Her who immediately sets about restarting the race, takes the throttle down early. DKR Engineering leads the way with the number 3 at the front. Danny Sufi just about managed to go with him there in second position. We all keep an eye as well on the rear of the field. It looks like Bia Jakobsen's car is up to pace and okay, but we resume the race, and it's Danny Sufi in second place still, and we will now watch to see how quickly Matthias Jakobsen can dispatch Vincent Gizzi and potentially give chase to his fellow silver and gold rated drivers at the front.
Yep, he's certainly trying to do that already, isn't he? Hunting to the outside of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car through turn 3, over the crest at 4, and I suspect the move may be incoming now on the run downhill into the hairpin at turn 5. Look in the background, there is Jakobsen to the inside line. Yeah, no, actually, and in fact takes a very odd line over the entry curve into the corner. I think maybe just driving a little bit cautiously here. Doesn't want to end up damaging the second car of the weekend. Not that he damaged yesterday's, but there's work to be done to the first one, and doesn't really want to give the team anything else to be doing at the end of the weekend. So needs to make sure this is a clean pass. He's clearly quicker than Gizzy, but just can't quite find a way through for the time being. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Lawrence Herr doing his best to scamper away from Danny Soufi. Danny, in fairness, has gapped David Drew, and Philip Lindbergh not quite able to go with them for the time being either. So it's as you were at the front of the field. I suspect for the leaders, it's really going to be a case of monitoring the gaps and the lap times. The overtaking, if there is to be any, will be between these two, but still no way by for Jakobsen.
Yeah, Jakobsen is really struggling to find a way past at the moment. Gizzy putting the car in all the right places, and of course, yes, bronze-rated driver versus silver-rated driver, but the bronzers know how to get their elbows out, as Jakobsen is proving. Lawrence Herr sets the fastest lap of the race, unsurprisingly on the first flyer, and Jakobsen certainly facing adversity here from Gizzy Jr. It's the son Vincent at the wheel at the moment. This surely is the definitive move for Racing Experience's young man, and sure enough, the Dane is through into 5th place. I'm not convinced that car is fully up to steam for Matthias Bjerre-Jakobsen, and of course after the last 15 minutes and all the dramas that it's yielded, understandably Jakobsen might be approaching it with trepidation. Lawrence Herr enters the screen from stage right, and he clearly went away off the circuit.
Having just set a purple first sector, so he's clearly pushing on. Didn't quite lose the lead to Danny Soufi, but that will be exactly what Danny wants to see. We're hearing reports that it was a big lockup going down the hill into turn 5. Well, that's not ideal, is it? Because, of course, he lost some time, nearly lost the lead, but also there is a danger now of a flat-spotted tyre. We've seen drivers struggle with that. Philip Lindbergh springs to mind already this season. Let's see, onto the brakes now into the left hand. It seems okay for now, but at the big test will be on the run into 5 next time around. But Lawrence Herr, it's not lost on him, is it, the importance of trying to build a lead, but that isn't really the way to do it.
No, exactly. That is going to be a problem for Lawrence Herr, because we understand, as you said, big lockup, and we've seen flat spots affect LMP3 cars majorly. It was that man, Philip Lindbergh, at Estoril. Hopefully Herr can get back into the groove. Danny Soufi will like the burgeoning opportunity maybe that he just saw ahead of him. It's like, okay, Lawrence is feeling the pressure, and of course that is the thing, isn't it, really? If you give up that poker face, you make an error, the driver behind you now knows that you are on that edge of what you can do from a mental capacity standpoint. And Soufi will be taking note and going, interesting.
Absolutely. Down towards the scene of the crime we go. It's quite a bumpy braking zone, steeply downhill as well, so easy to get it wrong. This time, thankfully, Lawrence Herr negotiates turn 5 without inventing his own line to the outside of the track. Let's take a look back, shall we, then, at exactly what happened the first time. Oh, it was a big lockup, but it didn't look like one of those really deep lockups where he's sort of really grinding the tyre. I think he, again, as a gold-rated driver, you'd expect him to know this. He lifted the pressure off. The tyre was sort of dragging loosely across the track. I think it's more the fact that he'd lifted off the brake. That's why he went straight on, but didn't, hopefully, do any lasting damage to the tyre.
Yeah, just under rotation as opposed to completely stopping and creating a squared off side of the tyre. Very good effort from Lawrence Herr to salvage that situation once it started to go awry. Soufi keeping a watching brief then on Herr as they continue around this lap. The gap that was 0.7 of a second, I think, will have nudged up a couple of tenths on this lap. Might even be just a fraction over a full second as they cross the line. Interesting to see the onboards here with our race leader. 5th gear in use there for a long period of time through the final corner and then up onto the straight. Surprised they're already into 5th by that corner, but they are. And obviously pushing the throttle through for most of that final corner with the high downforce of the LMP3. 6-speed gearbox in at these machines, of course, feeding the power to the driver with that 460 horsepower V8 that is in the cars for now. But of course, we are going to wave goodbye to this V8 era of LMP3 before too long. Salvage the rumble while you can, folks. The gap between the two of them as they cross the line was 1.1 seconds, so her is seemingly the one with the slight pace advantage. But as we saw yesterday, Sufi can build a 30-second gap over John Brownson quite comfortably within a 20-minute or so segment of the race. So for now, Brownson is going to be feeling the pressure to really find something in the second phase of the race, as they more than likely take advantage of the shorter pit stop.
Yeah, I have to say, though, pretty impressed with Sufi here, because he's more or less matching Lawrence Hurt. And remember, he is sitting right in the dirty air of the Duquesne in front. You would expect him, maybe if he did have a pace disadvantage to Lawrence Hurt, to be slipping further back. But no, he's sticking with him a second or so. That's nothing really, is it, in the grand scheme of things? We know that this number 1 car will come out significantly further behind the number 3 after the pit stops. But as Adam was quite rightly just saying, that gap we expect to then come down fairly rapidly once the driver change has been done in car number 3. Very wide line in the background coming out of the Sagres turn by Philip Lindbergh. Kept it just within track limits, but fades ever further away now, really, from this leading trio, who themselves are only 4 seconds apart, so it's pretty tight at the top, as we now do tick towards the pit stop window, 4.5 minutes or so away from the pit lane opening. And I wonder whether Danny might try and come in early. I mean, he can pit when he likes, really. He's got no second driver waiting, whereas Lawrence Hurt, I suspect, as I said earlier, will go as long as he can. But Danny, if he does feel he's getting held up in dirty air, may elect to come in early, try and come out in some clean air, and start about regaining that lost time straight away.
Yeah, that is a possibility. 4 minutes now until the window opens. Minute 20 to minute 30 of the race is the window. Of course, we can assume that Lawrence Hurt is going to extend it to 29.59 in the race if the opportunity arises in that manner. But you have to be in the pits before the conclusion of the window. So 20 minutes to go is the very last moment in the race that you can serve that pit stop. Lawrence Hurt, the German driver who's been really married to DKR in his career for a number of years now. Team and driver partnership is a successful and long-standing one, not just in P3s but also in P2 racing as well, where both team and driver have secured championships. Lawrence, a 3-time LMP3 champion across various disciplines of racing. 139.034 last time by for Lawrence Hurt, and that is a rapid rate of knots. 39.2 though for Sufi. Again, as you said, Andy, in the dirty air, doing a really good job of matching, and realistically, so long as he's got that DKR engineering car in his eye line by the time he swings in to make his pit stop, I think that is effectively stint 1 mission accomplished for Sufi.
Yeah, I think he's doing very well at the moment, to be honest, and not really, you get the feeling, desperately trying to go after Lawrence Hurt and put the pressure on and make an overtake, because that will just cost them both time that he doesn't really need to lose. He knows he'll have the pace advantage in the second half of the race, and barring any dramas, should hopefully be able to close in and reclaim the lead. So he's doing everything he needs to do. And yeah, with that turbulent air washing over the front of his Ligier, I'm sure he will tell you that is costing him more than 0.2 of a second a lap, but he only was 0.2 slower than Lawrence Hurt in the Duquesne on the previous lap. They've gapped David Drew now to the tune of nearly 4 seconds. David is then 6.7 ahead of Lindbergh, who is 6 ahead of Jakobsen. Now, Jakobsen continues to put in, though, personal best lap times, and is now within the same second, lap time-wise, as the race leaders. He did a 39.8 last time around, so getting faster and faster with every lap that goes by, and actually was 1.4 seconds quicker than Philip Lindbergh. So that's the gap that is coming down the most rapidly as Jakobsen now begins to gel with this second car that he's driven this weekend.
Yeah, very good point, of course. It will be a different frame of reference. I don't know whether he was in it at all when they were doing testing in the week. I think it might have been, as you alluded to, a completely different driver lineup in that car. So yeah, it might well be his very first time in that particular chassis. And they all have their own quirks, of course, as even though they come out of the factory in identical spec. There is David Drew, who has somewhat fallen off the back of her and Sufi in this first phase of the race. Of course, Quentin Joseph will be taking that car over, and he has the same 122-second pit stop as the race leader. So he will more than likely come back out into the race ahead of Danny Sufi, and will be hunting as well to try and maybe claim a position off of John Brownson. It may well be a very compelling, I think, last 5 or so minutes of the race as Sufi bounds up on the 2 bronze drivers. We'll have to see how this one plays out, but for now Lawrence is doing everything that he needs to do. Sufi is doing everything that he needs to do also, and at one time I think there was the consideration, the possibility that Sufi would be doubling up this weekend, since there's an errant Lamborghini GT3 car in the paddock as well. At least I was trying to sell him on the idea, and he seemed to think it might happen, but no, he is just doing the prototype winter series. Of course, he ran most of last year solo as well, as the pit stop window now opens. However, he did actually have a little bit of assistance at Aragon in the 2024 season from Glenn Van Berlo. We'll see whether or not Sufi runs solo the entire year. I do understand that Conrad Motorsport are working hard to get a second car on the grid for the latter phase of the season, and that we might see them beyond the prototype winter series later in the year as well, going into the Spanish leg of the GEDLICH Racing winter series calendar. So the famed team run by the Austrian racing legend Franz Conrad. I think we're going to see plenty of them as the season goes on. Philip Lindberg is maybe going to have to start using those rear view mirrors pretty soon, because Mattis Bjerre-Jacobsen, as he continues to bed himself into the new quote-unquote car, he is just over 3 seconds back at the moment, and bounding towards the rear of the high-class Ligier.
And not only that, but was quicker than both David Drew and Danny Sufi on the previous lap. So this is pretty impressive from Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen, not only to wrap his head around this new chassis, but just to put everything that happened at the start of the race out of his mind. Drivers do often take a lot of time pre-race to get themselves mentally into the zone, as they like to refer to it. All of that, I'm sure, was undone by the visit to the pit lane, stopping out on tracks, smoke billowing from the back of the car, yeah, that certainly, he's done well, I think, to get himself back in the right mindset. Danny Sufi, meanwhile, has pitted, so Danny Sufi does do what I thought he might do, pits early, gets himself, hopefully, out of that dirty air, and as he pulls towards his pit box, he'll be hoping for a nice clean stop. We thought, didn't we, yesterday, he might have lost some time over the pit stop window. Don't think we quite got to the bottom of what that might have been, but anyway, he'll be hoping for no hiccups this time. He pulls into the pit box. The team will service the car, tyre pressures, clean windscreen, maybe just give him a quick thumbs up to check that he is happy, and once that minimum pit stop time has elapsed, he'll be back on his way.
I was talking to Dexter Muller of the GT Win Series grid earlier in the week, and he said, you know what, it's not good to be sat there. As much as he likes driving solo this weekend, as much as some drivers really do enjoy just doing the whole race themselves, it's that bit where you have to sit there and wait for the pit stop clock to tick down, and you're just in a warm race car, cooking a bit in your race suit. It's not a pleasant experience, I'm led to believe.
No, I can well believe that for sure, where you only have to go and stand near one of these cars at the end of the race, and you can just feel the heat sort of billowing out from the car. Imagine being sat in there with your race suit, helmet, fireproofs, gloves, and more to the point, just not really doing anything. That's not really the best way to spend a couple of minutes of your day, but he'll very soon be back to full racing speed. Right, Jakobsen has now caught Philip Lindberg. His lap times are reflecting that because he was fractionally slower on the previous lap than he has been previously. That was the first lap in a long time, maybe all race, that hasn't been a personal best for Matthias Pierre Jakobsen. But the sooner he can get past Philip Lindberg, the sooner he can start to get back up to full speed. He's closing in nicely as they head through the final corner, and you have to suspect with a good slipstream over the hill and a slightly wider line there for Lindberg, the move may well be on into turn one. You can see the closing rate between Jakobsen and Lindberg as they came over the hill. He is to the inside line, and it looks as though the slightly winking Ligier will fall back behind the Duquesne as they round turn one. Good move made there by Jakobsen, minimal time lost really, and he can get his head down once more.
Okay, so Jakobsen making the move, and I imagine he'll push the window to its limits before handing over to Wolfgang Peyer. Meanwhile, Danny Soufi should be rolling in at the next few moments, and indeed there he goes. Nice spirited departure from pit lane for the driver of the number one. And the Texan, the former drifter, we can always rely on him to go a little bit sideways at some point, will continue on his way, and we suspect, all things being mathematically sound and all things going well in the pit stops, that he will not be race leader once everybody has cycled through, of course, with David Drew being shorter pit stops, and indeed Matthias Pierre Jakobsen, who's only 20 seconds off the lead at the moment. All three of those pairings might end up ahead of Soufi for at least some period of time in the second phase of the race, depending on how far they go into the window here. David Drew is one of a few drivers who've had track limit violations placed against them, and of course we've seen once you get into that danger zone of 5 offences, the penalties start to rain down, and this is a longer race, of course, at 50 minutes as well, so they have to stay more disciplined for more time, and it doesn't reset when a new driver gets in the car, so you don't want to set your co-driver up with 4 track limits pre-existing because realistically that's a stitch-up.
Yes, it's fairly likely a penalty will find its way to that second driver, and they didn't really do an awful lot wrong. So, yep, it is teamwork after all. If you're sharing a car, you've got to work well together in more ways than one, and that includes looking after your co-driver and making sure you're not handing over to them only to put them straight into a position where they may pick up a penalty. Lawrence Herr then the leader, 8 seconds up the road now from David Drew. And we await the pit stop from the pair of them. I suspect those stops will not come for another 3 minutes or so as they continue to pound around and set the fastest lap times that they can. Of course, Danny Soufi has just begun his first full flying lap out of the pit. It'll be interesting. We'll have a couple of laps of overlap, I reckon, where he is out there before Lawrence Herr and David Drew pit. It'll be interesting to compare lap times and see whether or not he is now going quicker in clean air. Certainly in the first sector on this lap, he's 2/10 slower than Lawrence Herr, so Lawrence at the moment still extending the margin ever so slightly, and any fraction of a second or maybe a second or two that he can gain now will really come in handy for John Brownson in about 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, Lawrence still pressing on. I also want to give a nod to Vincent Gizzi, whose progress has continued during the race. Just set his personal best to 1:42.063 in the racing spirits of Le Mans car, but he will pass over to his father, Christian, in the next few moments. Good to see that progress as the weekend has gone on, and I think they've gone back into the swing of racing again after the festive break. Philip Lindberg is into the pit lane as the number 10 car comes through. I've been noted as a fan of the bare carbon fibre vibes we sometimes get in Prototype Winter Series, but I must say that is a ruggedly handsome livery on the number 10.
It is, isn't it? It's pleasing on the eye, that is for sure, and well-prepared car as well. I had a look at that one briefly in the paddock yesterday, and it really is immaculate. So, yeah, good-looking car indeed. That is Philip Lindberg in the pit lane, hidden behind SR Motorsport Porsche. There we go, that's Philip Lindberg. And they're investigating something underneath the car. Was this the winking car? It was, wasn't it? So there is some loose connection in the left-hand side headlight, and perhaps they're trying to tighten that up because that's the corner that the mechanic was looking at. The high-class racing team scurrying around, looking very, very busy, actually. They've handed a drink, I think, to the driver as well inside. Philip Lindbergh, of course, another solo driver, so a quick little refuel for him, even though the car doesn't need any extra fuel to make it to the flag. The driver would quite like some. They're continuing to look underneath the car, but I suppose if it has to be stationary there for a little while, they may as well make most of that time. Lawrence Herr is in, by the way. Didn't quite have enough time, did he, to get round and do one more lap, so actually that's not ideal. He's missed out on potentially a minute or two of running there, but he's in. The pit stop begins, and in a few moments we'll have a slightly better idea of what the picture will look like heading into the second part of the race.
Yeah, Bjerre Jacobsen also comes into the pit lane, and so any moment now, Danny Sufi is going to come blasting down the main straight. He's going to unlap himself after spending the lion's share of 2.5 minutes in pit lane a few moments ago. And then the question is going to be, where do these three cars who have just pitted come out in relation to the Conrad Motorsport car, which crosses the line now to come past the pits? And, meanwhile, David Drew, I think, has already been uninstalled, and Quentin Joseph getting himself ready to go now in the 87 car. Meanwhile, I believe we just heard Philip Lindbergh spin up the rears as he heads back out in the high-class racing car. He will come out quite a way behind Danny Sufi, of course, the same pit stop delta for them, so both as solo driving silvers. And so Lindbergh continues on, and we'll see where he factors in. Of course, later on in the race, he'll be hoping to come across some of those bronze lineups that have had shorter pit stops. There's the number 10 getting adjusted at the moment. The Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. Pit stop window has now closed. Everybody has been into the pits before the window closes, therefore they are safe. Now, is it getting damper in the pit lane, or am I hallucinating somewhat?
No, you definitely saw water falling. I think it might have been dripping down from the roof, possibly. It seemed a very concentrated bit of water falling. Pit stop's complete then. I'll tell you what, David Drew and Lawrence Herr were both very aware that that was their in-lap. They both put in really quick middle sectors, but Danny Sufi also just did his personal best.
So number 3 hasn't left the pit lane. So the number 3 is still there being worked on. And yet, the two cars that were behind resume the race. So for John Brownson, I've said a few times, DKR have not been able to get that race win yet. And there you can see what's happening. The engine seemingly refusing to play ball. They've got a water bottle. Car might be thirsty, but unfortunately, John Brownson's pursuit of a Prototype Winter Series race win is seemingly going to continue for agonisingly more time. So
Danny Sufi will only, I think, have one car to overtake. No, maybe two actually. Wolfgang Peyer is ahead, isn't he, as well? So Danny Sufi then in third place. There is Wolfgang Peyer. I don't think Sufi is far behind him, though. I think I heard Danny rumbling through pretty much as Peyer left the pit lane. And of course, Danny is fully up to speed. In fact, he's just set the fastest lap of the race. So he's peaking at just the right moment. There he was in the background. And Danny Sufi, perhaps by the end of this lap even, in fact I think definitely by the end of this lap, will be into second place, and we'll then wait and see exactly what the gap is to Quentin Joseph out in front. But this has once again seemingly fallen into the hands of Danny Sufi, who did everything right in the first half of the race, and it would seem was keeping a little bit in reserve for just this moment.
Yeah, exactly right. He's on the back of Wolfgang Peyer now. We'll go around the outside here at turn 13. Nicely done, and Wolfgang, I think, aware that he wasn't going to be able to defend from Sufi. The number 3 DKR engineering car heads back out onto the circuit now after they seemingly topped up some fluids, among other things, on the car. But John Brownson will re-enter the race a lap down on Quentin Joseph, who crosses the line as the leader. Now it's the entirety of the main straight, so just on a kilometre between Sufi and Joseph. Based on the pace we've seen off of Danny Sufi so far this weekend, it is going to take quite something for Quentin Joseph to remain ahead for the duration of this. But the question is going to be, how many minutes does it take to now effectively make up a kilometre for Danny Soufi on Quentin Joseph? And then once he gets there, can he pass?
Well, let's see. I mean, obviously that was Quentin's outlap, so we've no times to refer to just yet. But in Sector 1 on this lap alone, he's lost 1.4 of the 13.5 seconds that he had in hand. There is Soufi closing in on John Brownson, and actually a little bit sooner than we expected him to be, but unfortunately not for position after the lengthy stop for the DKR engineering squad, who have fallen now right to the back of the field, which is a real shame. And so Danny Soufi will surely dispatch of that car pretty quickly. There, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car comes through, so that's Christian Gysi. Philip Lindbergh was not a million miles behind, was he? So we'll see whether Lindbergh's going to be able to close in. Again, sector times suggest that he probably will. This, though, is the race leader, Quentin Joseph, and momentarily we'll have a look at what the gap has become. But definitely, Adam, it is coming down, and it's coming down rapidly in the sectors.
It is indeed. Quentin Joseph with quite the task in his hands. It's one that realistically the form book says isn't going to happen, but we'll see. Quentin still fairly new to his racing career, having done a few races in Midjets, then a couple of races in LMP3 last year. This is still a very new thing to him, the racing game, and we'll see how he improves. Currently a 1:44.5 last time by, so he lost effectively 5 seconds to Soufi on a 39.6, and that is not going to be enough as it stands to retain the race lead. But Soufi continues to press on in second, and we simply don't know until he's got to the rear and indeed gotten past Quentin Joseph. Anything can happen, and we actually saw last year the Ligier had a drama for Danny as well, and that might live in his memory a little bit. He's like, well, I was pretty sure I was going to make up the time last year, and it didn't happen for me. But I must say, a year later, a year more experience for Conrad Motorsport with the Ligier that they bought at the tail end of 2023. The more time you spend with the car, of course, the less these kind of niggles appear in the machine.
Yellow flag at turns 7 and 8, which is the section of the, well, now just turn 7, the section of track we're heading towards here. Yellow flag's now in, but I'm not entirely sure who or what that would have been about. Anyway, whatever it was, it's sorted itself out fairly quickly. That's the exit of turns 7 and 8. And not entirely sure who it would have been that caused that brief yellow. But anyway, everything seems okay again now. It was quite a slow sector for Wolfgang Peyer, maybe. Here's a replay. It was John Brownson. Yes, that's the exit of 7. So John Brownson has, by the looks of it, looped it through the high-speed right-hander at 7. And has lost quite a bit of time as a result. So Brownson already a long way back, driving maybe a bit frustrated. Danny Soufi is driving like a man who is at one with his machine. He is now only 3.5 seconds behind Quentin Joseph. He's taking more than that a lap out of the Ligier ahead of him. I suspect a lead change may be imminent.
1:38.999 last time by, so within half a tenth of his own fastest lap of the race, as he continues to hustle the Conrad Motorsport Ligier. The gap was 3.5 seconds. Visually speaking, you can see it's now somewhere around 2. And by the end of the lap, Quentin Joseph is going to have company. Philip Lindbergh has had a moment down at the first corner. Yellow flag at turn 1, double yellow flag at turn 1, because the longer he spends there, the more it implies to the marshals that maybe he's not able to move the thing.
Yes, now if that car has stalled, it will require outside assistance, and that, you would imagine, would require the appearance of a safety car. Yes, please, says Quentin Joseph, because right now he is really feeling the heat from Danny Soufi, and of course overtaking into turn 1 will not be allowed, so Danny isn't going to be able to make a move at the end of the pit straight here. I doubt he'll have an opportunity before that. Are we, though, about to go safety car? Well, out wide goes Joseph. There is an opportunity into the last corner. Danny Soufi has his nose very much covered cut up there by Quentin Joseph. They are side by side for the race lead, up and over the hill, but Sufi needs to get this move made before the yellow flag zone. They were 2/1000ths of a second apart at the line, and Danny has to back out of it. The yellows are out. No sign yet of a safety car, but we have to assume there's still a car in the middle of the road at turn 1. And for now, Quentin Joseph holds on to the race lead. There is Lindbergh's car. This has to be safety car, surely, but when do they call it?
Full course yellow was up on screen for a 1/10 of a second or so, and then it's lifted, and Danny Sufi... Okay, so there was a full course yellow on screen for the shortest of moments. It's now back to green flag, but full course yellow is being abided by on the circuit. Full course yellow now confirmed again on the timing screen. That's a confusing one. It seemed as though someone pressed the button and then it went off and then it came back on. That's going to be hashed out somewhere in the next few moments, but Quentin Joseph is back in the lead of this one as we await the resumption of this car, the number 20 high-class racing machine. We saw there the spin, I think, just getting a little bit cut up there. I think that was the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car he was with, wasn't it? And unfortunately, in the process of that spin, the engine said, are we done? And unfortunately, Philip hasn't convinced it otherwise.
Yeah, that was a battle for position. 4th place they were scrapping over there, Christian Gysi and Philip Lindbergh, and Lindbergh had the inside line, but it's a difficult place to make a move, that. It's a very tight corner, but still quite a high-speed one, so you don't do a lot of braking into the turn, but you don't really want to be on that tight inside line. It's a sharp right-hander, so yeah, easy for that to go wrong if you end up going in there on the inside line. That's obviously what happened to Philip Lindbergh, whose car, we believe, is still stuck in the middle of the road. So Quentin Joseph continues to lead from Danny Sufi. 2/1000ths of a second he was ahead by at the line, and that was his saving grace, because Danny wasn't therefore confident enough that he had his nose ahead going into the yellow flag zone, and did the sensible thing, really. Didn't want to run the risk of getting a penalty. He's now latching onto the rear bodywork of Quentin Joseph in anticipation of a resumption of racing at some point. We know not when that will be, but he wants to be as close as he can to Quentin, because presumably when the full course yellow came out, this is about how close he was in the first place. Bit of an adjustment made there to something above his head, and 10 minutes of the race remain. How much of those 10 minutes, though, will take place at racing speed?
Of course, for Quentin Joseph, I'm not sure how many times, if ever, he's had to very quickly lift the FCY limiter from his car to resume racing. So Sufi's going to be hoping here that he has the fortune to make his way past Quentin Joseph. I will say, though, I don't know if you want to be that close to the rear of Quentin upon the green flag flying again. Be prepared for green soon is the message. Now, when will the green flag fly, and who will be first on the button as they come past our commentary position? Danny Sufi really threatening in the rearview mirror of Quentin Joseph. It's still yellow out there on the circuit. At what point will it go green? We'll let you know, and you'll hear it, of course, as the cars accelerate away. Philip Lindbergh is out of the car at the first corner. But we should surely have the car out of the way if we're being told to prepare for green flag. We are now green, and it was actually pretty good timing there for Quentin Joseph as he got through the apex in the nick of time, but now he leaves the inside beckoning there for Danny Sufi. Sufi wasn't close enough. I don't think the tyres were quite up to temperature enough for him to go braking late into that corner, but around the outside, clean with confidence goes Danny Sufi. I thought he was at least going to have to wait until this braking zone, but Sufi sweeping around the outside at turn 4. That is the definition of aero plus confidence.
Yes, I mean, it looked like he was setting himself up for a switchback maybe out of 4 with the wide line in, but he just committed to it, went right round the outside, and there really wasn't anything Quentin Joseph could do about that. So it is Sufi to the front, and Quentin Joseph then settles into second place. He is, though, a long way ahead of third place man Wolfgang Payer, who doesn't have quite such a healthy margin over the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier of Christian Gysi. So that could be an interesting battle to watch in the closing stages. We're in the closing stages really now. 7 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 lap to go. And Sufi now gets his head down and immediately begins to build a margin.
Yes, he does. And to your point, yes, that podium position under threat from the racing experience, or well, from the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, the number 12 Racing Experience machine of Wolfgang Peyer. Third for now, but I suspect time is of the essence in that battle for the final podium spot. The right to be welcomed onto the podium by one Andy McEwen in a matter of minutes. We will hopefully see that. It was 6 seconds, the gap between third and fourth place earlier on, and I suspect it is a far smaller gap now as they come through the final corner. Across the line comes John Brownson a lap down. Meanwhile, here is the battle for third place. Peyer and Gizzi, third and fourth position. That gap was 5 seconds. It's now down under 1 second. Christian Gizzi on the back of Wolfgang Peyer. I suspect the number 10 car is about to move through into P3.
Yeah, Peyer just sort of covered the middle ground there, though, into turn 3. He's not going to make this easy for Christian if he can, but Gizzi looks definitely the quicker of the two. Last time around, yeah, took a good 5 seconds out of him. He's got a run, I think, over the top of the hill. He's got the inside line into turn number 5. And yes, Christian Gizzi takes the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car through and into a podium place with relative ease in the end. He's 20 seconds behind Quentin Joseph, although actually on that previous lap, significantly faster, although I think that was more really the timing of the green flags flying, the full course yellow ending, so we haven't really got a full read on what that gap is. I doubt he will have the pace to catch the leading two, but at least is on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian Gizzi then pressing on. The elder statesman of that particular lineup, the father of Vincent, who was in the car earlier on, has been in the LMP3 and GT4 paddocks around Europe at various points. Of course, Wolfgang Peyer himself has had a good amount of experience in LMP3, was the runner-up in the trophy classification of the Prototype Cup Germany back in 2023. That was also with Racing Experience. The partnership between team and driver has been ongoing for quite some time now, and I'm sure he would have been watching on with interest at the very start of the year as some of his pals from the world of Dakar Rally Raid racing took to the deserts of the UAE once again. And I think Wolfgang Peyer might have hung up the helmet in the two-wheeled Rally Raid world, but he has competed in Dakar several times previous, and I think also done some of the Rally Raids in Portugal. Portugal with quite a healthy Rally Raid scene, so I'm sure he's familiar with the region as a whole, but this new challenge, or relatively new challenge of prototype racing, certainly a big departure from navigating the desert, and it's always interesting to see guys like Wolfgang, who's, you know, he's a 60-year-old man. He's done quite a lot of stuff over the course of his life. I really need to sit down with him and get a full scope of it, because the nuggets you can find online, it sounds like he's lived quite a fun one. And at the age of 60, or I think he was probably about 57, 58 when he started to race LMP3s, that's quite the challenge to take on at that stage.
Certainly so. He is an interesting character, isn't he? The paddock full of those, in fairness.
Yes.
I'm coming to learn with every one of these Winter Series events that I do. Danny Soufi is one of them. He's also one of the quickest drivers in the paddock. He's just become the fastest driver in this race by setting a new fastest lap, a 1:38.729. Oh, he's something like 3 seconds a lap quicker than anyone else. I think maybe more than that now, actually. Something like 6 seconds quicker than anybody else went on that previous lap. There is Danny Soufi dropping down through turn number 5. And, well, in the end, we were building up that he would have a bit more of a challenge in this race than we've seen previously. But he really, really has managed to find his way to the front again. A little bit fortunate, maybe, that there was the issue for DKR Engineering, who you really have to feel for. That's another missed opportunity for them in the Prototype Winter Series, but Danny Soufi was more than happy to take advantage of that and got the job done upon the restart from the full course yellow as well. He is now only a couple of laps away from claiming win number 4 from 4 races this season, and by another healthy margin. 16 seconds his lead over Quentin Joseph on the previous lap. Joseph isn't really being caught by Christian Gizzi quickly enough. And so, yeah, things looking fairly stable now heading into the final few moments.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap. So once the clock hits 0, that's confirmation that we're on the penultimate lap of the race. And for Danny Soufi, it's always a different scenario on Sunday when he's got to pick his way through the bronzes, but the last few minutes have been the status quo so far this year for Soufi, and another fastest lap for good measure, a 1:38.629. The young American means business. I was lucky enough to commentate on Danny's first ever P3 race back in 2022 in a Conrad Ginetta, as it was at the time, and came in with, you know, low-level regional US racing experience, the drifting experience, and the development curve in the 3 years that I've been commentating on him has been plain to see. The fact that he can now match and surpass the pace of someone like Lawrence Herr is, I think, as much as anything, a testament as well to the Conrad operation. They often take on these young, ambitious drivers and develop them into something special, and I think that's exactly what they've done with Soufi.
Indeed so, and he has just set another new fastest lap as well, a 38.6 now as the fuel load burns. The car gets lighter, but these cars reasonably light on their tyres, really, and Danny certainly has proven he's got the long-run pace and going faster now than he was in the first part of the race. And I do wonder how much of that maybe was him just pacing himself. I think he was reasonably satisfied, having not got past Lawrence Herr at the start of the race, probably reasonably satisfied to just sit behind him in the early stages. Got 2 more chances now to try and improve upon that lap time, and in fact, based upon his middle sector, he might be about to do that. A fastest middle sector of anybody. Oh no, not quite. 38.697 compared to a 38.629, half a tenth away from breaking the fastest lap pace, but really consistent pace here at the end of the race, as Danny now is fully unleashed in clean air, light fuel, low fuel I should say, light car, and only now 2 more laps to go in the race.
Yeah, it's quite jarring, actually, isn't it, to switch between some of the bronze drivers who are, you know, fighting the car, and then you go back to Danny with the full commitment around the final corner, right on the limit of adhesion. Soufi is just setting qualifying lap after qualifying lap at the moment. I think, again, it's about proving a point, isn't it? If you're a team boss, if you're a driver scout in the world of Formula Junior single-seater racing, even if someone's running around testing on their own, the private hire for the day at the track, if you see someone doing this pace that is just objectively very, very strong for this car in this track in these conditions, and lap on lap matching that pace, matching that pace, matching that pace, that tells you a lot. Yes, Danny knows he's going to win this race, but there's always a merit to putting your best foot first in any track scenario.
No, absolutely, and you know, there are eyes, more eyes than ever probably on this series this year as the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series grows in status, grows in popularity year after year, and anytime you're out on track is a chance to advertise yourself. That's how it works in the world of racing drivers, and that will not be lost on Danny one little bit. A 38.610, despite actually none of the sectors on that lap being even personal bests, but just a wonderfully consistent lap, very close to his previous best in each sector. A 38.610 is now over a second, 1.1 seconds quicker than anything we've seen from the other drivers 4 tenths, I should say, quicker than Lawrence Herr. I'm forgetting about Lawrence Herr's lap time of a 39.0 earlier on, but then the best part of 2 seconds quicker than anything we saw from David Drew in the first part of the race. This is phenomenal stuff from Danny Soufi, who is confidently marching now towards win number 4 of the season.
Yeah, really impressive stuff to be 3 laps in a row on a 38.6. That is reminds me of Jorge Lorenzo, actually, on the 2-wheeled side of the spectrum. It is the final lap of the race for Soufi, then sweeping through turn 9 at the moment. 1,000 laps on the sim, he quoted Izzy in preparation for this event. And I'm sure that as fun as it was to be preparing on his platform of choice, at the wheel at home, the thrill of driving this car around this circuit must be unparalleled. It's a well-sorted beast, the Ligier JSP 320. Conrad Motorsport have done their part magnificently this week here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, and Danny Soufi has matched their efforts every inch of the way. The 100% record continues for Danny Soufi in the Prototype Winter Series. Win 4 of the season. He has now surpassed the number of victories he took in 2024 when he secured the inaugural Prototype Winter Series Championship. Quentin Joseph, it will be next across the line in second position. Then it will be Christian Gizzi in third place, Wolfgang Peyer fourth, and John Brownson fifth in theory, so long as everyone gets to the flag in good time. Here comes Quentin Joseph now to take second position. A good effort from him in the second phase of the race, building upon what David Drew did earlier on. I think Christian Gizzi should be across the line third. And I think for John Brownson down in fifth place and a lap down as he crosses the line, it's going to be a race of missed opportunity for him, given that lengthy pit stop. Christian Gizzi has crossed the line for third place, and Wolfgang Peyer will round out the finishing, or will round out the crossing the line phase of the last lap in fourth position. Me forgetting there that John Brownson was a lap down when he crossed the line, but Peyer now comes across the line and missing out on a podium for now, but we'll see how the Racing Experience team take to the second phase of the season. Of course, we won't see the prototypes in Valencia. They will join us again in Aragon on the first weekend of March. That allows some of the teams to potentially go and join the Asian Le Mans series. I think we'll also see an influx of teams doing a partial schedule at the Spanish circuits at Aragon and Barcelona towards the end. And I will say, I've heard from a couple of drivers who've told me that they're lining up to do at least one of those two events, and they're drivers that would challenge Mr. Soufi, potentially. But for now, Danny is second to none in the Prototype Winter Series. It is going to take quite something for Soufi to be beaten in terms of the championship standings at this point. He already had a comfortable lead. It will have now more than doubled, and Danny Soufi can be very happy with his season so far. Conrad Motorsport will be delighted. I'm sure Franz will be among the first to greet his young American protege down there in the pits. Here comes David Drew's car, of course, now in the hands of Quentin Joseph. Joseph taking second place. And then see Christian Gizzi join the two cars there for third position. And father and son will get to stand on the podium together, and I'm sure that will be magnificent. Franz Conrad's greeting Danny Soufi. Those two have shared a car before and taken victories in the German P9 Challenge series, and I suspect at some point we might see those two sharing again. Franz is always teasing the idea of hopping behind the wheel once again. But for now, it's Danny Soufi who has brought more silverware to Conrad Motorsport yet again. They're going to have to make room in the truck for some more trophies, I reckon, before the end of the year, as they intend to compete in the Prototype Winter Series and possibly as well a few rounds of the GT Winter Series later in the season with their Lamborghini. And of course, we will hear from him very shortly with Izzy Browning. And in fact, we can go there now. So let's not waste any time. Let's go down and hear from our race winner. You know who it is.
We can indeed. It is Danny Soufi once again alongside me. Danny, I think this is like the 10th interview we've done this season already, and we're only 2 rounds in. A little bit more work to do at some points during the race, but just managed to pick your way to the front once again.
Yeah, the first stint was a bit tough. Trying to keep up with Lawrence was tough, but I think I managed the gap as best as I could. The car was great. I was pushing as much as I could. And after the stop, it was just, full gas.
And talk to me about the full course yellow, because when that came out, you obviously sensibly backed out of the move that you were about to do. But when that was ending, you're quite keen to get back underway, weren't you? Right up the back of the car in front?
Yeah, I lost a lot on the full course yellow, just because the call was weird. It showed double yellow turn 1, then green, then full course yellow. So I lost a bit of time, but if you cut the distance, you can make up a lot. And I was quite anxious to get past.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion on that, but ultimately you have taken the win. You've now won every single race so far this season. We have about a month break until we see you back in Aragon. So you can come into that with a lot of confidence, I imagine.
Yeah, I'll be back on the sim, so you know where to find me. I'll just keep pushing on, all my prep work and, studying up from last year, and make sure we're as prepared for those 2 weekends as well.
All right, well, congratulations once again. We'll let you go to the podium. I'm sure you're getting used to that by now, and we'll go back to you for highlights of that race.
Thank you very much, Izzy. He cuts a relaxed figure, doesn't he, does Danny Sufi, but as he says, a lot of prep work goes into those performances. And congratulations to him and to Conrad Motorsport on another race win. Let's take a look back then. It was a dramatic start to the race for Racing Experience. Their car having issues. Meanwhile, Lawrence Herr led from pole position as the race began, but the race would very quickly be neutralized. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen made it out onto the circuit, but the smoke that was billowing on the formation lap continued into the race. Jacobsen thought, maybe I should pull over. The net result of that was a safety car. However, the number 12 would soon be running again. He would rejoin the rear of the field, and Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen would soon be free of any smoke and setting fast lap times in the race. Eventually we went green, then single file restart in the race. Lawrence Herr set about trying to build a gap over Sufi. Meanwhile, Bjerre-Jacobsen, after a bit of a fight, managed to find his way past Vincent Gizzi for 5th place. Lawrence Herr had built maybe a second of gap over Sufi before a lockup into the hairpin down at turn 6. And so his gap was ebbed away, having to start from ground zero once again. Some dramas further back as drivers wrestle with these rather manual LMP3 cars. They are pretty lo-fi beasts, perhaps, compared to the GT3 machines. Matthias Bjerre-Jacobsen continued his charge, getting past Philip Lindbergh here for 4th position. Pit stops and some investigation from high-class racing on their Ligier. DKR Engineering, meanwhile, had to push start the Duquesne, and unfortunately they lost a lap in the process. That meant that Danny Sufi had one of his competitors out of the proceedings, or at least well behind him. And, unfortunately, both Brownson and Philip Lindbergh would get caught out with spins. Lindbergh would then stall the car, and that meant that we would go to full course yellow. Sufi would have to back out here as double yellow flags were waving at the first corner. He got past, but then the full course yellow board came out, and he said, okay, I'm going to give the position back for the time being. But Sufi was showing his intent aggressively behind Quentin Joseph throughout the full course yellow period, and just a few corners into green flags, Sufi would be through. Wolfgang Peyer demoted by Christian Gizzi. That was for 3rd place, about 10 minutes from home. Danny Sufi started doing qualifying laps, and ultimately he would win the race by more than 30 seconds. 4 from 4, the 100% record remains for Danny Sufi and Conrad Motorsport in the Prototype Winter Series. Very impressive driving from the American racer. 38.2 seconds clear of Quentin Joseph. Christian Gizzi, 54 seconds back in 3rd place. Racing Experience's Wolfgang Peyer can be happy with his performance in 4th. John Brownson will again be disappointed that an opportunity to potentially fight for a win was lost in 5th place, and Philip Lindberg unfortunately not reaching the flag for high class racing. We'll see them all back out there again, of course, at Aragon for the 3rd round of the season. But for now, we can see the drivers up on the podium with Andy McEwen.
Our second podium of the weekend for the Prototype Winter Series about to get underway then. And we welcome, first of all, our 3rd place finishing team, a first appearance on the podium in the 2025 Winter Series for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Vincent and Christian Gizzi. Congratulations, on to the 3rd step of the podium they will go. You can tell it's their first time here. They didn't know where they were going. It's the one with number 3 on it, guys. There we go. Congratulations on their first podium of the season. It is, though, a 4th appearance on the podium for our 2nd place team, High Class Racing's David Drew and Quentin Joseph. Congratulations, 2nd position for them, and they have been very consistent. A 4th, a 2nd, a 4th, a 2nd in their 4 races so far this year. Even more consistent, though, was our race winner for the 4th time in 2025. It's Conrad Motorsport celebrating for Danny Sufi. On to the top step of the podium he goes, handshakes with the rest of the podium finishers. Very shortly, he will pose for the photos on the top step of the podium, fast becoming his 2nd home this season. As Adam said in commentary, he has now eclipsed his win tally from 2024, and we are only halfway through the season. It is an ominous look for the rest of the field if they're going to have any chance of beating him to the title. Trophies handed out. They will gather together on the top step of the podium, and they have been given strict instructions that on the Sunday, indeed this applies to all of our classes, the bottles of champagne supplied by Quinta das Arcas have to be sprayed. So there will be celebrations momentarily. But once all of the photos are done down below, that will also be my cue to hide. Big congratulations once again then to our top 3 teams. And now time for the champagne to fly. Danny Sufi is quick on the cork. And celebrations begin in style on the podium. Some, I think, have had more practice of this than others. But the champagne does fly on the Portimao podium for the first time this weekend. We have one more race to go before lunch, though, and it is the GT Winter Series up next. If yesterday's opening race of the weekend is anything to go by, this should be a good one.
Race 2 of the thrilling and varied GT Winter Series is coming up in just a few moments, and Keanu Alazari will be looking to match his GT3 debut this time out. Very intrigued to see how this one pans out. The GT Winter Series has been thrilling so far this year. And we've had some changes, I believe, to the grid since I last saw a published copy, because Pellin Racing are currently listed to be at the very rear of the field. I understood that Paolo Roberti was going to be up at the sharp end on the 2nd row, but that's seemingly not the case if the car takes the start at all. It's not even listed on the grid at all. But I know that Paolo and Torhaugen are here, so hopefully that car is on the grid. What we do have is a pair of Porsches at the front, and I think all the makings of a particularly compelling race by 2 young talents. Of course, Keanu Alazari is driving solo in that SSR Performance Porsche, and in the Resoon More Than Racing sister car, well, identical car, the Porsche 992 GT3R, it is young Simon Birch, who is very experienced in GT cars in general, more experienced in GT cars than Keanu Alazari, and is typically one of the hottest of hot shoes in some of the Pro-Am GT racing that he and Thomas Anderson have done in recent years. There's also, and I hate to be all British weatherman about it, the factor of those grey clouds sitting over the Algarve race resort, which give me pause and reason for slight concern. We did see that light rain was anticipated on the radar at various points throughout the early morning, throughout the morning into the early afternoon. We'll have to see how that affects things, if it affects things at all. There is, of course, that other X factor as well. If you say the name of the KTM wrong, it's the X-bow factor, of course. It is a crossbow. But nonetheless, the MZR car there on the second row of the grid, also, of course, its neighbour on the second row, Jerzy Spinkovic. We've seen those Cup cars, those 296s, those Huracan Super Trofeos, and indeed the KTM crossbow, all very quick out of the gates in a straight line. And that is another storyline to watch out for. We didn't see it yesterday after we hyped it up so much, of course, but those cars on the second row are a threat, certainly going into turn 1. So then, I am excited for this one, Andy. The buzz around the GT Winter Series paddock. Some drivers are a bit frustrated with the GT3s that they don't quite have the raw firepower of the Cup cars, but in general, I think everyone's been having a great time, as have we, witnessing it all.
Yes, certainly I have. It's been some fantastic racing, hasn't it? Great way to dust off the cobwebs at the start of the season and get straight into some proper hard racing, and it really was some proper hard racing yesterday, particularly in the early stages. But Keanu Al-Azari, perfectly managed race. Of course, part of the reason, really, that he made that race so exciting was the fact that he started a lot further back than he should have done. He had qualified on pole position for that first race of the weekend by about a second and a half, but then had that fastest lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits. So now he has managed to get himself back on the front row. Of course, didn't have a great start actually to the race. I think he was 8th going through the first couple of corners in yesterday's opening encounter. He'll be hoping he's significantly closer to the front this time around, and in theory, that should make his life a little bit easier. His second fastest lap time, his fastest lap time in Q2 was only a few tenths quicker, though, than the number 14 car. So actually, Simon Birch might be able to give him a little bit of a run for his money, at least in the first part of the race. And then you got Jerzy Spinkovic, who was a little bit further back on times, but we know that Lamborghini is a rocket ship off the line, as Adam was saying. So just at the front of the field, there's an intriguing battle to be had. I, though, particularly enjoyed Cup 1. That was my highlight of the day yesterday. The Cup 1 battle was a fascinating one. Oscar Rindzovic, in his first drive in the 296 Challenge car, started at the front of the grid, led much of the race in Cup 1, only to lose out right in the dying moments to Cristiano Maciel in the AF Corsa car. That was a fascinating scrap, but Andreas Berg Sorensen and John Dillon were both very much a part of that battle as well. So looking forward to a resumption of that. There are lots of storylines to enjoy over the course of the 30-minute race, but first we need to head down to the grid and catch up with Izzy.
There are indeed lots of storylines. I'm wondering if one of the storylines is going to be those clouds that seem to, I think, be heading towards our way. I'm not a weatherman, but you can see there's some very ominous looking clouds that are potentially heading our way. I think we were expecting a little bit of rain today, so we'll see if that happens in this race. But first race of the day for the GT Winter Series, we have got Keanu Al-Azari on pole once again. Actually, I should say not on pole once again, because yesterday, of course, he was on pole, but then pole taken away from him for the penalties. But we will try and grab a quick word with him. Keanu, great to see you. I mean, you'll be happy to be starting on pole. Obviously, yesterday it got taken away from you. This will probably be where you would have preferred to start yesterday's race, but ultimately you did end up with the win yesterday. Are you thinking that you can do the same again?
Yeah, I mean, I had a really lovely race yesterday. A lot of overtakes, a few crazy moments, but I was really happy with the end result, of course. The pace was really nice, and I think today should be a bit easier starting from pole. But yeah, let's see. Maybe tire management has to kick in at some point, but I'm feeling very confident.
And we've got some ominous looking clouds just ahead of us. If there's a bit of rain in this, is that something that you're going to be comfortable dealing with?
Yeah, I mean, we've been solidly quick through all the testing when it was wet especially. So I'm feeling really relaxed, and yeah, I'm very excited to get this going.
All right, best of luck. Have a good race. Very Great to speak to Keanu Alazari. He has got another Porsche starting alongside him. That's going to be Simon Birch. This is a new entry for this weekend, of course. So he will be hoping, I think, to get the jump on Keanu Alazari. The door is closed, so I won't go and bother him. We will continue down the grid. We've got the 3-minute board already. I think we'll be getting the 1-minute board very shortly. So a quick flyby to see the number 889 GT2 that Adam was just talking about. Had a great battle yesterday, and we'll be hoping for more of the same, certainly as well from this, the number 80 car of Oscar Rinzovic, who also held up Keanu Alazari for a little bit yesterday. He's back leading the class today, so we'll see what he can do in only his second race in the 296. The second race, which is coming up right now, as I see the marshal about to lift up the 1-minute board, so we will be getting to this race very shortly.
So then, the GT Win Series grid waiting eagerly as we are to set off on this race. It will be a 30-minute sprint. Of course, the second of the weekend for these cars. Keanu Alazari is our pole sitter. Simon Birch was just on 3/10 away from him in qualifying. I'm anticipating that those Porsches are going to have quite the battle at the sharp end. Jerzy Spinkovic will be looking for another one of those sprint getaways in the Lamborghini, the Cup 4 leading car. Simon Vilna, of course, in the KTM, lining up fourth. He will be one to watch off the line as well. Kenneth Heyer would love to try and get in amongst it with the leading GT3s in this race. Oscar Rinzovic, the Cup 1 leader, he is buzzing about being in the 296, and I think surprising even himself based on talking to him yesterday in the Myrtle Motorsport Garage. Severin Mazur in the number 79 GT3 Poland car. He is alongside Andreas Berg Sorensen in the number 76, one of many AF Corsa Ferraris. It's an all AF Corsa, row number 5, the 151, and the number 50, John Dillon and Cristiano Maciel in P9 and P10. 11th place, Alessio Raffini in another one of those Huracan Super Trofeos in the Cup 4 class. Rafael Duran lining alongside him in 12th. Duran, of course, in his first weekend of racing. Leandro Martins in the Cup 2 class. He's the first of the Cup 2 Porsches. He is alongside Man Stalin, the Swede, in the number 44. Przemysław Bienkowski for PTT Racing is 15th. He is alongside Alfredo Hernandez in the BDR competition Mercedes. In 17th place, it is Antoine Beveridge-Martini, the son of Uli Beveridge-Martini. He is alongside Alberto Duran on the 9th row of the grid. Ryan James in 19th place in the McLaren Artura Trophy car. 20th place, Darren Howell in the DMJ Drainage Ferrari 488. Dexter Muller is next in the number 54 Carbahn Mercedes. Autosport Racing, Alexander Bijatovic in 22nd place. And unfortunately, no Pellin racing car. We're expecting to see Paolo Roberti in this race, but it has not been entered into race number 2. We're not quite sure of the reasons why, but it was retired from race 2. We should be seeing Haugen and Roberti out there on the circuit for race number 3. So then, 2 Porsche GT3s at the sharp end of the order. Simon Birch, I think, will be eyeing the scalp of Keanu Alazari. Yes, Simon Birch has a lot more GT experience, but Keanu is one of those drivers that's being hyped up quite a lot in the motorsport world, be it his Formula 4 results, be it how well he adapted to the prototypes in Prototype Cup Germany with Molnar Motorsport in an LMP3. There's a lot of smart money being placed on Keanu Alizari's career, and if Simon Birch can take the fight to the green Porsche, that is a great advert for himself.
Well, like I said, in qualifying, he really wasn't a million miles away from Keanu's pace, certainly closer than anybody else was in Q1. So this is one of the interesting things, isn't it, about, you know, the two driver cars versus the solo entries. Just because Keanu was the class of the field yesterday does not mean that he automatically will be in race number 2. So yeah, Simon, if the challenge will come from anywhere, you would imagine it will come from Simon. An identical car, of course, run by a different team, so there's no reason why there should be a car advantage. It's all going to be down to who has maybe the best commitment into the first corner, and then the long run pace from that point onwards. It's a 30-minute race which has started already at the beginning of this second green flag lap. So at the end of this, they'll line up 2 by 2, and we'll have that rush to turn 1, and keep an eye to some of those cars further back, the quick Lamborghini and KTM lining up together on row 2. The Cup 1 cars, we know they get off the line well, but they're all sort of together, aren't they? The Cup 1 leaders, they'll have their own battle on their mind heading into turn 1. And Kenneth Heyer, of course, 5th on the grid in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Mercedes, which was quick yesterday. What can Kenneth do in it now for race number 2? Lots of questions to be answered, and hopefully, Adam, another really entertaining round of the GT Winter Series beckons.
Well, it was a very compelling scrap in the mid-top 10 that we had yesterday among the Cup 1 cars, and I can't help but notice that 5 of them are within 7 spots from 6th down to 12th. So I'm expecting a Cup 1, again, kind of Ferrari Challenge sub-race going on among the 296s further back in the top 10 in the standings. But the overall battle in the early doors is, of course, what counts. Surviving the first few corners is certainly what counts, and perhaps exploiting the advantages that you have at the wheel of your car. For the row on the for the second row, that means getting the hammer down at the very moment the lights go out, and you could end up in an overall lead. For those Porsches, they're going to need to be made even wider than they are, potentially, if either of the 2 cars on the second row gets a good jump. Kenneth Heyer also, of course, will want to try and utilize that vast experience that he has at the wheel of Mercedes GT3 machinery. The 30-minute race is going to be more like 26 and a half here. I'm sure, though, that each minute will be enthralling. It's Keanu Alizari on pole position on the inside of the front row. The SSR Performance Porsche, Resoon More Than Racing's Porsche 992 GT3R is alongside him. The red lights are on, the red lights are off. We are underway and racing. Will we get a lunge from the second row of the grid? Jerzy Spinkovic is having a look to the middle of the 2 Porsches. Will Birch hold on around the outside? Yes, he does. And in fact, Birch may well be challenging for the lead. He is. There was some argy-bargy further back in the top 10, I think, involving Kenneth Heyer. But Simon Birch made a bid for the lead there, albeit unsuccessfully. Everybody else picking the bones through the first few corners. Fairly rough stuff there. Everybody trying to get through turn 1. But I think everyone's still running.
Simon Birch again forcing a defensive move out of Alizari as they head into turn 5. It is Wilner up into 3rd and charging round the outside. Is that John Dillon? I think it is, in the leading Cup 1 car. So John Dillon, who was 9th on the grid, is in the top 5 overall. He was only, I think, about 3rd of the Cup 1 cars on the grid, and he is now a reasonably comfortable class leader. Kenneth Heyer behind him, then the white Lamborghini of Severin Mazieu, who runs wide and almost opened the door for Andreas Berg Sorensen, but he had a moment and dropped down a little bit further. Rinzovic, the pole sitter in Cup 1, only 4th in class, so immediately that class has been turned on its head in the opening half a lap or so. Dive up the inside, that's actually Duran, isn't it, sorry, who is in behind Severin Mazieu. The leaders, though, latched together, so far Simon Birch has been up for the fight, tried to make a move through the first few corners. Despite that not being successful, though, he is not letting Keanu Alizari get away. They'll be nose to tail heading towards the end of lap 1.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very fun race between the top 2, the GT3 spec Porsches, and Simon Birch really wrestling it there, trying to turn it in on the dirty air, and I also think maybe on the lip of the curve as well, getting a little bit caught out, but pressing every inch of the way, just a car length back, flashing those headlights. I'm sure Keanu is very much aware of your presence. Also moving through the field further back is Dexter Muller, who started from the rear of the field. He made 14 places yesterday, and obviously with both qualifyings being a write-off for Muller, having an issue very early in Q1, he's got to do this each and every time this weekend, which he was disappointed about, but he was also talking about with a wry smile. I think he enjoys the overtaking. Simon Birch would love to get some overtaking done here, but Keanu Alizari in identical machinery, it is going to be a very compelling scrap, and I think it is going to take some serious hustling from Birch.
Ooh, he's hustling the car there, isn't he, up through turn 7, but yeah, we've spoken a lot already this season about battles between a GT3 car and a Cup 1 car, perhaps, or maybe one of the Cup 4 Lamborghinis, and on each of those occasions, we've discussed how one car might have a certain advantage or disadvantage. That's not going to be the case with the Porsches. There is one of those such battles. Severin was dicing away with Kenneth Hire. Severin was briefly into 6th position, but ran a bit too deep on the brakes into turn 1 and gave the place back. But yeah, this is a kind of unique battle in a way this year. 2 GT3 cars battling for the overall race lead, and not only 2 GT3 cars, but 2 identical GT3 cars. It will be tough to separate them.
Severin Mazur tried that move yesterday, of course, as well, down at turn 1. He likes the turn 1 lunge. We saw that on Saturday, and we are now seeing more of it again, albeit it wasn't successful. Kenneth Hire is now back ahead of him. And in fact, Rafael Duran is pressuring Severin Mazur. There go the top 2 through our shot. Then it's Villeneuve, then it's Spinkovic, the leading Cup 4 car. John Dillon with a healthy Cup 1 lead at the moment, courtesy of his strong start. Then Hire, Severin Mazur. He's followed by Rafael Duran, who again is making great headway so early in his racing tenure, P8. One driver who did lose out a little bit is Oscar Rinzovic, down in 12th position. He lost places in the early stages of the race. He has some work to do now. He's had a fair share of defending. He's now going to have to do some attacking here in this race. So then we continue to focus in on some of these battles a little further back. And of course, for Duran, he's got Andreas Berg Sorensen for company, and Sorensen is one of the more experienced drivers in Cup 1, having got a full season of the Ferrari Challenge Europe under his belt.
Cristiano Maciel's name was plunging down the timing tower on the left-hand side of screen there. We appear to have lost Cristiano somewhere, unless it's a transponder glitch. He's dropped right to the back of the field, unfortunately, so we'll see if we can figure out what's happened to him. That promotes then Dexter Muller into the top 10. Very impressive stuff this from Dexter, who we expected to have his elbows out. This, in fact, is the car that he's chasing down, and Cristiano Maciel actually now reinstated into 10th, so it's a dodgy transponder rather than a drama for Cristiano. So actually, the car we were on board with was the car just ahead of Maciel. Andreas Berg Sorensen, 2nd and 3rd, those two run. Sorry, 3rd and 4th, those two run in Cup 1. Rafael Duran just ahead. It's John Dillon, of course, in the all-black Ferrari, 5th overall, who leads that category pretty healthily. Leaders across the line, and a fastest lap there, Adam, for Simon Birch. That gap had grown, hadn't it, a lap ago? It's back down to 0.6 of a second. Again, further emphasising this point that they are very evenly matched.
Very much so, and here comes Jerzy Spinkovic to the inside at the first corner. We saw the Lamborghini was strong on the brakes at Estoril going into turn 1 time after time. And the KTM gets dispatched there by the Lamborghini. Of course, you can have the Lamborghini Super Trofeo in GT2 spec as well. The KTM is a GT2 car running Sans ballast, Sans BOP ballast for this weekend. Hence, it is entered into Cup X. But 2 cars that should be on something of an even keel. A very compelling battle, albeit across 2 classes. Spinkovic has the upper hand for now, but I think Simon Villeneuve is going to fire back.
Yeah, behind them, Kenneth Hire trying to find a way past John Dillon as well, so they're sort of pairing off, aren't they, really? 2 for the lead. You've got this 2-way fight going on for 3rd. These 2 fighting over 5th position. Again, most of them running in different classes to one another, but still entertaining battles to be had. John Dillon's got Kenneth Heyer and actually Severin Mazur not far behind. And then a side-by-side battle. Is that a change? Andreas Berg Sorensen ahead of Rafael Duran. 8th place overall, but far more importantly, 2nd place in Cut 1. And Adam, you made a good point yesterday. You made many good points yesterday, but the one that I heard at the end of the day was how in Cut 1, not only is it a very competitive class, we have 7 cars entered this weekend in Cut 1. The new for 2025 GT Winter Series point system rewards you more for doing well in a class with lots of cars than it does for doing well in a class with 1 or 2 cars. So there are lots of points up for grabs for those Cup 1 drivers. So we will be looking to the likes of Andreas Berg Sorensen, I think, and Cristiano Maciel as potential championship contenders when we get to the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I believe we're going to have an even stronger contingent of Ferrari 296 Challenge cars come Valencia, which is part of the Ferrari Challenge Europe calendar, I believe. And Dexter Muller, meanwhile, we catch up with him. He made up about 14 places yesterday, just got himself into the top 10. Well, he's done that in 10 minutes this time, actually. So he's had a very good start indeed. He's ahead of Cristiano Maciel, and now also potentially on the back of Duran. He's only 4 or 5 seconds away as well from Kenneth Heyer. So if Heyer can't dispatch John Dillon, continues to have this scrap for overall position with the Cup 1 leading Ferrari, who knows, the podium in GT3 may yet be under contest between the 2 Mercedes, that 3rd step.
Indeed so. Heyer then right on the tail of John Dillon at the moment, but can't quite find a way through. They turn through 7 and 8, then clambering up and over the top of the hill, and then you plunge back down the other side. The world sort of drops away at your feet, and then through the, I'd imagine, flat out left-hander they go at turn 9. Climbing back uphill again the other side. Good battle this between 3 cars, as we've said, running in different classes. Behind, Dexter Muller and Rafael Duran appear to be debating 8th place. There they are, debating 8th place. And Dexter Muller was around the outside of the Ferrari. That would have been the inside for the left-hander at the bottom of the hill. So I suspect the next time we see them, it will be Mercedes AMG ahead of Ferrari Challenge car. Yes, it is. So the Mercedes then up another position as another Mercedes tries to do exactly the same.
Yeah, and the aero on that GT3 Merc should get it through the final corner quicker, but John Dillon just about manages to get ahead before the final apex of the lap. If they'd gone side by side through that corner, I dare suggest the Mercedes would have made a position. Instead, it loses a position because Severin Mazur blasts by, and Kenneth Heyer will be saying a German variation upon the word blast as another one of these super fast in a straight line Cup cars gets ahead of him. More obstacles. Never mind though, he's got a nice set of Mercedes brakes on him, tries to get to the inside at turn 3, but can't get it done there.
Yes, and this now does mean that he's going to be a bit vulnerable to the charging Dexter Muller, doesn't it, as you were alluding to earlier. There is Muller, who is absolutely charging after these 3. Mazur now to the inside of John Dillon, and that just sort of frightened Dillon away from the apex slightly. He missed his braking point a bit, ran over the exit curve, but had the traction on the exit to keep the Lamborghini behind. I totally understand the frustration of the GT3 drivers, I really, really do, but I thoroughly enjoy this multi-class racing and the fact that it is a bit of a free-for-all, really. If you're battling someone for position, you are entitled to battle away, and it is massively entertaining to watch. It may yet cost Kenneth Heyer a podium place, but he certainly will have a few stories to tell by the end of this one.
Yes, indeed. John Dillon doing a great job in this race. Severin Mazur now getting involved as well. We saw the Lamborghini looked a bit stronger under braking than the Ferrari at Estoril, at least, albeit that was also in damp conditions, so data may not transfer here to Portimao in the dry. But that Lambo really hustling the rear of John Dillon, and Dexter Muller has joined the party. And a Dexter Muller party can sometimes go for quite a long time. So let's see how long Kenneth Heyer can hold off Muller. And this is compelling. Here comes Dexter. Severin Mazur, I think, just slightly tripped up Kenneth Heyer there. And that's a move for 3rd place in GT3. Kenneth will say, you know what, fine Dexter, you try and get past them, I sure can't.
Oh, big lunge by Monsieur. Can he get it stopped? Not really, and here comes Dexter up the inside of Dylan. There's a bit of wheel banging maybe, and John Dillon's just lost 3 places in one corner due to another late lunge from Severin Monsieur, who does break through then into the top 5, but for how long can he keep Dexter Muller at bay? No one so far has been able to do that in this race, and Dexter already, I would say, is looking like he's sizing up a move. Won't be an easy thing though, will it, to outbrake the Lamborghini? We've seen how strong it is in the braking zones. That is not probably where the move will be made. What a fascinating exchange that was though. Kenneth High will be spitting feathers inside that car, but Dexter Muller will be rubbing his hands with glee because that worked out absolutely perfectly.
Yes, it did, but there is the ever-present danger of the exact same thing happening to him, of getting tripped up at the apex by the cars that are slower around the corner, and then the other GT3 blasting by. There's a yellow flag down at turn 6 for whom we are unsure. Meanwhile, I think I also want to note, I think if anyone's spitting feathers, it's John Dillon, having lost 3 positions. But John still leading Cup 1. He does have to be careful of Rafael Duran, who's only a couple of seconds up the road from him as well. We check in on the lead battle. Yes, the 2 Porsches are still out there, and Keanu Alazari is 9/10 clear at the moment of Simon Birch. Birch still has the fastest lap at the moment. They've exchanged it a couple of times over the course of the race. The best currently a 141.777. That would do you well in Vegas. Oscar Rinzovic has got a rather bad hand. His car has come to a halt at turn 6, and that is why the yellow flag is out.
He is pointing the right way, isn't he? So that's mechanical, I'd say, rather than driver error, but that's not really a good thing because it means I don't think he'll be able to drive that car away under his own steam. You've spotted something at the side of the road there.
Is there a little bit of debris there, just below the curb there at the exit of turn 6? Yellow flag's also at turn 4 and 5. The timing screen tells us, so that's further up the road, and that's why Dexter Muller and Severin Mazur have found each other. Now, is that at 4 and 5, or is that further around the circuit? Regardless, there has clearly been a collision between the two of them. Dexter is going no further. He will be searingly frustrated, as will Severin Mazur. Mazur has had a good race in the top 10. Dexter's had a good race up into the top 10, and it's not really fair for either of them that their race ends in this manner. Safety car is out, much to the confusion of some of those on the main straight, I must say, at the moment. Some negotiations going on there, but that is an unfortunate end to the race for both parties.
Yeah, I can't figure out where that is. It might even be turn 3, maybe, before they climb up over 4. Well, it would make sense, because that's where a lot of the congestion's been happening in that group, hasn't it? And Dexter Muller will have been keen, I'm sure, to find a way through. Maybe that's ended in contact. Yes, it is the exit of turn 3, isn't it? So we've seen a lot of close encounters between that group of cars through that sequence of corners, and I believe we do have a replay that may go some way towards explaining exactly how those two ended up there. Dexter was up the inside, door closed, and then a secondary bit of contact. They might have got away with it if it hadn't been for that second bit of contact, as the rotating Lamborghini found itself back in the path of the Mercedes.
Yeah, that was a clumsy couple of moments there, unfortunately. And yeah, still a shame that they're both there in the gravel trap, but as you said, it was that second one that was the clincher. Dexter might have been able to get away with simply driving around the car, and Severin may have gotten away with just a spin had it not been for that second contact. And there is indeed debris down near the site of Oscar Rinzovic's abandoned car. I do wonder whether or not there's more to the story of Rinzovic's halting than simply a issue with the car.
Yes, so we're awaiting confirmation, possibly from our camera op down at turn 5, as to what exactly happened to Oscar Rinzovic. That's a shame, though, from the highs of yesterday's fabulous effort, running to second place in class, led most of the race in Cup 1, to now, unfortunately, a race that really went wrong from the very first corner. He just lost so much ground at the start, and that can put you back in battles that you shouldn't really be involved in, and easy enough to trip over people, isn't it? So, shame that his race has come to an end. In fact, we've lost 3 heavy hitters there in pretty quick succession, but it gives everyone a bit of a mid-race pause, catch your breath, and we'll go and do it again, probably for only a 5 or 6 minute sprint, you would imagine, at the end. This could get very interesting indeed. It's bunched the two Porsches back together. Keanu had sort of built a bit of a margin, only a 1 second or so gap, but that was the biggest lead he'd had all race over Simon Birch. That, of course, is now eradicated. And, Adam, it will bring together all of those Cup 1 cars, because John Dillon did have a bit of a margin over Rafael Duran and Cristiano Maciel and Andreas Berg Sorensen. That, of course, now disappears as well. That could be the battle to really watch.
I will take the opportunity as well to mention the man who has just come into the top 10, Antoine Berberich Martini. I needed to run down there yesterday and do a little bit of work to investigate something. He is actually the son of Uli Berberich Martini, who runs the quite famous Martini garage in Germany. Lots of very nice supercars and race cars emanating out of there. He is co-driving this weekend with Luca Ludwig. His father used to co-drive with Klaus Ludwig. They've known each other all their life, Luca and Antoine. And Antoine is making his race debut with his lifelong friend, which I think is really cool. And the partnership between the Ludwigs and the Berberich Martinis has now spanned multiple generations, which you don't see very often in the world of motorsport. So Martini he's done one race. He's done BMW 318 Cup in Germany at the Nürburgring, but he said, this basically my race debut. Let's face it, the 296 challenge is quite a lot faster than what I've dealt with previously, but I love stories like that where you see, you know, someone with the passion for motorsport running through their veins, and again, you look to your almost your dad's contact book and say, right, well, who can I have as a co-driver? Luca.
Yes, it is not what you know, as they say, isn't it? But yeah, fascinating story. Well worth the wander down to that end of the pit lane. Thank you for that, Adam. I was chuckling away there at a message that popped up briefly on the timing screen saying that Oscar Rinzovic has exceeded track limits at turn 5 and it had been noted. Well, yes, he did. I'm not convinced he gained an advantage from it, but there you go. It has been noted, and we will pass that information on. Right, the scene down at turn 3 has almost been cleared. We saw, whilst you were chatting there, Oscar Rinzovic's Ferrari very much exceeding track limits, albeit with the assistance of a tow truck at the exit of turn 5. I'm hopeful we may go racing at the end of this lap, if not one more at most. And yeah, the stage is set here, isn't it, for a fascinating battle. That really is the group of cars I'm most interested in, those 5 Ferrari Challenge cars right in the middle of it all. That has fireworks written all over it, doesn't it?
It really does. Yeah, that's going to be a compelling scrap, I dare suggest. In Cup 1, the entire second half of the top 10 is now Ferrari 296 Challenge cars. Of course, I think there's also going to be a point of interest here for Simon Birch, or perhaps a danger for Simon Birch, and that's going to be, again, the big Lamborghini and even the KTM behind him as they roll, especially if Keanu Al-Azari pulls the pin early. And you'd think Keanu has probably thought this through and said, well, if I leather it out of turn 14, flat out through turn 15, Simon's going to be in some trouble.
Yes, I would imagine that thought has very much gone through his head. So, yeah, this could be a battle of tactics on the run, not even into turn 1 really, but through the final few corners of the lap before the restart. Incident between cars 79 and 54 to be investigated after the race. That's Severin Monsieur and Dexter Muller. That's not the most shocking bit of news we'll hear all day. We will await information on who was apportioned, the blame was apportioned to, a little bit later in the day. Not yet, though, seeing any sign that the safety car is heading in this lap, I'm afraid. So I think we're going to have one more lap. There'll be some gravel and carbon fibre that needs... Oh, there's also a big Mercedes that needs to be moved out of the way as well. There's more damage to the front of Dexter Muller's car than I realised, actually. So that probably has complicated the recovery process. And this is all good news if you're Keanu Al-Azari. Good news, really, as well, if you're John Dillon, I think, because this is now going to be fewer racing laps that you have to defend your class lead through. And I'm sure we will get a bit of racing done, but maybe now only a couple of laps or so.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously that we mentioned Dexter Muller's qualifying earlier on. that it was rather affected by some incidents. Now that was front end damage that took him out of qualifying at the very start of Q1, so I do wonder as well quite how much spare Mercedes front end bodywork is left for Carbahn Raceworks by SPS. Severin Mazur has driven into the pits, having been recovered by the trucks, so GT3 Poland will receive the car possibly for a checkup. Maybe they'll send it out there again, but failing that, at least the car is back and in running order, which is good news for the team as they continue to work away. Dexter Muller's car is in a precarious airborne position, but very shortly it should be on the flatbed and ready to be removed. Now, if they get this done quick enough, hopefully we do get to go racing this time, but it is going to be tough. Maybe they can... I don't think typically it's not advised to run backwards on the circuit. Otherwise, I would suggest they go and use the motorcycle chicane at turn 1 to hide away so we can get the race started. But got to follow all of our protocols, of course, and we have our fingers crossed that we get a couple of laps out of this. We will, I think, get at least one lap of racing, but of course, commentators, we're a greedy breed. We want quality and quantity.
We've had certainly plenty of the former, haven't we, in this one, but yeah, hopefully we'll get a couple of laps in at the end. Just give the drivers a chance to settle into their various battles. Caught a glimpse there of Ryan James in the McLaren Artura Trophy spec car, the Cup 3 entrant. He yesterday just wanted to quietly pick up his trophy and walk away with it. Didn't want a big fuss. He's very much here just to do a bit of testing, I think, really. And, you know, he's running well enough in 16th position, running some good lap times as well earlier on. But good to have that car out there. Not a car really that I've come across all that much before. Interesting to sort of spot the differences, isn't it, between the Artura Trophy spec car and the GT4 machines that we saw out earlier in the day. I fear, Adam, we have one more lap behind the safety car before us, don't we?
Yeah, it very much looks like that. It'd be too late to put the in this lap bulletin on there now, for sure. So it's going to be a one-lap dash, I reckon. So, yeah, 3 minute 13 laps under the safety car. So, best case scenario is going to be a one-lap dash at this point. Keanu Alizari will be keen to get one more flyer in this second sprint of the day, and Simon Birch will be keen for the race to get underway so he can try and spoil the Keanu party. If you're watching the stream yesterday, at the end you might remember his interview with Izzy Browning, in which he said, oh yeah, I'm very confident that I can get more wins. Yeah. And if you're Simon Birch watching that in the paddock, I'm sure that's a, okay, mister, let's see. It is going to be hard from here. Incidentally, I like numbers, I can't help myself. 0.911 between the two Porsches at the front of the order that time across the start-finish line means absolutely nothing, but still very fun to see. Now the flatbed has recovered Dexter Muller. In fact, it's already practically back in the paddock. Good work from the crews. Safety car is confirmed to be in this lap, so we are going to get a one-lap dash. Now, if Keanu really wanted to spoil our party, he could simply not push the throttle down and coast to a win, because no one can overtake him before the start-finish line. But I know Keanu well enough to know I don't think that's on his agenda. It is now, again, this strategic game. It's making sure Simon Birch doesn't get too good of a launch versus him, and of course for Simon Birch, it's making sure that those faster in a straight line Cup cars behind him and the GT2 of Simon Vilner as well doesn't get involved. And, of course, to your point, Andy, there is the scrum of Cup 1 from P6 through 10. John Dillon, having already been dispatched and lost multiple positions at one point in this race. That was fine. That was for overall position. If he starts to lose points because of class competitors going past him, he will not be pleased.
No, not at all. And, of course, he's got Kenneth Hire ahead in the GT3 car, which he should have a bit of a straight line speed advantage over. That might not be a good thing, really. I don't think he wants to go into turn 1 side by side with Kenneth Hire, but that may be what transpires. Right then, place your bets, everybody. We've got one lap to settle this. You're on board with Simon Birch in second position. We are as close as we can be to Keanu Alizari's car in front. In fact, we're overlapping it slightly as we head through the penultimate corner. When and where does Keanu decide to hit the loud pedal and make his dash? not yet. Now he has as they turn into the last corner, but Birch has very much gone with him. There's a gap back to Jerzy Spinkovic, a big gap back to Jerzy Spinkovic in third, so no pressure there for Simon. Does he have a go into turn one? He's flashing the lights, he's in the slipstream, he's got a bit of a run, but is he close enough to attack into the first corner? The answer, I think, is no. He tries to distract Keanu Alazari. No mistake comes yet. Way wide over the curb goes Birch. Does he jinx the inside into three? No. The middle ground is covered by Alazari, and he holds on to the lead for now.
Yes, but I think he might have set himself up for a nice run through four, but then again, Alazari salvaged a good run as well. They are still very close together. Spinkovic is third. Fourth place is Vilna. Hires in fifth place. Rafael Duran losing the rear there. That could give second in Cup 1 to Cristiano Mathiel. And Mathiel, all three wide as the 50 car. Cristiano Mathiel gets involved. The 76 of Berg Sorensen getting mugged rather as well. Berg Sorensen goes from third in class to, I make that the fifth or potentially even sixth in class there. Losing a lot of positions in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, as the clock hits zero now, Keanu Alazari is still there in the lead. Simon Birch is putting in a very good effort to try and take that win away. And it looked like Simon Vilna was trying to take away third overall from Jerzy Spinkovic, not for class position, of course, but for pride and overall podium. Hypothetical podium, there isn't an overall. And Simon Birch has a look to the inside there at 14. Keanu had a moment at 13, but I think he's safe. Alazari is going to come around the final corner with the other Porsche shadowing him every inch of the way, but it will, for the second time in as many races in his GT3 career, be Keanu Alazari that wins the race, and he is relieved about that one, I think. Simon Birch takes second, Spinkovic third, fourth place to Vilna, Kenneth Heyer fifth overall and third in GT3, and John Dillon resisted the heaps of Ferrari metal behind him to win in Cup 1, and I think more positions lost ultimately by Andreas Berg Sorensen. In fact, yes, he's not crossed the line, so I think something is amiss with his car, unfortunately. In fact, coming into the pits on the very final lap will be registered and has now crossed the line in 19th position, but that is not quite what we thought the scenario would be. So Alazari has won it from Birch, Spinkovic third, Vilna fourth and Heyer fifth, as I've already said. Leandro Martins in 10th overall was the Cup 2 class winner. The Cup 2 class, I feel sorry for in a way, because there's so much going on at the sharp end. We haven't seen quite as much of the Porsche Cup cars in the broadcast this season, but Leandro Martins with another full haul of points along with Dieter Speps. Of course, they were the runners-up last year in the GT Winter Series, so as they keep quietly doing well in that class, that could swing things in their favour as well. Simon Birch, second position. I think you'll be pretty happy with that. Of course, that was his first race in the 992 GT3R. He was racing a 992 Cup car for the last couple of weekends in the Creventic series, but the big GT3 is a different beast. What a race that was. That was a lot of fun. One lap dash proving to be very compelling stuff. There were some track limits violations. Ryan James, who of course is the only competitor in Cup 3 in the McLaren Artura Trophy, he had a penalty, 10 seconds worth of track limits penalties, but that won't affect his standing, of course, since there is only the one Cup 3 entry. Darren Howell managed to finish 18th place as well. He won in Cup 5, of course, the only 488 Challenge Evo car there. Keanu Alazari taking a very aggressive approach to picking up some debris, some tyre marbles to make sure the Porsche is overweight. And I'm sure we will see that car in the final standings as the race winner. I doubt that they are lacking the ballast required per the BOP. Impressive stuff from SSR Performance and Keanu Alazari. Of course, this chassis that they've used previously in the GT World Challenge Europe. It's a car they're familiar with, the 992 GT3R, of course, also running Lamborghinis in DTM. And SSR Performance, who have Keanu Alizari on contract, who may well be called into action should they ever need a spare driver in any of their mainline GT programs. Certainly, he's proving himself to be more than worthy of a GT3 seat thus far. Jerzy Spinkovic as well had a great race there in P3 overall, dueling with Simon Vilna. But it will be the green Porsche on top once again in the GT Win Series. Jerzy Spinkovic's father there greeting him, and I'm sure congratulating him on the efforts in that race. The Unique Racing team have fostered Spinkovic's talent since his tenure in go-karting. They really have kind of grown up together as team and driver, and great to see them succeeding here on the GT Winter Series stage. The winning car pulls up underneath the podium, and Keanu Alizari once again has done it. Big pressure all race long from Simon Birch. The safety car throwing a spanner in the works, but he did everything right with that restart procedure. And a deserved win once again for the German flagged driver, at least on his race suit and car here. Of course, he is Emirati by birth. An SSR performance. Congratulating Keanu, who has been searingly impressive in the Winter Series. Paddock, of course, a Formula Winter Series winner last year, also won a shootout with Molnar Motorsport ahead of the Prototype Winter Series finale in 2024 to gain his seat in Prototype Cup Germany, and now twice he has added GT Winter Series race winner to his record. He'll be looking to make it 3 from 3, of course, later on in the 55-minute pit stop race. And he'll be driving solo in that, so the pace should be consistent from the number 92 Porsche. Simon Birch, I think, will be congratulating Keanu as well. I think they had a healthy duel there. Birch didn't do anything silly to try and make his way through on a low percentage move. The opportunity didn't quite come for the Resume More Than Racing driver, but I think for Simon it is very cool to see him fighting Alizari, and seeing that those two drivers are able to match each other in GT3 machinery. I suspect we haven't seen the last battle between those two. Keanu Alizari, probably not the last interview we're going to have with him this weekend, based on his own projections, but for now, he's down with Izzy.
Yeah, I suspect you might be right, Adam. Probably not the last time we'll speak to Keanu Alizari this weekend, but we will speak to him now. Keanu, 2 for 2. One lap dash at the end, a little bit of pressure in your rear view, but you handled it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great race. I led from lights to flag. Another great milestone in my GT career so far. I mean, I couldn't really have asked for a better debut. You know, I'm extremely grateful that SSR gave me the chance to enjoy myself in this lovely car, and I was able to show them what I can do as well.
Yeah, well, you say a milestone, but it's only your second day of racing in that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it was great. I can't really be disappointed with it. It was a little bit tougher today. You know, I had a used set of tires, and I was a bit compromised speed-wise because of it. But I mean, I handled the pressure really well and just drove consistently. It was a bit hard to keep the pressures, again, something I'm not used to under safety car conditions, to keep them at optimal point. But I think I handled it well, and I'm very happy with the result.
Well, you say compromised on speed. Certainly didn't look like it out there. You're still absolutely flying. Of course, I'm sure that the other drivers up and down the paddock will be looking at you for the race later on, one final race. So we're going to see the same again?
Let's see.
Okay. All right. I think we might just be speaking to you once again later. Congratulations. We'll let you go up to the podium. Keanu Alizari, our winner once again.
He was certainly confident after Saturday, wasn't he? But we'll see what the 55-minute endurance race yields. Of course, traffic management will be a key factor there that maybe he's not experienced so often previously. The GT Winter Series race number 2 kicked off with Keanu Alazari holding the fort at the front, albeit Simon Birch tried to move forward. John Dillon got a good start as well. He would lead Cup 1, as well as Kenneth Heyer in the GT3, who fell back a position or two. They would have a great scrap. Meanwhile, at the front, the two Porsches got away. The KTM of Simon Vilner was running in 3rd position. Spinkovic in 4th place, leading the Cup 4 class. The hordes of Ferraris gave us great entertainment. Andreas Berg Sorensen trying to find his way around Rafael Durand, who did a fabulous job in, remember, just his 2nd motor race. Severin Mazur tried to replicate what he did yesterday with a lunge at turn 1. Kenneth Heyer knew better than to leave that door open and managed to slide right back through as they continued to duel. Jerzy Spinkovic and Simon Vilner also exchanging positions. The Cup 1 battle was intense in the midfield. Kalle Bergman, Alfredo Hernandez all going at it as well and making a bit of a mistake. In fact, sorry, that was Mans Stalin, of course, at the wheel of the 44th car. Kalle Bergman, his teammate. John Dillon slightly tripped up Kenneth Heyer at this juncture around turn 15. Heyer losing a position as a result to Severin Mazur. Przemysław Biankowski making a move on Mans Fallen further back. That was for 2nd position in the Cup 2 class. The PTT racing driver would hold on to that. And then came the charging Dexter Muller. Started 22nd, was well into the top 10, and went past Kenneth Heyer for 3rd in the GT3 class. Severin Mazur got past John Dillon, and Kenneth Heyer snuck by as well. Dexter Muller and Kenneth Heyer getting past John Dillon. Unfortunately, Oscar Rinzovic's race ended early. His car came to a halt, and then there was this collision. Twice impact between Severin Mazur and Dexter Muller. Unfortunately, both cars ending up beached in the gravel, and the safety car would be out. Severin Mazur would get recovered, and the car would make its way back to pit lane under its own steam. We should see that GT3 Poland car back out later on, and I suspect that SPS will do everything they can to put Dexter back out onto the circuit as well. The recovery crews worked hard to get the Mercedes out of the way, and with 1 lap left, the race resumed. Simon Birch tried to find a way past Keanu Alazari, but it wasn't happening. Meanwhile, Mathiel and Duran had some great exchanges here, and Andreas Berg Sorensen got a couple of knocks going through turn 5. Unfortunately, that would seemingly have an impact on Sorensen's car. Nothing could impact Keanu Alazari, though. He is our overall winner. 2 from 2 this weekend in the GT Winter Series for the talented Keanu Alazari, winning by just 0.4 of a second over Simon Birch, who matched him every step of the way in that race. Jerzy Spinkovic in 3rd position, winning Cup 4 ahead of Simon Vilner. Kenneth Heyer rounding up the GT3 podium in 5th overall. John Dillon, lights to flag win in the Cup 1 class. Rafael Durand, 2nd on that Cup 1 podium in just his 2nd race. Cristiano Mathiel there in 3rd within that class, ahead of Antoine Beveridge Martini. And Leandro Martins rounding out the overall top 10 for Racar Motorsport and winning in the Cup 2 class. In 11th place, Alessio Ruffini ahead of Alfredo Hernandez. Przemysław Biankowski finishing just ahead of Mans Fallen. Ryan James, 15th. He'll have the assist from Ollie Webb later on in the day in the 55-minute pit stop race. Alberto Duran, 16th. Bjatovic next. Darren Howell in the Seoul Cup 5488 in 18th overall. Berg Sorensen, 19th. Severin Mazur, of course, not reaching the flag, but classified in 20th place. Now, unfortunately, we lost both Dexter Muller and Oscar Rinzovic before the end of the race. We didn't see Pelin Racing take the start. Hopefully, they'll be back out there later on. So that concludes the 2nd race of the GT Winter Series. Of course, the drivers will now be heading up to the podium, and we'll have Andy down there very soon to begin the presentation to the numerous classes. Then we'll go into our lunch break, where Izzy Browning and potentially some cameos from myself as well. We'll get some insights from down in the paddock, and then we'll get into the afternoon's racing, beginning, of course, with the hour-long GT4 Winter Series race, and then the 55-minute running for the GT Winter Series. But before they can consider race 3, they have to pick up the trophies for race 2, and that job will be done in part with Andy McEwen.
Another thrilling race in the GT Winter Series comes to its conclusion. We've got a big group of drivers ready to go on the podium, so we'll crack on straight away with our Cup X podium. And our Cup X class winner, once again, was Simon Wilner. Congratulations, Simon, who was right in the thick of the battles for an overall podium in that race as well. The KTM Crossbow, a welcome addition to the GT Winter Series grid. And he may be the only driver within his class, but that does not mean he's had no one to fight with out on track. It's one of the great things about GT Winter Series, this mixing of the classes, and the KTM Crossbow finding a home here for this weekend. Congratulations, Simon, well done on the Cup X victory. We move on now to Cup 5, where once again there is just the one driver to welcome onto the podium, representing AF Corsa, the winner in Cup 5, Darren Howell. Well done, Darren. Top step of the podium once again for you, the driver of car number 5, the only 488 Challenge car on the grid, but managing to come home in one piece to claim another class victory. Pirelli representative on hand to hand over the first placed trophy to Darren, who had a big smile on his face as he came out onto the podium. So, well done, Darren. Congratulations on the Cup 5 victory. Now on to Cup 4, where we saw some good battling again between the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars and some of the cars in other classes. 3 drivers this time to welcome onto the podium. Third place in Cup 4, Alexander Beatovic. Alexander, representing Autosport Racing, gets a big cheer down below, and I suspect his teammate will do in a moment as well, because it was second place for Alessio Ruffini. The Italian driver onto the second step of the podium, second and third place for Autosport Racing, but it was Unique Racing in the end who came out on top. It's another class winning Cup 4 for Jerzy Spinkovic. Well done, Jerzy, onto the top step. Again, a battler within the top 5 overall, as he has been on multiple occasions already this season. And he looks happier, I think, than I've seen him before on the podium. He's getting used to this now. And another class win. He'll be positioning himself well in the championship. We've got a handful of those Cup 4 cars entered this weekend. So good opportunity for some points to be scored. They pose for photos on the top step of the podium. And congratulations once again then. Another round of applause, everyone, then, for our Cup 4 podium. Well done, everyone. Off the podium they will go. We move on now to Cup 2 for the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars. Third position in Cup 2, Mans Thalin. Congratulations, Mans. Third step of the podium. In second position in Cup 2, Przemysław Bienkowski. Big cheer from the PTT Racing team down below, but it is another victory in Cup 2 for one of the most distinctively liveried cars on the grid. A class win for Leandro Martins. Big cheers of Leandro from downstairs as he celebrates, as I said, another victory in Cup 2. Had a bit of a hiccup at Estoril in the rain, but things so far this weekend have been going well for the Racar Racing driver. And the driver of car 911 is victorious again in Cup 2. Photographs taken, no champagne yet, but they'll be saving that for race 3, I'm sure, later on in the afternoon. Congratulations again then to our Cup 2 podium finishers, Mans Thalin, Przemysław Bienkowski and Leandro Martins. Down off the podium they will climb. We've got 2 more classes to get through, and next up is Cup 1. Now, what a final lap we had in Cup 1 with 5 drivers going for the top 3 positions. There is only room for 3 of them on the podium, and the first of those 3 drivers coming home in third position was Cristiano Maciel. Another starring performance for Cristiano, making up part of an all-AF Corsa podium in Cup 1. He will be joined, first of all, by his teammate finishing in second position, Rafael Duran. Rafael was in second place in class for most of the race, but it was never an easy ride. And even upon the restart, he thought he might have a chance for a class win. In the end, though, it was a great start to the race that sealed the deal for our class winner, John Dillon. Well done, John. Up onto the top step of the podium. What a race that was in Cup 1. Massively entertaining, as has been the case, in fairness, for most of the Cup 1 races this year. Not necessarily fighting for overall victories this weekend, but they have been putting on one heck of a show. And we are thoroughly looking forward to more Cup 1 action in the longer race later on this afternoon. So, photographs taken of our Cup 1 podium finishers. Big round of applause again for our top three. So off the podium they go, 3 more drivers to welcome up here, and they are, of course, our GT3 podium finishers. 3rd position in GT3 at the end of a hard-fought race is Kenneth Heyer. The SR Motorsport with Schlitz Alarm Racing team celebrating below. 2nd position, so close to a race victory, but a really impressive effort on his debut this year for Simon Birch. He certainly gave our race winner a really tough time, but ultimately couldn't find a way through, and that means it is a 2nd victory from 2 races this weekend for Keanu Al-Azari. The SSR Motorsport driver once again heads for step number 1 of the podium, but that time around, a very different kind of race for him. Yesterday was all about attacking, moving through the order from 8th on lap 1 to win the race. In race 2, he had to defend as if his life depended on it, and defend he did. Held on to the victory and comes home victorious at the end of race 2 of the weekend. Well, that concludes our podium presentation for the GT Winter Series. There was one driver who we thought we would see on that podium within the Cup 1 ranks, but didn't quite make it to the end. Earlier in the weekend, though, we did manage to catch up with Oscar Rinzovich.
Each year in the Winter Series paddock, we have drivers who are making their racing debuts. And last weekend in Estoril, the man alongside me now, Oscar Rinzovich, made his debut in a Ferrari 488. Oscar, great to see you. 2nd weekend racing. You obviously were in the 488 last weekend. You're in the 296 this weekend. We'll take it back to Estoril to start off with. How was your first weekend? Did you have fun? And what did you learn?
I mean, it was great fun. I mean, 2nd day of racing was very wet, a lot of rain, which was brilliant. Had a lot of fun in that. First day, I mean, the car wasn't overly competitive, but it was great for the first race because you just got to really get a feel for the track. Actually, I think we had safety car, we had everything there, so it was good to even be able to practice in the first weekend. So loads of fun, and looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly like you just said, you had kind of everything thrown at you. A bit of a baptism of fire, as I said to you yesterday, but you said to me, you know, these are conditions that you're used to driving around in Scotland. So if we're going to have more of the same this weekend, which we're expecting, you'll be ready for it, won't you?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to think so. I mean, I say this now and then I don't want to be going off, but yeah, it's like home, to be fair, when it gets rainy. So I think what they say, there's only like 10 days of sun in Scotland, so should be good fun. Yeah.
And you switched from the 488 to the 296 this weekend. Just tell me a little bit about that decision and why you wanted to do that here at this track and coming into this weekend.
So, because we're going to be doing the Ferrari Challenge Series later on in the year, so we thought, I think there's a couple of other drivers who are also doing that, and they got the 296, so it'd be good, one, to get used to the car, because that's what we'll be using in the actual Challenge Series, and 2, have something a little bit more competitive, see really, before the season starts, actually, where we might stand and what sort of chances we have. I mean, there's a lot of great drivers around, so we have great experience, and some newer drivers as well, so it'll be just a good test bed before the season gets underway.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. Of course, you were running in your own last weekend in your own class, but now you're in the Cup 1 with the others, so you can kind of get a feel for where you stack up. So Portimão so far, how have you found it? Because this is a driver favourite, this track. Everybody loves this track. It's got a lot of undulation. It's very tricky. So from what you've done so far, how are you getting to grips with it?
I mean, yesterday was the first day in the 296, we were in the 488 before, so I mean, the track is absolutely amazing. I think we've had a bit wet, then into dry. Still trying to find the pace when we get straight onto the new tyres, but we keep the pace we get to even when the tyres get older, so I just need to push it a little bit more at the beginning. But really love the track, absolutely amazing, really good fun, and it'll be good to hopefully be a little bit more in the mix this weekend.
Okay, final question then. What is the goal for this weekend? If you had to set yourself a goal for this second weekend of racing, what are we hoping for?
That's quite a hard one because this will be the first time we got a competitive car. I mean, to at least be in the mix amongst the 296s, like not be at the back.
All right, well, we're looking forward to watching you race in the 296s, and good luck this weekend. Each year in the Winter Series paddock, we have drivers who are making their race. Hello everyone, welcome back down to the pit lane where we have got our lunch break going on at the moment. And I'm delighted to say that I've come down to Rafa Racing by Racelab and I've managed to grab their two drivers, Charlie Hart and Callum Davies, who are going to give us a little bit of a chat round the car in a minute. But first of all, we'll talk a bit about this morning. Charlie, couple of track limits issues. Callum had the same yesterday. So hopefully that's not going to be the case again in later on's race.
Yeah, we've had a look. Yeah, definitely something to improve on. Can't afford to do any more track limits because it cost me a podium place. It obviously dropped me from third on the road to fifth, and I'm sure Callum was gutted to lose second yesterday. So the pace was good in the race overall, so we're confident into going into the endurance.
Yeah, absolutely. Pace has been good all weekend, so definitely hopeful for the race later on. I have to mention this because your media guy Will's just told me that there's actually a punishment for every track limits. Do you want to just tell us about that, Callum?
Well, basically, every track limit we get at the minute is a 5 burpee penalty. So I think me and Charlie in both races, we got 8 each. So we're racking them up slowly, but you know, this endurance race later on, we're not going to get any, so we'll be fine.
All right, we'll hold you to that. Okay, boys, I'm going to hand over to you. I'm going to do the dangerous thing of handing the driver the microphone and let you talk us around the McLaren that you've been racing all weekend.
Okay, so if you would like to come with me here to the cockpit of the McLaren, and I'll show you a few buttons on the wheel. It'd be good if it was on. I'll try and get the car into to illuminate some of the buttons on the wheel. As you can see here, so this one here, obviously, well, start off, you've got your TC and your ABS, so that's traction control, which helps the car get around the corners a bit easier, less slide on the rear end. And then we've got the ABS, which helps on the brakes, less locking up, actually no locking up at all, hopefully. We've got the full course yellow button, so say if there's a red flag or it does go to full course yellow, this limits the speed to 80 kilometers an hour. Team radio, obviously, this has to be, obviously, I get told stuff that helps me out majorly. I can tell the team stuff, feedback from the car, etc. We've got the page thing, which is on there, change the pages, don't really use that too much during the race. Drink if you need it, we don't have one plugged in. And then, yeah, indicators to often use in practice to let a car know you're pulling off to let them through. Wipers when it's wet. It was very wet last week in Estoril, so those were used a lot. Hazard, and then pit limiter. When Callum passes the car over to me in the endurance race, he'll whack that on and it goes to 60 kilometers an hour, so you can't speed in the pit lane. So that is about it. And obviously, engine on and off button. I might hand the mic over to Callum now, talk you through a bit more, if there is any more to talk about.
Well, there's a few buttons Charlie missed in there. On the actual dashboard in the centre, we have a few more buttons. You know, you got like power steering, bit of aircon. We don't really run aircon in this car because it draws quite a lot of power down the straights, and then got your rain light for the rear when it's say there's a bit of fog or lots of spray on these Pirelli tyres. You need those, and you got your front headlights, and then like just buttons for the mechanics. Really, you got your fuel reset and like mechanical resets, and then that's about it for the interior, really. Yeah, and then obviously you got your 5-point harness, which keeps us safe and locked in under heavy braking, and lots of G-force, and then you'll have your safety net that goes across there, and that keeps you safe if anything happens. And yes, there's a lot to it. It's a busy interior, but you know, when it's a race car, everything's stripped out and lightweight. So it's about it really. To the inside, you got see the doors go up in the McLaren, so looks the part, looks fancy, and all of that. So yeah. But we got the endurance race later on. We're starting P4, so hopefully if I can get a good old start, move our way up a few positions and hold my ground. That car's got the pace, got a new set of tyres going on because my race yesterday, my qualifying yesterday, sorry, I was on wet, so I've got a new set on, so hopefully we can move up from there and finish on the top step of the podium. That would be lovely.
Wonderful. I think I might be out of a job if I'm not careful, because you guys did an amazing job. Thank you so much for doing that. I know you guys have run away from lunch to come and talk to us. So thank you very much. We will let you get back to your lunch and we will see you later on the grid. So thank you very much. We'll see you later. Right, I think we are going to continue down because I have actually got a driver waiting for me at garage 25, and it should be Alessio Ruffini. Adam Weller is pointing me in the right direction. He just came second in class in the GT Winter Series race. But we will continue down the very long pit lane. I have to say, this is quite a long pit lane, one of the longest that I've certainly been in. But yeah, very, very long pit lane, and I can see Alessio coming to chat to me now. Alessio, great to see you. How are you doing?
Very good, thanks.
We spoke to you last weekend. We thought we'd come and have a little bit of a catch-up on a different track. So you just came second in class, so pretty good race for you. And how have you been finding Portimão so far?
No, the car is great. The track is very beautiful. A lot is Portimão circuit, so all good. Now we have another race this afternoon, and hopefully we will do even better.
Yeah, we thought there might be a little bit of weather coming in. We did see some ominous-looking clouds. If there is a little bit of weather later, how confident are you feeling on what is quite a challenging track already?
Yeah, it's a very challenging track, but thanks to God we had the opportunity to try several times with wet track here. So it will be difficult, but we know how to manage that. So it will be nice. And Milos in the second part of the race will do the difference. So all good.
And every race you do, I mean, I assume getting more and more confident with the car and with the setup and with the team.
Yeah, exactly. Step by step, I think I'm improving a lot. I loved it. I love that. And I'm getting closer and closer, so I'm very happy for that.
And this track is often one of the tracks that people say is a driver favourite. But of course, we've got some other great tracks coming up. So now that we're mostly done on this weekend, which one are you looking forward to?
Yeah. Spain is coming. A lot of nice track. Valencia, Aragon, and then Barcelona. Barcelona is difficult for me. I did already 3 races there, but I mean, it's not one of my favorite one. It's very complicated. So I'm very looking forward to seeing Barcelona if this year will be better for me.
What makes Barcelona so difficult for you?
I don't know, confidence on the track, but I'm pretty sure that with more experience will be better, and so looking forward to see you again this afternoon or later in Spain.
All right, well, thank you very much for speaking to us again, and I'm sure we'll see you very soon. Right, we're going to continue down because we've got yet another driver waiting for us, and that is Simon Birch, who has literally just jumped out of the car. Simon, great to see you. Fantastic last race from you. I mean, very, very close with Keanu. Keanu ultimately took the win, but looking good for later on.
Yeah, it looks quite good. It was a close race, a close battle. Obviously, it's a sprint race, so we were quite on it from the start on. He managed to pull out the in front of me in the start, so yeah, it was a bit hard, but we pushed on, and after the safety car restart, we had 1 lap. But yeah, in the end, it was okay, and a good preparation for the last race.
Yeah, definitely. It was a 1-lap dash towards the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure it was. It was amazing. Good battle with him and a totally fair driver, so that's always nice when you're driving against those.
And we welcome you to the Winter Series paddock this weekend for the first time. How have you been enjoying being in the Winter Series?
It has been absolutely fantastic. This track is so cool. It's sad that we don't race more on Portimão. But yeah, GT Winter Series is a really good concept with preparation for this year.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you get to lunch because I'm sure you've got to prepare for the race that's coming up shortly. And Keanu's actually not going to be taking the start in that race, so we might see you on top.
Yeah, we will see. My co-driver Thomas takes the start, and then I will jump in the end. So yeah, let's see how it goes, and we get the best out of it for sure.
All right, wish you best of luck. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Right, earlier in the weekend, Adam Weller caught up with Baudouin 2 from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and we're going to hear that now.
We're down at Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and we are with Baudouin 2 at the moment from the number 39 Aston Martin. Obviously, myself and you, we've spoken off camera, but for people who don't know your backstory, obviously you've been racing GT4s recently, but tell us about your career in racing prior to that.
Yeah, hello everyone. I have not the same career as everyone because I'm starting motorbike at 4 years old when I was so young. I did it for 15 years and I have to stop because of a big injury. So my specialty was endurance in motorbike, like some race like Le Touquet, a big race in France on the beach. And so after my injury, we say, what can we do now? And we always did some track day, some rally with my father. And I also did a lot of rental karting, no racing in karting, but rental karting. And we say, okay, yes, now we go maybe just for track day and have fun with my father. And we had some tests with my other team when I start GT4. And yeah, step by step we go in racing. And first year was in GT4 France, then last year in GT4 Europe. And here we are in GT4 Winter Series to start to prepare GT4 Europe.
And of course, I mean, this is a very exciting team to be involved with at the moment. They're entering the World Endurance Championship as the official representation for Aston Martin in GT3. I imagine for someone like you, you've raced at very high levels in motorbikes. You're looking at those high levels and maybe doing it with this team as well.
Yeah, for sure. To become a part of this team was really nice because you can go really long in racing, not even in GT because they're also competing LMP3 in ELMS. So yeah, for sure it's to go at high level in WEC. Also doing 24 hours of Le Mans, it's the biggest goal. So yeah, we already start to run with the GT3. I did also the LMS rookie test in 2024. So yeah, now we have some GT4 tests this season, and I'm also a reserve driver in WEC. So if there is something, I need to jump in the car. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting year of lot of progression, even in GT4 and GT3. So yeah, I'm excited.
How many of the circuits on our calendar are new to you for this year?
Lot of circuits, lot of new circuits also, because here Aragon I never go, Valence I never go, Barcelona always race there, but yeah, some track in GT4 Europe like Zandvoort and Nürburgring never go there. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting, and also to be reserve driver in WEC. I'm gonna be in every one of the WEC, so just discover all the track with all the team, and yeah.
Now I have to imagine, given the undulation on this circuit, the elevation change, it must be one of the closest things you can do to being back on the dirt bike in an Aston Martin.
Yeah, that's some track that I really like because there is a lot of elevation and some turn that you don't see the turn and the turning point. So it's a part of track that I'm really quite good on it because yeah, it's something that I can have before in motorbike. So I really like that sort of track, especially in Portimão.
Well, we're excited to see how you do this season after a positive start in Estoril. Thanks for chatting to us, and we'll see you on track.
Thank you. See you on track.
Yes, great to hear some insights from the paddock throughout the weekend. I'm now back down in the pit lane with two more of our drivers. Two drivers who have been challenging for wins and indeed getting wins in the Cup 2 class of the GT Winter Series. Callie Bergman, Mansalin alongside me. Guys, you've been challenging Leandro Martins all weekend, indeed, for the wins in Cup 2. He, of course, came second overall in the GT Winter Series last year. So things have been going pretty well so far, haven't they?
Yeah, for the time, for the little amount of time we have in the car, I would say it's the perfect start. Mons it was the first time he drove the car this in Estoril, and I have driven it sometimes before, but I will say it's a really great start.
It has been indeed a great start. I mean, you joined us last year in Barcelona for the final round of the GT Winter Series. How was it to be back in the paddock?
Yeah, when we're watching the times I drove last year, we can say that I have improved a lot. Of course, I have driven this car a bit more, and also driven a lot of other series. So I will say it's fun to have improved this much in a year.
Yeah, definitely. Callie, great to have you back. Mons, you're also joining us this year. Of course, Callie just said that, you know, last time out in Estoril was the first time that you'd driven in the car. So how have you been adapting compared to what you've driven before?
Well, it's a lot different from what I'm used to. We drive the SCs in Sweden, where it's street tires, so not much grip. This car has a lot more downforce and overall grip in that sense. So I feel like I've gotten into the car very well in the limits of my experience, so yeah.
And you're only 17, of course, birthday not that long ago. Happy birthday, by the way. But you're one of the younger drivers in our paddock, but you've been taking it to the guys who are much more experienced than yourself, so that's got to feel pretty nice as well.
Yeah, I try to use the little experience I have as much as I can. You can see, especially in the fights we have with other cars here on track, that their experience show a little bit more than mine, but I still try to fight as hard as I can. I succeed pretty well with that, I think.
Yeah, well, the important thing is that you're improving every race, and of course you guys have got one more race coming up later, the endurance race. You've obviously done a 24-hour race before, but how are you feeling for the endurance race later on?
I think we are starting first. So we just have to make the start great, and then just keep a consistent speed throughout the whole race, and I think we will be on the top of the podium.
All right, well, fighting talk, we wish you best of luck, and we'll see you out on the grid. And we are going to go back and see a little bit more the insights that we got earlier from the weekend in the paddock.
Luisa Cala, we were very excited to see both yourself and Cedric in Cayman Trophy this year. Both of you young talents in SR Motorsport. Talk to me about your first weekend at Estoril, because as far as weather conditions go, I can imagine Sunday was quite challenging.
Well, it was my second time in the wet, but it was totally different, like a new car, like a GT4, never raced in a GT4 car, so it was a bit hard to know how it feels, how to drive through the corners and to find the limits, but Cedric did a really good job, and I'm really happy to learn from him, so it's really amazing.
And as you said, it's a very amazing team. They've got a lot of experience and they do a lot of different racing. How excited are you to be working with them?
Well, I'm really excited. They all do it with their heart, and that's just amazing. Everyone is here with a smile and works really hard, and we're all like a family. That's just amazing.
And we noticed that you were doing the job of cleaning the car before practice. It seems like everybody works together to just make it all work and make it possible.
Yeah, that's just a special thing here in the team. All drivers just help the team, so it's like a family, as I said, and everyone helps where you can.
Now, you've driven on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, so I can't imagine this is the craziest circuit you've ever driven, but it must be up there. Portimão is a cool track.
Well, the Nürburgring is just a special track, as you said, but it's also special to be here in Portugal and race in a GT4 car. I never believed it.
Well, I mean, it could be the first of many seasons in this type of car. We look forward to seeing how you do, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Delighted to say that a lot of the drivers have cut their lunch break short and have decided to speak to me. I'm joined by two more drivers, a driver and driver coach pairing of Darren Howell and Sean Doyle. Darren, you raced in the Ferrari Challenge UK last year. You're now out in the Winter Series. How has the Winter Series been treating you so far?
Love it. Loads of race time. Get away from the cold in England. No, it's a real good event. You've got loads of driving time, which I like. So, yeah. No.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that is great about the Winter Series, having so much driving time. You've obviously been out on track this morning. So how have you been enjoying Portimão and getting to grips with this track?
Yeah, it's very interesting circuit. It's like you just don't get a break at all. But no, I'm loving it. Getting better every session, which is all I want to do at the end of the day. So yeah, no, loving it.
Yeah, absolutely. The important thing to get better every session, and I'm sure the way that you will have done that is with your driver coach, Sean. Driver coach, indeed, take us inside the partnership between you and what's important to have a good partnership between the driver and the driver coach.
So this year, Darren and I are going to work together across UK Ferrari Challenge, and we thought this would be a really good test race for Darren to learn a little bit more. So by the time we do UK Challenge first round in Navarra, he will have done basically a whole seasons of racing. So we kind of aim the weekend over at Darren. He'll do all the sprint races, all the qualifyings, and we try and make sure he gets as much practice as possible during the Thursday, Friday test day also. And during that, we have a live stream system, so I'm on the radio. It's not like I'm in the car, but I try and pick out points as we're going along. And Darren's made huge ground over the weekend. We've probably gained, I think, 10 seconds in lap time, and each lap he's just getting better and better and more consistent. So it's a real testimony to what the championship really is.
So without giving away too many of your secrets then, when Darren comes off track, what's the kind of first thing that you're talking about, first thing that you're looking for?
It's probably to let you go and have a Red Bull, to be honest. Yeah. Have a relax, have a little chill, because sometimes if you go straight into it too quickly, it doesn't really work for a customer. That's my opinion. So yeah, we take it quite chilled, pick out a few points, go through some data, very, very brief amounts, and go from there normally.
Perfect. What's the most useful tip he's given you so far?
I don't know, just learn from one day and then take it into the next day, and then, you know, you go from there. So it's just about making big steps and then, you know, go from there. So yeah.
And another race coming up later. So how are you feeling for that final one in Portimão?
Yeah, me and Sean together for this one. So yeah, I've got to do my bit so when the pro gets in, he's got as much work to do. So yeah, no, looking forward to it.
All right, well, have fun. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and we'll see you out on the track later. Now, in the GT4 Winter Series, one driver who I mentioned earlier who has been doing particularly well in the Cayman Trophy class is Cedric Fuchs, and Adam spoke to him earlier in the weekend.
So last time out at Estoril, I think one of the most impressive things we saw was Cedric Fuchs in the Cayman Trophy class, fighting with even the pro class drivers sometimes in the GT4 Winter Series. Talk me through your first weekend, because from my point of view in the commentary box, it certainly looked like things were going well.
Yeah, my first weekend GT4 went really well. In the tri I had a little bit problems, but in the wet it's my weather, and I show how much I can drive in the car, and then I give everything.
And in that second race that you did on Sunday, the endurance race, taking over from Willy, did you know that you were chasing Luisa? Because in the broadcast we were saying we're not sure if he's going to get there, but you managed to catch her.
I hoped always, and give everything that I could catch her, and then I saw her, and then, yeah, my motivation got on the maximum, and then push, and then overtook.
And obviously GT4 racing is quite intense, very close. I feel like as, you know, Tourenwagen Junior Cup champion, you probably have some experience of, you know, wheel-to-wheel racing.
Yeah, wheel-to-wheel racing is here a little bit not so close, but before in Tourenwagen Junior Cup we were racing door on door, and here it's a little bit space between, but also very close.
And every circuit you're visiting, of course, is brand new to you. You've only really raced around Germany. What are you making of Portimão? What did you think of Estoril? And what are you excited to try before the end of the year?
Try, I don't know. I hope every track I like, because in the simulator it was nice. Estoril and Portimão is really nice. I enjoyed it at the moment, and yeah, I hope it really will be better.
And obviously the SR Motorsport team, they always seem to have young talents around, you know. Tell me about the team, how you've worked with them so far. It seems like these are the guys to be with if you're trying to develop a GT racing career.
Yeah, the team is amazing. We all are one family. From first point on, I was in this family, and yeah, we make a lot of simulator training here, data, and now I can hope my learning curve get better and better, so I can make good steps in GT4 and maybe also in GT3.
You got long-term goals in mind then, that's exciting. And I'm guessing this partnership with SR Motorsport will extend into the summer as well.
We don't know at the moment, we hope so.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you. Congratulations on your first weekend in the GT4 Win Series, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Welcome back down to the pit lane. Now, one of the things that the Winter Series is very well known for is for having drivers from all across the world. And I'm delighted to say the driver joining me now comes from South Africa, all the way from South Africa to Europe. Joseph Ellerin, great to see you. You've been really in the thick of it this morning, haven't you? So having a lot of fun out there on track.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to be here. It's a great experience. Love the track. The drivers are all on par. Having a great weekend in the fighting.
Yeah, you've really been in the thick of it, as I said, really been fighting this morning. So you've just said to me off camera that you've driven very many different cars. How does this car compare to some of the other cars that you've driven?
I'll have to say I'm a huge BMW fan, so it's definitely my favorite race car I've driven, and I'm very happy with the team and where I am right now. So this is definitely the best phase of racing I've been in. So it's all looking good and confident.
The best phase of racing you've been in, what's key to kind of taking those steps forward and increasing in confidence and ability out on track?
I think it's by putting yourself in the right competitions, in the right places on the track, and just obviously keeping your head down and doing the best you can.
And on a track like this, of course, we know, as you've already said, very, very challenging, lots of undulation. We hear time and time again, I think I've heard so many times this weekend, people saying it's a roller coaster. So how has the roller coaster been for you?
It's definitely the best roller coaster I've been on. It's a lot of fun, and that is the perfect way to describe it. We were talking about it being a roller coaster last night, and there's actually a track in South Africa, Idubi, that's very close. It's a karting track, but it's very, very similar.
All right, I'll have to get myself out to that track then if it's anything like this one. I've been loving this track this weekend. Your new entry this weekend, of course. You didn't race with us in Estoril, but can we expect to see you for the rest of the season?
I think we're going to do maybe Barcelona, but we'll have to see. Right now, it's looking good, and I'll be very happy to come back. It just depends on the team and if they are going to race the race, obviously. But yeah, I'm very happy to come back.
Well, we very much hope to see you back. One race more to go today. And good luck for later. Thank you very much for speaking to us. And we'll let you go and finish your lunch. Thank you so much. Great to speak to Joseph Ellerin there. And now we are going to hear from another driver earlier in the weekend.
One of the highlights of the first round of the GT Winter Series was seeing this man, Cristiano Maciel, in his second ever motor race, mastering the wet conditions, taking an overall victory. Take us back to Estoril, Cristiano. How was that feeling to win your second ever motor race?
It was amazing, unexpected, but a big surprise indeed. So, second race on first day, despite the bad start, I was able to recover. So the expectation for the second day was not that high. But with the rain, everything changed, and I did an amazing performance, so quite happy about that.
For your second race, you looked like you really knew what you were doing. So, I mean, tell us, how much track time have you had before last weekend? Was there a lot of track days, some practice before racing?
So I did the 2 practice days, plus the official in Saturday, and it was it. Despite I've been training with F Corsa before that, I did the 2 tests, so it wasn't 100% new, but it was kind of a recent experience.
And obviously, I mean, to have your first weekend of racing alongside Rui and also in Portugal, that must be pretty special.
Indeed, yes, amazing. And run at home, be able to get the first of Cup 1, and overall it was indeed a perfect weekend.
And did you surprise yourself with how fast you were in the wet conditions? Because, I mean, the wet isn't easy for anybody, and it seemed like when it started raining, suddenly you found so much more.
Yes, so it was a surprise for me as well. So I start on 6 or 7 on the grid. I started to go one car by one car, but at the end I did well. It was a surprise, as I mentioned before, but I think I'm better in rain than in dry conditions, but let's see how it goes for the remainder of the season.
And you've got a very cool car. I like the cherry blossoms, I believe they are on there. Tell us about that. What's the meaning of having the cherry blossoms?
So this is connected to our company, the Portugal Investments. So we are known by doing things out of the box. And we like always to get the elegance and some meaning to our projects. And because it's also a project of the company, we decided to bring some of that elegance and know-how to the car.
I see. And long term, you come into this with any goals? Is there a target in mind for your racing career?
It's going to endurance. That's why I am with Rui. We are starting now the practice so we can evolve. But the main goal is to go to the endurance races for sure in GT3.
Excellent. Well, I look forward to seeing your progress. Incredibly impressed with your first weekend. And thank you for talking to us.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Welcome back down to the pit lane for what will be the final time in this lunch break as cars getting fired up for the race that's about to happen, the GT4 endurance race coming up. I'm now joined by Peter Terting. Peter, great to see you. You are the co-owner of the Plus Line racing team. How has that been as an endeavour for you outside of your race?
Well, anyway, it's quite a lot of things to do if you be also the team owner and you have to organize everything and also have to drive by yourself. But it wasn't planned that I'd be driving, but sometimes it happens like that. Clearly, I'd be happy to drive, but it's a lot of things, as I said, to do.
Yeah, you're a very experienced driver, of course, so quite happy to jump in. You've been coaching, I assume, as well, your co-driver, Peter Lobeck. So how have you been rating his performance so far?
Well, he's quite new in the business. He just did 3 races before here. Then we went to Estoril. It was his 4th race and now the 5th race. So therefore, his performance is quite good because he could win yesterday in the Pro IM class, which is good. So now we are quite excited for the endurance race and I hope that we can win the class.
Yeah, as you said, endurance race just about to happen. Of course, he's in the car behind us, giving us quite a lot of noise at the moment. What do you expect for this race?
Well, let's see. I mean, it's always depending, you know, how are the other 2 drivers combined working for the races. But we're looking forward, and I have a good feeling that we can win the class.
And I'm sure you're very experienced at this Portimao circuit. So what tips have you been giving Peter to master this Portimao circuit this weekend?
Just drive fast as you can, and if you don't see anyone in front anymore, it's good, because then it means you'll be the leader, and then you hand the car over to me.
Perfect. Right. Great tip. Thank you very much. We'll let you go and have a chat with him before the race. Great tips. Drive fast, and if you don't see anyone in front of you, then it's going well. Perfect. We're about to get this GT4 race underway very shortly, but before we do that, we are going to go to our final interview of the weekend with Dexter Muller, who has had some issues this weekend, but we heard from him earlier in the weekend.
So then, we're in the Carbahn Raceworks SPS garage with Dexter Muller at the moment. Dexter, last time out, we're back at Estoril. You've been there previously in other series. In terms of the weather, it was certainly a mixed weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's you know, you think you come down to Portugal for the nice weather and all of this, and you get here and it's raining and drizzling and miserable and cold. But yeah, you got to deal with it, I guess.
And obviously Portimao is a circuit you've got a lot of experience of as well. You've raced here a good few times, and you're very familiar with this car as well. Looking at how you're doing so far in practice, have you got goals for this weekend?
Yeah, I think we did quite well in practice overall. I know the track quite well, but I would say with mixed conditions it's a bit trickier. But yeah, we have high hopes, and can't give you an absolute position where we want to be, but yeah, we're aiming pretty high.
And of course, this partnership between yourself and SPS has been a long-standing one. It also, of course, includes Yannick Mettler, who is usually your co-driver. It feels like such a close-knit team, and I get the impression that you just really love spending time with these guys.
I do actually. I have a great time with SPS. You know, you're quite lucky to have all the same people all the same time. And then they sit in the background playing ping pong, which is always good fun. And no, we do have a good time, and on and off the track, and it is a team sport. So you know, it's good to have the right people on your side, and I like to have them there.
And of course, you competed at Valencia in the FIA Motorsport Games at the end of the year, managed to get yourself a medal, got yourself a bronze medal in the FIA Motorsport Games. How much does that mean to you to actually have that now in your house to go and point and say, I've won a medal for my country?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the point. When you represent your country, then, you know, it has a different feel about it. It's not so much, you know, about yourself, and people were really, really happy about that, and Yannick absolutely banged it out the park. And yeah, it's an absolutely great feeling. And this time it's just for me, so I'm being selfish this time around.
It's just for you, and it's your first time in the GEDLICH Racing paddock. How are you finding it in general? Are you enjoying your experience so far?
I'm enjoying the experience a lot. The GEDLICH team is it's all very relaxed here. It's very nice. It feels like a track day with some, like, you know, good competition going. There weren't that many competitors last week at Estoril, but looks like the roster this time is going to be pretty strong. So let's see how it goes.
And the Mick Food hospitality is not half bad, is it?
Oh no, it's brilliant. It's brilliant, excellent. They cook very well. Very, very happy with that. But you know, unfortunately, you know, if you have to drive afterwards, you got to be a bit careful. So unfortunately, I don't get to have all of it. But the stuff that I do have is very good. The spicy sauce is banging. So.
Food reviews with Dexter Muller in the SPS garage. It's always wonderful to see you at a circuit, my friend, and we look forward to seeing how you do this weekend at Portimão.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to see you again. And yeah, have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the GT4 Winter Series cars are heading onto the track. We've heard from a few of the GT4 Winter Series drivers during that pit walk with Izzy. Now, we do have some information before we focus on the GT4 Winter Series. We understand the number 92 car, the SSR Performance Machine, it sounds like they've identified a technical fault with the car per the documentation that I've received. And also, of course, what we did see happen on track was the number 54 Mercedes of Dexter Muller. The front right suspension mount on that car is prohibitively damaged. That's obviously extremely close as well to the actual chassis frame of the car. It is too damaged and they don't have the spares to get that rectified here. And even if they could have the spares, it's quite a hard job. So unfortunately, Dexter Muller and the SPS Mercedes will not be out on circuit. The other bulletin I wanted to give you, Daniel Bjergen, the series photographer for the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series, has told me that it's drizzling at turn 1. On that camera shot of turn 8, it also looked like it was drizzling. So it sounds like light rain is starting to come in, and in fact I can even see it on our commentary box window, which is down towards the final corner as well. So Andy, I think that as we go into this GT4 Winter Series race, there is one more unpredictable factor at play.
This is the worst nightmare for the teams, isn't it? A wet race, fine. They can bolt a wet setup on, put the wet tyres on. Drivers can get into that mindset of, right, these are my wet racing reference points, etc., etc. And in the dry, of course, they can do the same. But the fact that it has now started to rain just as the cars are about to be released from the pit lane, what can you do? You've put the setup on the car. You can't really make any major changes to that now. They probably have sent all of the cars out on slick tyres. That will need to be changed out on the grid, you would imagine. You can see tyres being wheeled down by one of the team members there to the right of shot. But the setup, I think you've pretty much got what you've got now. And this could really throw the cat among the pigeons.
And also, I was in the pits during lunch break as well, and to me it seemed pretty noticeable the wind was picking up as well out there too. So that is a factor to consider. Also, the weather is starting to turn. The wind is starting to increase as well. Timing and Scoring have declared it a wet track, and we'll see quite how this affects things in the WIT GT4 Winter Series. We've spoken at fairly great length about the Mercedes and how it seems to suit this circuit. The front engine cars suit the circuit. What we saw quite a lot in 2024, and to an extent also at Estoril in the rain, the Mercs didn't seem that comfortable, that sure-footed in the rain compared to some of the others around them. And then, of course, the other question mark, between two identical cars, Elite Motorsport seemed more than comfortable in the rain on Estoril weekend. The Racelab Rafa Racing car looked a bit less sure-footed. To your point, they're probably all set up for the dry anyway, so wet setups aren't really a factor, but that's worth considering as well.
No, indeed so, which is odd, really. You would often see those front-engine cars really doing well in the wet conditions in other categories anyway, but yeah, perhaps not the case for the Mercedes. But, well, this is very interesting, isn't it? We will see how the cards fall over this longer race, remember, as well. It's a full hour, so that's the other factor, I suppose. This rain at the moment is certainly not what I'd describe as heavy. It is like it's just a drizzle that's sort of slowly falling on the track. It won't soak the track straight away, but we are now going to be racing for a full 60 minutes. A lot can happen in 60 minutes weather-wise, so conditions aren't likely to be stable across this race either. It could dry out, it could get a lot wetter. Who knows? This is going to be a really, really interesting race and a pretty sketchy run into the first corner, I would imagine.
Yes, it is, and you can see cars going up on jacks. I think plenty of teams are perhaps anticipating the change onto wet tyres here. Now, we're speculating, we just said the word who knows in reference to the weather. Well, unfortunately, one of our colleagues is in the weather. Izzy Browning, you probably know. What's going on down there?
What's going on down here is that it's raining sideways. Always a good sign, isn't it? Yeah, the rain's getting heavier and heavier. As I have said previously, if you weren't with us in Estoril, the thing about the GT cars is they typically don't want to chat to us when it rains due to the lack of, well, they don't want to get moisture in the car. But one person I am going to come and talk to quickly is Josh Ratican. Josh, it's raining sideways down here, isn't it?
Yes, it's definitely going to throw us a bit of a spanner in the works, I can say that. But me and Mackenzie, obviously, we're great in the wet, great in the dry, so we should be okay for this, I hope. Again, big mental at the minute everywhere, as you can see. No one really knows what to do, but we'll see.
Yeah, wet tyres going on the car now. I'm sure literally everyone up and down the grid will be doing the same. The rain just seems to be getting heavier. It almost seems like the heavens have opened. Let's take it back to this morning, shall we? Tricky, obviously you guys didn't end up with the win. I'm sure that was not what you would have wanted to happen this morning.
Yeah, it was a bit of obviously a bit of a tricky one this morning. We had the pace to win it. Unfortunately, yeah, well, you obviously saw the stewards obviously deemed it a racing incident, which is fair. That's fine, perfectly fine with those guys. Just means we come back harder for this race, try and win this one.
Yeah, a little bit of a fire in your belly now.
Yeah, we're going for it.
All right, thanks, Josh. Good luck. We'll see you later. Right, we are going to continue. The rain is getting heavier down here. And as you can both hear and see, everybody is bolting the wet tyres on. And because of that, just turn around, Johnny, because of that, we've now got a start delayed. So everybody bolting the wet tyres on as quickly as possible. It is quite interesting how quickly the rain has come down. So we will just continue down the grid and have a little bit of a chat because, as I said, not many of our drivers will probably want to speak to us, and that's okay because I understand. So we've just gone past the 812 Rafa Racing by Race Lab car. Callum Davies in that car first of all. Charlie Hart will be taking that after the pit stops. Of course, this is a pit stop race, so a driver change will be happening midway through the race, and that always tends to throw up something interesting for us. Now, I did quickly walk past them, but also we've got Maximilian Schreier once again on the front row now. He started from the front row yesterday in the first race of the weekend and encountered some issues, so I'm hoping he will be not having the same this race, but it will continue down the grid. As I said, start delayed, so we'll give you a little bit of a chat, boys, but then we'll probably head back up to you very shortly. We're going to continue down, though. We've got the number 39 car just on this road. They've just shut the door. Never mind, I thought we were going to get to have a little bit of a chat, but not the case because they have shut the door, so that's okay. We will just continue our way towards the back of the grid and just give you a little bit of an idea now. If you were with us in the lunch break, you would have just seen that we spoke to Joseph Ellerin, who is going to be in this car, the number 187 FK Performance, a new entry for this weekend, and he was saying to me that he's been having a lot of fun on this track and it's reminding him a little bit of home, which is always great to see. He did tell me a karting track in South Africa that I should go and look up because it has similar characteristics to the Portimão circuit, and teams all still on the grid. I'm not exactly sure how much time we're going to be down here for, but here is the number 69 car, the Pro-Am entry of Peter Lobeck and Peter Terting. Of course, we just spoke to Peter Terting in the lunch break as well, and he's very pleased with the work that Peter Lobeck has been doing so far. Now, they have got the door open on the Century Motorsport car, so I'm going to see, can I jump in and have a word with our driver? Perfect. Charlie, great to see you. Haven't had a chance to speak to you guys yet. Of course, you're running in your invitational class. How have things been going so far this weekend? Of course, you'll be in the car for the first time because Ravi's been doing race 1 and race 2, but how have things been going?
Yeah, really well so far. Obviously, the weather keeps changing, which is a little bit tricky. So we were all ready to go on slicks for this race, which would have suited us, but now it's tipped it down. So it's going to be interesting. I think a few cars are still on slick tyres at the start of this, so it's going to get a bit tasty, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the heavens sort of just opened, as we were saying. So tasty is probably the correct word. Of course, you guys are running in the invitational class because you've got the new Evo in your car. How have you been getting on with that? I think a couple of electrical gremlins last week, potentially.
Yeah, we lost traction control last week, but that seems to be sorted during this weekend. We haven't had any problems. To be honest, the evolution of the car is very similar to the previous iteration in terms of performance. It's only a light change and a slight TC traction control change. So other than that, actually the car's identical. Invitational class, obviously a little bit annoying, but we're still treating it like we're just racing. So we're getting stuck in and racing all the cars around us, and Ravi did a great job in the first 2 races moving forward. So yeah, just going to have some fun.
Yeah, racing's racing at the end of the day, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
All right, wish you best of luck. Have fun. Oh, I just lost my headphone. I'll just grab that off the floor. Don't want that to get crushed by any of the cars. The rain is still coming down, although I think it's actually eased ever so slightly, which is good because Johnny and I do not want to keep getting damp down here on the grid. We're now heading towards the back of the grid, just to give you a little bit of an idea of the cars down here. The number 66 Cayman Trophy of Arne Hofmeister and Franz Linden. Franz Linden actually made his debut in the GT4 Winter Series last year. Arne is his driver coach, and he's just given me a look that says, don't come over to me, but I am going to very briefly. Arne, I mean, as we've been saying to everyone up and down the grid, the heavens have just opened. We've had a lot of rain in the last couple of minutes, but it does seem like it's easing off a little bit now.
I don't know. Yeah, it looks so, but we never know. So normally we drive at the Nürburgring, it's an Nordschleife, so we are used to fast change of the weather. So we will see.
Yeah, you've got quite a few people around you on the grid who are probably used to this weather, having driven on the Nordschleife. How difficult is it to kind of keep your calm, keep your cool in these conditions?
Same again, we will see. But Franz will do a good job, I think, because we learned a lot in the last few days, and especially in the last season, doing rain and dry tracks. So I'm very looking forward for it.
And Franz made his debut in this series last year. Obviously, you're his driver coach. So how have things been going over the last year? And how proud are you to be back on this grid and sharing a car with him?
Yeah, I'm very proud because it's not only the learning, we have a lot of fun, and he's making good steps up and forward, and yeah, maybe today is the next step.
All right, well, thank you very much for speaking to me. Good luck. We will continue on the grid now. We are pretty much at the back of the grid. Now, some tyre changes are still happening by the looks of things. I think I can see somebody maybe putting on slicks. No, I'm not sure. I will go and have an investigation for you guys up in the commentary box very shortly, see what everybody's thinking for the rest of this race. But we are now towards the back of the grid. We can see the number 82 SVG of Mark Ellman and Owen Hizzy. Spoke to Owen this morning, and Owen is fantastic in the rain. So hopefully, well, he said to me this morning that a smile would be on his face if it was raining. So I can imagine that he will be looking at these conditions and rubbing his hands together, feeling very, very pleased. But we have made it towards the back of the grid, and I think we should shortly be getting this race underway. The 3-minute board has just gone up, so as we're at the back of the grid, we've got the 2 club cars of, the AM of Jose Garcia and the 700 club car of Thilo Gus. And as we've made it all the way to the back of the grid, I think I'm going to send it back to you boys before I get too damp down here.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Yes, they very kindly let you walk the entire length of the pit straight with the start delay, and it is a delay to make sure that everybody gets out there on the wet, especially those like perhaps W&S Motorsport, who only have so many personnel there to change tyres on 2 cars, Plus Line Racing and BWT Muka as well, among those in that particular boat. But the GT4 Win Series 3rd race is just moments away, and Mackenzie Cresswell will be starting from pole position. We are expecting 2 formation laps, as has been de rigueur so far today, and the clock will start ticking down after the first of those 2 formation laps. Mackenzie Cresswell is your pole sitter for this race, as we've said, joined once again by Maximilian Schreier. Has that car been softly sprung? And if so, will it be quick in these conditions? We've seen it moving in a different way than most. Enrico Ferderer on the main straight will be 2nd row of the grid as we go 2x2 for the rolling start, and Callum Davis alongside him in that A812 Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren Artura. Tim Horrell, the Pro-Am driver, the first of the Pro-Am drivers once again, the bronze-rated driver, really relishing this season, seemingly in GT4 Win Series. He is alongside BWT Muka Motorsports' Axel Bengtsson. Row number 4 of the grid, Joachim Bolting, the AM class driver, the first of them in 7th overall. Maximilian Hewitt joins him on row 4, that of course being the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. Willi Kuna is next, the number 110 car that he shares with Luisa Kala. That's P9, the first of the Cayman Trophy cars, alongside the man we heard from just a few moments ago during the pit walk, that being Joseph Ellerin, the 187 car. Charlie Robertson in P11. He is to be joined on that row of the grid by Peter Lurbeck, who of course will hand over to Peter Turting, who we heard from a little earlier on in the day. In 13th position on row number 7 is Mikael Sander in Cayman Trophy. He'll be handing over later on to Cedric Fuchs, who likes these wet conditions. Franz Linden alongside him in the Speedworks automotive car. Of course, we just heard Mane Hofmeister on the grid, and Hofmeister will take over that car. Mark Ellman, P15 SVG Motorsport car. And as we heard earlier on as well, Owen Hizzy, of course, will be relishing the opportunity to hop behind the Ginetta's wheel in these conditions. Mikael Bonk in P16 in the 127 Bonk by Hofer BMW. And drawing up the rear of the grid, the Thilo Gus-driven Aston Martin. That's at the very back of the grid. Just ahead of that is Jose Garcia. The number 24 Lion Speed GP machine lines up 17th alongside Gus. So 18 cars set to take the start in the GT4 Winter Series. These conditions are going to throw up challenges. As we've said, there are drivers out there on the circuit who favour these wet conditions. I know that I think Peter Lorbeck isn't the biggest fan, so that could be interesting for the Pro-Am situation as well. But of course, it's a point you made just before we went down to Izzy on the grid, Andy. Everything is now a question mark because it becomes a matter of how good is your dry setup in these greasy conditions. And really, that's something no one truly knows until they have to deal with it in a race.
Well, indeed so, and it really does now just bring the basic characteristics of each car into question, doesn't it? Because there will just be some cars which are naturally more compliant, and therefore those are the ones which you would expect to be a bit more drivable in these conditions. But the thing is, Adam, it's not wet, is it? I mean, there's not any spray really coming from behind the cars at the top end of the circuit, despite the fact the rain was coming down pretty heavily at the beginning of that green flag lap. Actually now, I think on the main straight it's eased, so we're not at a full wet track. If it doesn't stay wet, if this rain stops and they're all on wet tyres, that throws another question mark in there. Do they use their pit stop to change over onto slick tyres? We'll really need to try and keep an eye on that, actually, because that could be a big turning point in the race. It will probably take you a little while longer, but may well be worth it for the time you'll gain when you get back on track.
Yeah, that's very true. And I mean, it's not a guarantee that absolutely everybody switched over to wets to begin with. We are pretty sure that everybody moved onto slicks. Oh, sorry, everybody moved off slicks onto wets on the Sorry, getting distracted by something else going on, but on the pre-grid, we think they all moved to wets, but question mark is, did anyone sit there and say, this isn't going to last, I'm staying on slicks? I somehow doubt it, but if anyone did, I think it might become quite obvious if it stays not raining for the rest of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be the talk of the town, I think, isn't it? Tyre choice here. I do suspect they're all probably on wets. I think there's maybe they've got more of an inclination towards taking it the safe approach in this sort of series, you know, although there is, look, the Century Motorsport BMW in the pit lane. I did wonder whether anyone may come in halfway through, and look, that is a tyre change. So is that Charlie Robertson saying, I don't think it's wet enough for wet, I certainly don't think it will be in 10 minutes time, stick some slicks on this BMW and let's see what we can do, because that might be their best opportunity to go and get a good result. He was saying to Izzy on the grid, look, we're just here to race. You know, we don't have a class battle to worry about. We're not in it for the championship. We just want to try and do really well in these races, get some really good results, and maybe they, of all teams, have the least to lose.
It's very interesting, isn't it? It's a compelling call, and we can see the wets coming off the car, so we can deduce that these are slicks going back on. That is hugely interesting from the Century Motorsport camp. I will say, and this is a notional observation, I was sat here watching the live timing and working from our commentary position, which has a good view of the main straight, during qualifying yesterday. It was about 20 to 30 minutes from this level of wet on the main straight before we saw slicks being used to any real effect on the car. So I'm unsure, but if anybody is going to be able to handle the car in those conditions, it will be Charlie Robertson. There is still precipitation as well down at turns 5 and 6 that we saw there on that camera shot. This could be quite an ambitious call from Charlie, but let's see if it's one that pays off. He was alluding to the fact that he's got new traction control system to play with on the Evo spec M4 GT4, and I suppose he's going to give it a big trial run here.
That's going to be put to the test, isn't it, I think, in this race. All depends really which direction that rain's going. Is it coming from the top end of the circuit towards us, in which case, yes, the whole track is about to get another soaking, or was that the last remnants of it being pushed away from the circuit? It is not yet raining like that on the main straight, I can tell you. Yeah, that will be a big question. Of course, teams will have access to data. I know it's been generally a southerly wind that we've had all weekend long, so make of that what you will, but if the rain does pass through and it doesn't get any wetter, this could be a fascinating race as far as tyre choices are concerned. But for now, it's a straight race into the first corner. We expect all of the cars at the front of the grid to have gone for wet tyres, and it is going to be once again Elite Motorsport at the fore. But can Mackenzie Creswell get the job done and keep Maximilian Schreier behind in the early stages? Maximilian, remember, was on his toes at the start of yesterday's race, and he's starting even further forward this time.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. The clock has started on this race. Of course, the second formation lap counting towards the race distance. The pit window in this hour-long pit stop race is from minute 25 to 35, as would be the case in similar GT4 competitions. We've got a way to go before we have to consider pit stops, though, unless the weather turns definitively one way or the other. For now, we understand they're mostly on wets. Let's see if that's a cause for any regrets. We're about to get underway in the GT4 Winter Series pit stop race. The lights go out now, and the Elite Motorsport McLaren of Mackenzie Creswell gets out of the gate very nicely indeed. The W&S Motorsport Porsche of Schreier falls back down the order, but oh, goodness me, cutting his nose off there, Enrico Förderer. That allows Schreier actually to sneak to the inside at turn 1. He might get second position back. Förderer on the outside on the curb. He's going to struggle to get the car turned in on the painted curbs, and we see just that happening as he skates his way around. Everybody else searching for purchase, searching for grip, Did anybody stay on the slick tyres? If they did, we might figure it out in short order. And of course, the other compelling thing will be Charlie Robertson as he gets released from the pit lane. How's he going? In fact, he's just come past our start-finish position, so he was released back out onto the track.
It's definitely a lot wetter up through turn 4, 5, now up into 6 and 7 than it is anywhere else. So this is the most treacherous part of the circuit, I think. Creswell and Schreier both on wet tyres. You can just see that, the body language of the cars. They seem pretty happy, pretty stable. I did see a big snap of oversteer from Joseph Ellerine's BMW coming through turn 4, like a real snap, as if maybe it was on slick tyres. We'll have to try and get that confirmed if we can, but for now, the top two getting away. Callum Davis third. Federer was aggressive at the start, but then lost out down through the first few corners. He's there in 4th position, with Axel Bengtsson in the back end of the top 5. Dropping back downhill then towards the end of the opening lap. Riding on board now with Axel Bengtsson. Behind us is Maximilian Hewitt. Ahead is Enrico Federer in a similar Mercedes AMG GT4. No real rain on the windscreen, I don't think. The wipers are on intermittently. I don't think it's raining particularly heavily anywhere now, but the damage may have been done as far as track conditions, at least up at the top end of the circuit.
It's looking worse than it did about 2 minutes ago, isn't it? They're still being brave, though, on corner exit, using that paint. They might need to get out of that habit if it continues to get wetter and wetter. That will catch you out in due course if you give it enough opportunities. It is Creswell that leads the way. Schreier across the line second. Then it's Callum Davis. Then it's Enrico Federer in 4th, ahead of Axel Bengtsson in the other Mercedes, the BMW BWT Booker Motorsport car. Tim Hurrell is behind Maximilian Hewitt. He leads Pro-Am. Joachim Bolting is 8th, leading in AM class. Cayman Trophy being led by Mikael Sander, who has moved up the positions well on this first lap of the race. Those Cayman Trophy cars like the rain, as do the Caymans generally, and that's what Mackenzie Creswell is finding out as Schreier continues to apply the pressure.
And Schreier just looks like he's got a bit more grip, doesn't he? A bit more bite through the corners than the elite McLaren, which is really having to go defensive now on the run towards turn number 5. Schreier hunting around on the inside line. Oh, I thought he was going to commit to that one then. I think he believes he's quicker than Creswell right now and wants to make hay whilst he can. They climb uphill then through the flat-out left-hander. Now it starts to get really slippery at the top of the hill. You can see there's a little bit more spray, a little bit more mist in the air. And Maximilian Schreier, I think, is really reveling in these conditions. Takes a wider line into the corner, hunting for the grip, trying to find the traction, the momentum on corner exit. He's got a face full of McLaren, but there is now an overlap. He's got the inside line through the flat-out left-hander for the race lead. Maximilian Schreier, is he going to get it done? No, still Mackenzie Creswell in front, but only just.
Great battle this between two drivers who are new to GTs. The world of single-seater racing, of course, Creswell came from the end of 2024. Schreier came from the world of karting. So two drivers of slightly different backgrounds, but two drivers making their footing in GT4 racing here in the Winter Series. And they're facing a big challenge here in these mixed conditions. You can see Creswell looking for that karting line, and Schreier will say, yep, I remember doing that too, but probably more recently than you did. Enrico Federer has dropped positions. He's dropped many positions. He's actually under pressure from Joachim Bolting, and his car is crabbing. Something is amiss with the number 11. It looks like it might be left rear. Nonetheless, the number 11 SR Motorsport Mercedes, I think, might be pit lane bound.
There was briefly a yellow flag at turn 12. I suspect maybe he was something to do with that. He's carried on, but you can see the car at the back of shot definitely crabbing. The right-hand rear corner is jutting out to our left as we look at it, and that unfortunately will cap off what's been at times a very frustrating weekend, I think, for the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm team. Through the first few corners goes this second pack of cars. Then Callum Davis third, Axel Bengtsson fourth, Maximilian Hewitt fifth, Joachim Bolting sixth, Tim Horrell is there in seventh, and then here Enrico Federer. Now, if there's damage to the suspension, that's not generally self-inflicted, is it? So I wonder with whom he's clashed to sustain that damage.
We'll have to wait and see. It's been a frustrating season so far for Federer. He's had a couple of things go against him while he's been in the cockpit. Of course, at Estoril, the car started to go on a limp home mode, 75% power in the first race of the season, as the 127 car goes to the inside. Michael Bonk actually defending up against Franz Linden. He's gotten past Linden and is now having to try and make sure he doesn't fight back. Schreier still in the wheel tracks of Cresswell. And also it's worth noting, last lap for Charlie Robertson, 2:18.4. Everybody else, or majority of the field, is at least 5 seconds quicker than him. Mackenzie Cresswell was 10 seconds quicker than him.
Yeah, that's a big swing, isn't it? Even if the tyre situation comes back into his favour, if he's losing 10 seconds a lap, that's too much. That was nearly a little bit too much under braking for Mackenzie Cresswell. Maximilian Schreier, you can see hunting around in the rear view mirror, is just waiting for a slightly bigger mistake maybe from Cresswell to open the door for the race lead. Ooh. Cresswell sliding up over the exit curb out of Sagres into the final corner. And Maximilian Schreier doing everything he can to apply the pressure and force Mackenzie Cresswell to drive beyond the limits of adhesion in these conditions. But despite the little moments there, Cresswell actually extending the margin and, in fact, setting the fastest lap of the race. So a 2:08.2 was a couple of tenths quicker than his pursuer.
Well, I think at turn 13, Cresswell had a bit of a moment, braking very late, and Schreier broke a little later and went further into the corner. So I think that might be where those couple of tenths came from. You see there, Callum Davis in third place, Bengtsson further back. There is the Aston Martin capitalising. Maximilian Hewitt getting past Tim Horrell there. And Joachim Bolting is going great guns in these wet conditions. The ever-eccentric and exuberant German racer who I saw in the pits during the lunch break. He was smiling, he was giving a wry smile and chatting away to me. And in the wet conditions, it seems that he has a little something in the back pocket.
Yeah, very much keeping pace with the podium runners, isn't he? Let's see whether he can continue to move forward. He's right behind Axel Bengtsson at the moment. Definitely getting a bit sketchier up here, isn't it, through turns 7 and 8, as the Elite Motorsport car of Mackenzie Cresswell, for now, keeps Schreier at bay. But as the leader, it's always tricky, isn't it? You are the first one to arrive at every braking zone, every turning point, the first one to discover just how much or little grip there is. Schreier can sort of gauge what he's doing slightly. He only has a fraction of a second to make that decision, of course, but for a racing driver, that's enough. He can then figure out, based on what Mackenzie Cresswell's car's doing, just how hard he can push. We're heading towards the part of the circuit where both of them had a little bit of a slip up a lap ago. Be surprised to see Cresswell a bit earlier on the brakes, which he is. Even tighter line into the corner, though, by Schreier, and he's maybe a length closer to the McLaren as they come off the turn. Now through the right-hander at the penultimate corner, and then the long run through the final turn. But this gap is certainly not 1 second anymore.
Certainly not, no. I think it's going to be half a second, if that. Cresswell continues to give heart palpitations, I'm sure, to the Elite Motorsport garage, and certainly myself, as he uses all of that paint on the exit of some of these corners. 4 tenths is the gap, 0.444, fastest lap of the race going to Schreier at 2:07.2. Now the lap times are coming down as well. Ooh. Here comes Schreier. Cresswell gets a little bit wide as well, struggles to get the McLaren turned in, but has enough momentum to hold on to the lead for now. Here comes Schreier again. Looks to the inside at 3. Not going to happen just yet, but Cresswell is under immense pressure here from the young German.
Purple sectors, though, coming in from multiple drivers further back. Fastest in the middle sector, Callum Davis. He was 4 tenths quicker than the leader that time. And also a purple sector for Tim Horrell further back. We saw him go well in the wet last time at Estoril. Here comes Schreier again to the inside, and there is contact. Around goes Mackenzie Cresswell, the secondary contact, which damages the front of the McLaren. And Mackenzie Cresswell tapped into a spin. Schreier gets the lead. Callum Davis, crucially, goes second from a championship perspective. That could be really significant. Both the 31 and the 812 cars, definitely championship rivals of the Elite Motorsport pairing. And that little tiny touch on the apex, you could sort of see it coming, couldn't you? Schreier kept on having a stab to the inside into the big braking zones, and finally the pair of them ran out of room.
Yeah, that was a very stressful moment, I'm sure, for Mackenzie Cresswell. Meanwhile, Joachim Bolting has moved up into 4th position now as he continues to make the wet weather his happy hunting ground. The only 2 drivers faster than him, Schreier and Cresswell, out there on the circuit. So Bolting is going great guns at the wheel of the 38, and of course he is a solo driver. You could argue in these conditions the solo drivers will have an advantage, at least early in the second stint, because he's got all of the information and prior track knowledge, prior weather knowledge from the first 25 to 35 minutes of the race.
Yeah, I've always said that's an advantage in changeable conditions. The elite McLaren continuing to undress itself there as it went towards the final corner. That's done a fair amount of cosmetic damage to the front of the car. Hopefully there's no damage to the rear suspension where the initial contact was made. You can really see now the moisture starting to gather on the windscreen as Mackenzie Creswell, driving with a certain amount of red mist, I suspect, before him, plunges down towards the first turn. More bits of carbon fibre come flying from the front of the McLaren, which is no longer in showroom specification, I'm afraid, but it's still running in third position. And Mackenzie won't be giving up just yet. He knows it's important to try and score some good points out of this race. You win championships on your bad days, not your good days, I've always said. And if Elite are planning a full season assault, they know that it's important they regroup here. They're still in third and not a million miles behind second place Callum Davis.
No, exactly. Still unconfirmed as to whether they'll join the Spanish leg of the calendar, at least to my knowledge. But they did imply, I think, that if things were going well, it would be a strong consideration. Now, is the front right of that car more cambered than the front left? It wasn't that side that got impacted, but maybe the alignment got slightly put out of silt at the front. Nonetheless, rather than recovering and go and right the wrongs put to him by Maximilian Schreier, he's actually coming under pressure because, again, Joachim Bulting, the AM driver, the bronze driver, I'm pretty sure he would tell you a hobbyist, is on it right now.
Very on it. In fact, he's faster than anyone's been so far this race in Sector 1. So really flying, Joachim Bulting. There he goes in the intricately liveried Porsche Cayman. The closer you get to that car and the more time you have to study it, the more impressive that livery becomes. There we get a closer look at the front of the Elite Motorsport McLaren. I sort of see what you mean about the camber, but hopefully that's not going to massively affect the handling of the car. The wetter it gets, the less difference it will make, actually. So perhaps now Mackenzie Creswell will be hoping for a bit more rain. He's certainly wayward coming out of the penultimate corner. Nothing new there, though. That's been his line all weekend, come rain or shine. Joachim Bulting, though, through the middle sector was quicker again by about 0.6 of a second. 0.3 quicker than the McLaren in Sector 1. Did you have Joachim Bulting catching and passing the Elite Motorsport car for podium place on your bingo card?
With all due respect to Joachim, no, not in the slightest. But here we are in these conditions that are challenging and changing. For 2 laps in a row now, Joachim Bulting has been the fastest driver on the circuit. He is on a roll. He sees the door opening on the inside. Side-by-side action. Creswell is going to hold on to this position for dear life, of course. But for now, it's Joachim Bulting still behind, and Creswell having to challenge immensely hard to try and just find a way past the McLaren. Cresswell's wily. He's not going to make this easy for Bulting. Bulting has about 10 years of racing experience to his name, so actually he's spent more time in cars. No. Oh, and he almost lost it there. He's on the edge. Now he's got to kind of gather that, not let that moment there affect him too much. Whatever brave pills he's taking at the moment, he doesn't need to ease off them because it's working for him right now.
Interestingly, Adam, sorry, purple middle sector.
I was just going to say.
I beat you to it. Charlie Robertson, slick tyres starting to switch on, do you think?
Well, the last lap was a 2:10, and that's quicker than everyone from about 8th place back.
And now he is the fastest man on the track, 2:07.1, fastest lap of the race. So as others are slipping and sliding and seemingly parts of the circuit are still quite damp, the Century BMW now the fastest car on the track. The problem, though, Adam, is he's 1 minute and 21 seconds off the race lead. He really needs that rain to stay away.
He does. It's worth noting, though, of course, that if these drivers... Well, we'll get to that in a second, because here comes Joachim Bulting. He has the inside line this time. Is he in 3rd place as they emerge? Please emerge. There they are. That took a little bit too long for my liking. But there he is in 3rd place. Mackenzie Creswell has had to give way to Joachim Bulting after a lap of pressure. There is Charlie Robertson. Now, the point I was going to make to you regarding this car, yes, it's 1 minute and 21 seconds down. However, I'm not sure that any of these teams can get 4 tyres on and off a GT4 car within the small time they have to spend in the pit lane. I think everybody else, so long as the weather remains in this direction, everybody else is going to be wanting to get slicks onto the car, and that's going to take them longer than the time they have to spend in the pits.
This is fascinating, though, because now Callum Davis has set a fastest lap. He's actually catching Maximilian Schreier to the tune of a couple of 1.2 seconds faster than the leader on the previous lap. So Davis closing in on Schreier. Robertson is about to put in, though, quite considerably the fastest lap of the race. 2 purple sectors. In Sector 1, he's a couple of tenths quicker than what the leaders are doing, but I think in Sector 2 it was a bigger chunk. We'll see what the final lap time is. So we're right in that sort of switching point, aren't we? The track is drying, so everyone's getting quicker, even those on wet tyres, but how much quicker are the slicks? Well, this is where we find out. Charlie Robertson, the Century Motorsport BMW, out of the final corner. Over the line he will go momentarily. The current fastest lap is a 2:06.8. He does a 2:04.0, 2.8 seconds faster than even the other fastest car on the track. He's only actually 2.8 seconds now behind Jose Garcia, which would be his first overtake for position.
So Charlie Robertson is starting to clamber through the order. It's a long, long road for Century Motorsport to potentially start fighting for overall positions again further up the order where they'd maybe expect to be under normal circumstances. But for now, Charlie Robertson is putting in a shift.
The only other man matching Robertson's sector times is Joseph Ellerine in the FK Performance Motorsport BMW, which I did suspect might have been on slick tyres at the start. Now, that car started on slick, so it is a little bit further up the road, only about 20 seconds up the road from Robertson. Could that become the race to watch between the 2 BMWs? We'll have to wait and see. For now, this is the race to watch, because Callum Davis, in this race where you need 6 pairs of eyes to keep track of everything, is now within a second of the race leader. Maximilian Schreier, having caught and robustly found a way past Mackenzie Creswell, is no longer safe in that first position.
Definitely not safe at the moment. Callum Davis was somewhere in the region of 5 or 6 seconds behind Schreier, while Schreier was fighting with Mackenzie Creswell. But how things change in just a few minutes. Drive-through, meanwhile, for Schreier because of the contact at turn 5 with Mackenzie Creswell. So yes, they're fighting, but unfortunately, earlier transgressions are affecting the race. And I also want to mention Enrico Ferderer just now into the pits after all of that grabbing.
Yes, having drifted down to 13th position, drifted quite literally, I suspect. He finally decides possibly to call it a day, maybe to visit the pit lane for repairs. So, okay, sit rep. Charlie Robertson just did a 2:04.0 on his previous lap. He is about to improve further upon that, though, I think. The Century BMW will be among the next couple of cars across the timing line. There he goes, a 2:01.5. Found another 3.5 seconds between his previous lap and the one that he just completed, and that is now about 6.5 seconds quicker than the leader, who is off the track at the top of the hill. Maximilian Schreier hands the lead to Callum Davis, who was about to inherit it anyway. But look who's catching them. Joachim Bolting is about to inherit second place, and he's in the same shot as the race leaders.
This is a sensational performance from Joachim Bolting, celebrating 10 years in motorsport this year, as a matter of fact. Debuted in the 2015 Brick Car 24-hour in a Marcos Mantis. So he's used to going sideways, is my point here. The top 2 are being reeled in. Charlie Robertson continues to set fastest lap after fastest lap. We've also got a battle going on for the Cayman Trophy lead that Franz Linden appears to have just taken from Mikael Sander. But for now, Callum Davis heads the way, and Schreier, at some point in the near future, has to make a visit to the pit lane outside of his scheduled pit stop. The window opens in 2 minutes.
Oh, and Maximilian Schreier goes back to the inside. There's contact again nearly there between Schreier and a McLaren. This time Callum Davis, I think there was a tiny bit of paint traded there. Callum Davis very lucky that he didn't meet the same fate that Mackenzie Creswell did a few laps ago, and this further delays them. The leader that time, Callum Davis, did a 2:06.4, Schreier a 2:07.4, Bolting a 2:05.2. He was 1.2 seconds quicker than the race leader, and the race leader is Callum Davis, not a slow driver by any means. So Joachim Bolting is well and truly in this fight, and of course the longer Schreier stays out there and doesn't come in to serve the penalty, the more of a distraction he will prove to be to Davis, and the more that assists the AM driver in third.
help if I'm muted. A point to make regulatory-wise is typically a pit stop has to be 79 seconds at this circuit. It varies depending on the length of the pit lane. However, if they want to change tyres, it's a minimum of 2 minutes, which again is why Charlie Robertson may have come up trumps here after all, playing the longest of long games. Meanwhile, the number 11 car is still crabbing, now worse than before, having been into the pit, gone back out again. That car is surely not going much further.
Yeah, something that was slightly damaged, I fear, has now given way completely. I think it is in the left rear corner, isn't it, that the damage has been done. Yes, that's definitely not the way Mercedes designed the rear suspension on that car. So the Schnitzelalm team, SR Motorsport with Schnitzelalm Racing team, will have work to do, I'm afraid. He's meandering all over the road in his quest to get back to the pit lane as safely as possible. Right, out towards the final turn we go again. Is it getting wetter? Yes, reports of rain intensifying in the final sector, we are informed. So just as the pendulum swings one way, it now perhaps is about to swing back the other way. The pit stop window is open, but no one will know what to do. Do we pit now? Do we wait? Do we change tyres? Do we hang out until the end of the window? I'm glad I'm not making these decisions.
No, me neither. It is a big decision for everyone to have to make. There is Joseph Ellerin into the gravel. That was the one car that we thought maybe had stayed on slicks through everything. We're not too sure, but that was something we'd discussed. Now, that was towards turn 9. Meanwhile, the pit window is open. Mackenzie Cresswell gives way to the gives way to his co-driver, Joshua Ratican, and the window open. We'll see how long people stay out there.
Charlie Robertson, though, still pumping in not only purple lap times, but purple sectors as well. 59 now. He's the only driver to get anywhere near a sub 2 minute lap. But look, the rain is really heavy on the exit of turn 5 and at the pit straight. The whole circuit now is starting to be soaked again. And yes, Robertson in the final sector is off the pace. So he's up into 12th position now, Charlie Robertson. But suddenly those slick tyres are not the tyres to be on. Yes, he's generated some heat in them now, but I think there's going to be too much moisture on the circuit.
Yes, and I think where possible, drivers... so Ellerin's got a puncture, and I do wonder if that was sustained because of contact. There is also, again, left rear suspension issues. I just want to clarify on regulations here again. The tyre change pit stop cannot be the mandatory pit stop. So even now the weather's turning back in favour of the wets anyway. However, even if it wasn't, they probably wouldn't want to make 2 pit stops. So this is an ever-evolving situation, but after it briefly turning in favour of Charlie Robertson, it's now gone entirely the other way, and if they want to get onto wets for Ravi Ramid, they're going to have to visit twice.
Wow, well, the script writers have been working overtime, haven't they, for this race? This has been truly the most unpredictable race of the season so far by some margin. The top 3 drivers are covered by 1.8 seconds. They are also coming across the line just as the Josh Ratican, now driven Elite Motorsport McLaren, comes out of the pit lane. Bolting is second because Callum Davis is pitted, so Schreier leads, Bolting second, Davis is pitted, but with Schreier owing a penalty soon, it could be that we get a Jurgen Bolting race-led lap maybe before too much long. We'll see how long he chooses to stay out. Benson in as well. It all changes again.
And the weather is actually swinging back towards what Jurgen's been liking so far, so who's to say that that lead doesn't last for quite some time? It's an incredible situation that our AM class leader finds himself in right now, second overall in the race. Schreier will come into the pits, and of course he has to come in twice because he'll need to do the drive-through and he'll need to do his mandatory stop, so he is doomed to visit the pits. Drivers to watch out for, well, one of them is going to be Peter Terting once he takes over from Lorbeck. In fact, actually he already has. You see the black car on screen there, and it is on an outlap. Terting now at the wheel. So we spoke to Peter Terting, of course, during the lunch break, and he is very good in these wet conditions. He was second place overall, of course, in the Pro-Am winning car at race 2 in Estoril a week ago, and we can expect that car to make up places. Right now, he's got Arne Hofmeister directly ahead of him. And in fact, that's going to be quite a quick cavalry of Caymans there, because Hofmeister is a very capable pro and a bit of a ringmeister, as is Peter Turtig. And if you race at the ring on a regular basis, let's face it, you have to be good in the wet.
If you're a fan of Charlie Robertson, Ravi Ramid and or Century Motorsport, all is not lost. He is still matching, generally, the pace of the race leaders, and in the first sector on this lap was 3 seconds quicker than them, so the bits of the track that are still dry, are dry-ish, are dry enough that he could still maximise the slick tyres. I think because he's built up some tyre temperature, he is still maintaining. If the rain eases in the next 5 minutes before the track becomes waterlogged, he could still be in this. His most recent lap, as we watch here the 18 car heading back out on track, his most recent lap was a 2:08.7, 2 seconds quicker than the race leader, who is now in the pit lane. Maximilian Schreier pits. Joachim Bolting leads the race.
Oh, this is going to be a very fun interview if he wins it. I'll tell you that, Izzy, down in the pits. This is going to be an interesting second half of the race. We relish this kind of thing. The drivers hate it. They don't know what's going to happen lap on lap on lap as they approach each corner. For us, though, this is a very compelling 120 plus mile an hour game of chess that they're playing at the moment. There is Joachim Bolting. He has a couple of more laps before he needs to come in and pit. But for now, he has yet to make that stop, and it is going to be genuinely compelling to see where he is in relation to the other cars once he makes that pit stop. The Plus Line Racing team that await him in the pit box are a very capable outfit, just because it's an AM driver, a driver who does this for the thrills, and it really is a circus today. His livery is quite right. That Plus Line team is as cutting edge as it gets, so don't expect anything like an AM performance in the pit. There is Charlie Robertson.
Yeah, most recent lap of 2:14, so 4 seconds slower than the leader now. How quickly it can change. He was 3 seconds quicker the lap before, and now 4 seconds slower, because all of a sudden I think we've reached that turning point. And look how different the body language of the BMW is compared to, well, the BMW just behind it, which is, okay, run by a different team, but it's on wet tyres. Robertson's car is snapping and twitching around all over the place. He can't go near the throttle because it spins up the rear wheels. He can't turn into the corner because the front tyres won't purchase, whereas the car behind is nicely, smoothly, serenely making its way around the racetrack, and Charlie Robertson suddenly faces conditions that really aren't in his favour. Although I don't really now see that much rain out of the commentary box window, so he just needs to hang on in there. Of course, the trouble is he's handing over to Ravi Ramid. Now, Ravi is a very talented driver, don't get me wrong, but he is really not going to relish the thought of jumping out there in these conditions. Meanwhile, change here for net position, Adam.
Yeah, so this is the 812 and the 31 going at it. They've had a change of personnel, of course, in the pit lanes. This is Alan Gabay now with Charlie Hart, and Charlie Hart almost getting hung out to dry there by Owen Hizzy. Were they doing some Hakkinen Schumacher splitting of the cars at Spa? A little bit of that, I think. And it is now Charlie Hart that has moved through into what I think would probably end up being perhaps net lead, maybe net second, depending on what goes on for Joachim Bolting in the pit lane. He is currently in the pit lane, so I have to keep an eye on the clown-clad Porsche to see how that comes out relative to these two.
Yes, so we know that the 31 of Alan Gabay still has this penalty to serve, doesn't it, for the contact that Maximilian Schreier was involved in, but the white McLaren of Charlie Hart, that is the car with whom Joachim Bolting is battling. Now, of course, Charlie, you made this point earlier, getting used to the conditions. Joachim Bolting will jump out of the pit lane and immediately, in theory, get straight back up to speed. Could that be the advantage he needs to bridge what was, what, a 1.5 second deficit that he had before the pit window, and leapfrog ahead of the Rafa Racing McLaren? If he can do it, then that would be a remarkable achievement. We'll find out momentarily, Adam.
This is a very interesting next 30 seconds. Where's Bolting? We'll see him shortly coming out of the pit lane. Here comes Charlie Hart going through the final corner. I have to imagine the Plus Line car is right on the verge of rolling. We'll see in the next few moments. Everyone taking a wide berth. There goes the Plus Line car. Oh, I don't know. I think it's going to be Charlie Hart that ends up in the lead. Yes, it will be. Hart is going to be somewhere in the region of 4 to 5 seconds clear, maybe even more than that, of Joachim Bolting. I wonder if the stop was maybe just a little long. Nonetheless, Bolting in second place net as he comes out once Alan Gabai serves that penalty.
Well, okay, he was a little bit quicker than Callum Davis. Is he going to be a little bit quicker than Charlie Hart? Are the conditions going to continue to play to his advantage, I wonder? All of these answers, and probably many more, to questions I haven't even thought of, will come our way in the next 26 minutes or so. There is Bolting doing his best to get fully up to speed. Charlie Hart, though, drops down into turn number 5. He is clearing Alan Gabai now, so that certainly suggests that the performance differential between these two cars is now swinging more in the favour of the McLaren than the Porsche, with their second drivers both plugged in now. But really the question is, what can Bolting do from a few seconds back? Rattigan 11 seconds behind Charlie Hart now. It's not really gone to plan today, has it, for Elite Motorsport?
No, not at all. After that collision with the 31 Porsche, the race has slightly fell away from Rattigan. There was, as you said, some cosmetic damage to the arturers and bodywork damage. Whether it has had a performance effect as well, we don't know. But what we are seeing is that the Elite Motorsport car is a ways back. There it is in 4th position overall at the moment. Joachim Bolting well ahead up the road, and then Bill Clausen about 5 or 6 seconds back from the McLaren as well, the leading and sole remaining Mercedes, just there briefly in shot. Now the interesting thing is going to be the pace now, isn't it, between Bolting and Charlie Hart. They're through sector 2. Do we have Bolting's middle sector? It's a 40.9, a 40.5 for Charlie Hart. So while Bolting is just now getting himself back up to speed, he was 4/10 slower in the middle sector.
Yes, he was, and actually Rattigan not as far behind him as I thought he might be. We'll get the gaps now. Hart goes through, now reinstated into the lead, a 2:08.3. Gabai does a 2:08.4. Doesn't really matter because he's got the penalty to come. Bolting, of course, it was an outlap. Rattigan a 2:07.9. Quickest of all of them, Josh Rattigan. So maybe it's not all done for Elite. They're 10.7 seconds off the lead. But Josh Rattigan is really up for the fight, isn't he, this afternoon? He is not out of this yet.
So Pro-Am leader is Nico Grundel. He is 6th overall. Just coming into the pits at the moment is Owen Hizzy. Now, was there a penalty assigned to the number 82 Ginetta? There have been some track limit warnings, but I haven't seen any indication of a penalty, so I wonder if something is amiss with the Ginetta. While that's going on, I want to also note that Arne Hofmeister leads in Cayman Trophy, and he leads, I believe, by somewhere in excess of 20 seconds over Luisa Kala, second in the class, and Cedric Fuchs a little way further back from him as well. So Hofmeister potentially in a very strong position. Indeed he is. The lead is more like 25 seconds in Cayman Trophy for Arne Hofmeister. And of course in AM it is Joachim Bolting that leads the way, and for Nico Grundel, he's going to be thinking, okay, there he is on screen, the Pro-Am leader. He's got 20 seconds between himself and Peter Terting, and 22 minutes and 55 seconds to last.
Sector time sort of being traded now between Charlie Hart and Joachim Bolting. Joachim was 3/10 quicker in Sector 1, 2/10 slower in Sector 2, and actually Alan Gabai consistently now taking time out of Charlie Hart. There is Alan Gabai. They still haven't served this penalty, have they? No. So they're in no great rush to come in, maybe hoping that they can argue after the race, although that rarely ends well. We'll see whether or not the number 31 car peels into the pit lane. It's taking a very tight line, as if maybe it is now destined for the pit lane, and that's a bit of a shame because he was starting to take time out of Charlie Hart. Hart does a 2:07.9. He's pretty consistent at the moment. Joachim Bolting's first flying lap after the pit stop is a 2:08, a 2:08.3, so 4/10 slower in the end. Rattigan 2:07.7, personal best lap of the race for that elite car, 2/10 quicker than the leader. A win might not be realistic, but I do think there's a chance they could salvage second place, and from a championship perspective, if they choose to stick around for the whole season, that could be really important.
10 seconds in 22 minutes in these conditions.
Yeah,
I'm not ruling out a win. It might need some dramas, but we've had enough of them already so far. Charlie Hart, for now, though, keeping it under control. We know that he's a cool head under pressure. Charlie can really manage himself well at the wheel of a car, so we'll see quite how that pans out for him. There is the 31 car of Alon Gabay. I believe he will be out there around 7th or 8th place once he's come through the first sector split. Owen Hizzy giving us a little bit of a moment there in the commentary box sideways. And he is down in 16th place, having been to the pits on a couple of occasions. Gabay now in 6th place, that's confirmed. So he's behind Grundle, his teammate.
Ravi Ramyid's outlap from the pit lane was 4 minutes and 24 seconds, about 2 minutes longer than you'd expect a lap to be. You said something about 2 minutes being the minimum time for a tyre change stop. I wonder whether maybe they've decided to cut their losses now and put that car back on wet tyres, perhaps. We'll keep an eye on it through the latter part of the race now. We still have 20.5 minutes to go, so quite a long time still for things to change around a little bit, shall we say. But that car is in 12th position at the moment. It has at least gained a bit of ground, a lot of ground really, from where it was earlier on in the race. Leader's about to come through then and notch up another lap. There is Josh Rattican. How's he been getting on this particular lap? Sort of matching the leader, actually 4 tenths quicker in the middle sector. So Rattican is still pushing on. He's also exceeding track limits, which sort of proves the point that he's pushing on. How close is he now to Jurgen Bolting? 2.6 seconds. And a full sort of 7 tenths faster that time. That gap is definitely going the right way if you are Josh Rattigan. It's getting smaller. Not good news if you're Jurgen Bolting, but it looks as though second place could be on the cards.
Charlie Hart was half a second quicker than Rattican on that previous lap as well. So the leading Artura building the gap not just over Bolting, but Rattican. There is Jurgen Bolting running second overall right now. Our AM class leader was performing heroics in the first phase of the race, closing in on the race lead as an AM driver among the pros. He's still very much an AM driver among the pros, but the pendulum has maybe somewhat shifted towards the faster, younger drivers at the moment. And we'll see how that evolves. You can still see fine sheets of rain coming down at the far end of the circuit. There is your leading car, just homing in on the Club Class GT4 entry of Thilo Goss, the first generation Aston Martin Vantage GT4. And of course, that is the point of the Club Class, to get the out of homologation GT4s onto the grid. If you've got one lurking, you can come and join Thilo in the GT4 Winter Series. There is Charlie Hart, and you can see how measured he's being. It looks slow, but it's effective at this juncture in these conditions.
Yes, a car that looks like it's going quickly in the wet often isn't, because actually it's all about being smooth and just really not overdriving the car at all. And you have to completely change your driving style in the wet. Your lines change, your braking references change, but even just your steering and pedal inputs change quite dramatically as well, because you've got to be gentle in these conditions. Flashing of the lights there to let the slower car know that he's coming through, and that move will be made cleanly into turn one. Now here comes Jurgen Bolting, 10.4 seconds back. He lost quite a chunk that time, 2 seconds to the race leader, and about 1.3 seconds to Josh Rattican. So Jurgen now just starting to slip back, but let's face it, Adam, even if Rattican goes through, if Jurgen can hang on to third place overall, I know he won't really get any credit for that. We don't do an outright podium, but what an incredible achievement that would be. I think he would have an even bigger smile on his face when he climbs onto the AM class podium later on than he did in race 2 earlier on this morning.
Oh, he absolutely would. Yes, he'd be. I think you'd probably have to duck and run. What, the champagne spraying mandates as well. He'll look to be causing some on-air mischief if he's got that much to celebrate on the podium. Tobias Bill Clausen, a distant 4th place, is falling off them. Drive-through penalty though for Arne Hofmeister, a short pit stop for the number 66 Speedworks car. Now that is actually going to make things very interesting in Cayman Trophy, because Cedric Fuchs, I think, is somewhere in the region of 25 seconds down the road, and he's got to drive, and Hofmeister has to drive through the pits. So Cedric Fuchs might see the 66 Speedworks car come out either directly ahead or behind him.
Yes, because Cedric on this lap has got ahead of Luis Carla, I believe. Yep. Yes, that had only changed on the most recent circuit, so he comes through. Yeah, about for 34 seconds actually is the gap, I reckon, unless my maths are letting me down, between Hofmeister and Fuchs. So 34 seconds. How long do you reckon it takes to drive down the pit lane? Its pit lane speed limit, probably, I'd say, around 25 seconds, 30 maybe.
25 to 30, yeah.
Yeah, this could be very close.
We'll see how that goes. Cedric was very complimentary of his own wet weather driving skills when I interviewed him earlier in the week. So he's confident, certainly, of what he can do. There is the Thilo Gus car going a lap down. Here comes Joshua Rattigan with a good run out of the final corner. Joachim Balting has a McLaren in the slipstream. As they approach the first corner, it looks like Balting is opting for the inside line. No, he cuts halfway to the outside and is just measuring it there, making sure his Cayman is in the way. But Rattigan, I think, is smelling blood in the water.
Yep, is there an opportunity into 3? Balting's on the curb. That meant he couldn't brake quite as late as he wanted. The door is open, but usually the outside line's the place to be. I think maybe, though, Rattigan's about to prove me wrong. He was much quicker through 3. He is now on the preferred line through 4 and sweeps through into second position. Well, Joachim Balting put up as much of a fight as I think we could expect him to there, really. But Rattigan always looked quicker and in the end was able to come through without too much difficulty. He's got 15 minutes left of the race now. I was going to say to try and catch the leader, but since I last checked, that gap has gone out by about 2 seconds between Hart, the leader, and Josh Rattigan in second position. Balting third. Shout out as well in fourth position to Tobias Biller-Clausen in the BWT Mucker Motorsport Mercedes that we haven't really mentioned or indeed seen a lot of this afternoon, but it's doing very well in fourth position. There is Arne Hofmeister, so this is crucial then. Out of the pit lane he comes, having served the drive-through penalty. Cedric Fuchs has not yet crossed the line, now crosses the line, so it will still be Hofmeister in front, but not by a particularly sizable margin.
No, it's going to be somewhere in the region of 4-5 seconds for the Cayman Trophy leader Hofmeister, and Cedric Fuchs, I'm sure, will be getting the message now from SR Motorsport. I think it will probably be Tim Neuser in his ear going, go, 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 go. And Luisa Carla doing a good job as well, keeping up with Cedric at the moment. These young drivers at SR Motorsport, they end up doing really something of a mechanics internship, really. They do a bit of everything on their cars. Louisa was even cleaning the car on Friday before going out for first practice, doing a touch of car valeting before doing some car racing. And it is really interesting to see. They've always got them doing something down there at SR.
Had a change for second in the AM class last time around, by the way. Stephen Bernson-Amat getting ahead of Martin Kroll in the Herfer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW, losing a place. So that was a positional change, and actually Amat going very quickly in his Cayman, starting to close in now on the club class Aston Martin of Thilo Gus. We see here, meanwhile, Alan Gabay up to 5th position now, so he's got ahead of Nico Grundle since we last checked in on him. He's 4 seconds behind Tobias Biller-Clausen, so that would be 4th place, which I feel is fairly doable for Gabay. He's been quick throughout this whole stint, hasn't he? And yeah, only 3.3 seconds, yes, behind at the beginning of the lap, but over a second faster last time around.
Yeah, 1.5 even, so I think give it 2 laps and he'll be on the rear of the pink Mercedes in that battle for 4th position, and of course 3rd in Pro as well, so this will be for the chance to stand on the podium as well. There is Nico Grundle as well, just looking to put a lap on the 127 of Martin Kroll, who comes across him a little bit there. He'll be going, what? Blue flags, man. But I think Grundle is more focused right now on just making sure he gets the car home for that Pro-Am win. He leads the class at the moment by 23 seconds over what should be Peter Terting, because Terting did not start the car. Lobeck was supposed to be starting the car. I don't know whether that's just a timing issue or not, that Lobeck is still listed on our graphics. We get a replay here, I think, of Tobias Biller-Clausen perhaps having a little bit of a moment. Not sure quite what that was showing us there, but there is Joshua Ratican. Ratican now 12.5 back from the other McLaren Artura, so he is still slowly but surely losing time in the grand scheme of things. He was a 10th quicker on the previous lap, but the gap has extended over the last 10 minutes from 10 to 12 seconds. He has, however, just taken that down by another 3/10 previous time, Joshua Ratican, but one would suspect that the gap is not going to come down enough for unless Charlie Hart has an issue. The BWT Muka Motorsport cars, a formation flying there. The older Aston Martin being pursued by Tobias Bill Clausen. And there is Alan Gabay, who's running 5th overall, just behind him. Has the gap come down again? The answer is yes. And again, a little bit quicker that time, but only 4/10 this time, taken out of 4th place by Alan Gabay. So not quite the same rate of knots this time by.
No, and I don't think he's had any traffic either, so maybe a mistake. I mean, that is possible in these conditions that are always capable of catching a driver out. Gabay will keep on pushing, though. Only, what, 2.9 seconds, as we said, for him to gain. You know, in Hizzy, meanwhile, who's he found to play with in the Ginetta? It's been a trying weekend, hasn't it, really, for SVG Motorsports? And that was, I think, Martin Kroll he was going past, but only to unlap himself. That wasn't actually for position. I did mean to mention this about half an hour ago, but it did look almost as if this Ginetta had started on slicks as well, the way it was scrabbling for grip a couple of times that we saw. I don't know what it's on now, but it hasn't been as fast as you would expect. Nothing like as fast as you would expect in these conditions. So I wonder whether maybe they had played the tyre gamble, which, as it turns out, was absolutely not the right thing to do, because again the rain has returned with just under 10 minutes of the race to go. Another little sprinkling of rain across basically the entire circuit, I think at this point, is further cementing the idea that the wet tyre was the one to go with.
Yes, it was up in the air for much of that first stint, quite which way it would go, but the secure choice has proven to be the treaded tyre. Charlie Hart will cross the line, or has already crossed the line to begin a new lap. We'll just keep an eye on these deltas as Joshua Ratican crosses the line 12.4 back. But moreover, the closing more so is in the battle for 4th and 5th place. Gabay was 2.8 seconds back. It's definitely not 2.8 anymore as they come across the line this time. It is going to be, I think, less than a second. It is just over a second, 1.09 of a second between Clausen and Gabay. That is going to be a battle in a matter of moments in the scrap for 4th place. There they are now, coming in shot at turn 2 and 3. The pink Mercedes leading the red, black and white W&S Motorsport Porsche. And let's see if Gabay, now that he's closing, can he find a Porsche-sized hole?
Ahead of them, Ravi Ramid has found himself a little bit of traffic. This is not a great time for the battle for 4th position to be catching Ravi, because he himself was side by side with somebody. Oh, that was a little bit of a late look up the inside, wasn't it, really, for Clausen? But he scrabbles through on the inside line and will be followed by Alan Gabay. So no real change, no real shift in the momentum between each driver there. But having caught, now Gabay has got to try and find a way through. That's always difficult to do in the wet. See, he lunges to the inside there, but on the exit of the corner, the Mercedes has much more traction. So difficult to overtake in the wet, because there is usually one definitively quicker line. And if you deviate off that to make a pass, it might look like you've got the job done, but actually on corner exit, rarely is that the case. So Alan Gabay will have to get a bit inventive here. Again, takes the tighter line over the top of the hill. But again, the Mercedes scrambles out of the corner more quickly.
7.5 minutes of this race left to go for Tobias Bill Clausen. This might be a very long 7.5 minutes, because he is under threat from Gabay. Gabay, who's well accustomed to driving these W&S Caymans at this point, has been running them for a good couple of years now. Very familiar with his tools, more so than Tobias Bill Clausen, I might add. So the experience advantage definitely with the W&S Motorsport driver. And if he gets a good run here out of turn 1, the move, or out of the final corner, the move may come at turn 1.
Ooh, Clausen, 2 wheels on the painted curbs, the car fishtailing around. That's lost him momentum. He nearly lost control completely, but I fear it will lose him 4th place at the very least. Alan Gabay had his nose ahead fractionally at the line, gets to the inside, heading into turn 1, and Alan Gabay moves into 4th position. A tiny error there from Tobias Bill Clausen, and it cost him the position. Does he retaliate into turn 3? Thinks about it, but Alan Gabay positions the Porsche perfectly and manages to hold on to the place. He's 10 seconds now behind Joachim Bolting. I don't think he will bridge that gap in the remaining 6.25 minutes or so. So, all being well, these positions pretty static. Quick check-in in the Cayman Trophy, by the way. We were a little concerned for Arne Hofmeister after that drive-through penalty. Well, Arne has actually been extending the margin over Cedric Fuchs. I've been monitoring that over the last few laps. It's now back over 10 seconds, so he had the pace in hand anyway, it turned out, to defend that lead. And Cedric also now 3.8 seconds clear of Luisa Carla, so I don't see there being any change there. Arne will be pretty relieved, I think, that he built such a large lead in the first half of the race.
That's a good point, yes. That was in part down to the handiwork as well, of course, of Franz Linden, his teammate and the driver that he coaches. So his own hard work to bring Franz Linden into the world of racing has paid off somewhat for Hofmeister there. Hofmeister, or rather I should say Linden, came and debuted in racing here last year in the GT4 Winter Series, having previously been on a lot of the GEDLICH Racing endless summer track days. I think slowly got talked into the idea of maybe considering going racing. Arne Hofmeister took him under his wing, and it has been great to see him really flourishing as a racing driver rather than a track driver over the last year, also competing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in one of these Cayman Trophy spec Porsches.
I don't know whether Charlie Hart made a mistake on that last lap, but he suddenly lost quite a chunk of time, 1.2 seconds or so, to Josh Rattigan. I'm sure it's nothing to especially worry about. Yes, it was the second sector. He lost 1.3 seconds in the second sector, so I think Charlie might have had a little off-track moment somewhere in the middle of the previous lap. The gap, though, still over 10 seconds, so he doesn't really need to be pushing that hard, does he, Charlie Hart? Charlie reported a tyre issue, by the way, in the race earlier on today. He picked up a lot of understeer, and there was a bit of an issue with the front left tyre, I think it was, so they were pretty confident they'd managed to identify that as the issue, and now he is looking like he could, well, claim a victory here. Of course, it would be a first victory of the year for Rafa Racing by Race Lab, and a third different winner of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series, which is the exact opposite, really, of what we had a week ago.
Yes, absolutely right. We had a singular domination a week ago, and this time it's been a mixed bag, to say the least. 3 different teams at the podium, top step of the podium, but of course 2 wins for the McLaren. It's still going to be 5 from 6 for the McLaren Artura, so folk at Woking will be fairly happy with the Customer GT program and how it's progressing here in the GT4 Winter Series. We will see some more McLaren representation, as I understand it, in the 6H Portimao next week, the Portimao 6 hour that will be taking place right here, and indeed will be live on the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series YouTube channel in a week's time. For now, though, Charlie Hart has just 2 more laps between himself and the flag, and hopefully not too many moments like that, Andy.
Did I or did I not just say he doesn't really need to be trying too hard? He's got a 10 and a bit second lead, and it's moments like those that will certainly be raising the heart rates of the team back in the garage. He still, through all of that, actually gained a 10th of a second over Josh Rattigan. He doesn't really need to, though. He's only got 2 more laps to go, and he just needs to stay away from those painted curves. Here comes Joachim Bolting, meanwhile, still, for me, driver of the race. Yes, he slipped back 24 seconds in the second half of it, but in those changeable conditions earlier on, he was doing really, really well. However, his 3rd position overall is not quite as secure as I thought it would be at this point. He had a slow lap last time around, a 2:11.8, was 3 seconds nearly slower than Alan Gabay. So again, Joachim, I think, had a moment. Oh, in fact, is he slowing? Is he slowing? Because that gap was 5 seconds at the line, and I think Joachim Bolting's car might be running into an issue.
It's quite possible. It would be a huge shame if something is wrong with the car to the extent that he can't at least get the AM win, having dominated that class all weekend. But it looks like third position is certainly under threat here. Maybe he was just easing off. Maybe he's now having to wake up. I don't think that's the case, though. I think Alan Gabai is coming across what might be a slightly ailing car, the number 38 of Joachim Bolting. 1 minute and 39 seconds left to go. This will be the penultimate lap of the race, so Joachim doesn't have to hold on for too long. But Gabai senses an opportunity, and again, yes, Alan's already got his third in pro, and that's what counts towards the points. He's still going to want to make an overtake on Bolting, though.
That was bizarre, wasn't it, though? Because, yeah, Bolting lost about 5 seconds through the first couple of corners alone, and now suddenly seems to be back up to speed again. So maybe something intermittent. You automatically think electrics, don't you? Especially in wet conditions, maybe a gearbox issue, but now the car seems absolutely fine. So Joachim Bolting will, I'm sure, defend here if he can from Alan Gabai. But Alan would like to get through if he can. We're hearing reports he hit the curb, Joachim Bolting, and had a little half spin. I think that might have been on the previous lap rather than the start of this lap. Not 100% sure when that happened, but there have been a couple of chunks of time loss recently. Bolting needs to cut those errors out if he wants to hang on to third place.
It could have been on the inside at turn 1 and then half spinning to get back towards turn 2. We'll see. Nonetheless, we know he lost a couple of seconds. And we know that he is now under immense pressure from Alan Gabai. They come across the line, of course, identically spec'd cars despite being in different classes, so there's no blaming of tools here. Bolting is just going to have to put up a fight for his third overall. Meanwhile, Charlie Hart is in the lead, well clear, but we continue to focus on this battle as Gabai tries to look to the inside on the exit of turn 1. Turn 3, Bolting cuts across the nose with surgical precision, and Gabai has a lot more than I think he bargained for when he saw that Porsche closing in on, or being closed in on ahead of him. But now with that run out of turn 4, I think Bolting might have just let that third place slip.
Oh, that's a shame. He ran a bit too wide, didn't he? He's opened the door for Gabai, who goes through at turn 5. Can Joachim use this wide line into the corner to get the run up the hill? The answer's no, I think, and so it is still going to be Alan Gabai. I say still, it is now Alan Gabai ahead. Third position belongs to the WNS Motorsport car, which has been a factor in all 3 races really this weekend, hasn't it? No matter who has been at the wheel, WNS Motorsport's Porsche Cayman has been a competitive package. There, though, is the most competitive package of the afternoon. It is finally time for Rafa Racing by Racelab to celebrate a race victory. Charlie Hart brings the McLaren Artura GT4 through the final couple of corners and is about to claim win number 1 of the GT4 Winter Series.
Yes, indeed. The number 812 car for the first time this year. The checkered flag awaits for Rafa Racing by Racelab. The McLaren Artura GT4 has won 5 races so far in the GT4 Winter Series, and this is the first of his GT4 career for Charlie Hart, and the first in the GT4 Winter Series for the Rafa Racing Racelab team. Joshua Ratican taking second position, just under 9 seconds away from the leader, and it should be Alan Gabai that ends up coming through in third position despite the best efforts of Joachim Bolting. He was very close to an overall podium there, but for a couple of errors towards the end of the race, as I think the conditions started to worsen. Nonetheless, surely one of the drives of the day from our AM class winner. Tobias Bill Clausen takes 5th place. Nico Grundle crosses the line for 6th. And, of course, the win in the Pro-Am class. Peter Terting should be next across the line among those on the lead lap. There is Owen Hizzy crossing the line down in P16. And here comes Peter Terting to take P7. Arne Hofmeister will follow Baudouin Detu across the line, and I think that Arne should be well in control of Cayman Trophy. Yes, indeed, 15 seconds, so that gap kept extending out after he initially had the pace over Cedric Fuchs. A word, I must say, to Luis Sakala, who looked a lot more confident in the wet this week than she did last week, staying relatively with Cedric Fuchs all throughout her stint in these tricky conditions. Here comes Hofmeister to claim the Cayman Trophy win. A great result for the driver of the 66. Cedric Fuchs, the 110, taking P10. And Luisa Carla will be next. Amat is already across the line in the 24. Lion Speed car, Thilo Goss in 13th position, ahead of Martin Kroll, Ramid Hizi. The rest of your finishers, Joseph Ellerin, of course, had his moment out there on circuit, and the Enrico Ferderer Mercedes also ailing after those dramas that we saw with the suspension getting progressively more and more broken as it continued to crab around the circuit. But for Charlie Hart, for Rafa Racing by RaceLab, that performance was exemplary. They did everything right. Maximilian Schreier, of course, was fighting them in the early stages in the W&S Motorsport Porsche. After that car was penalised for contact with Elite Motorsport, it was all eyes on Charlie Hart, and boy, did Charlie deliver his first win in a GT4. And that is a very exciting race to have won, I'm sure. Battle scars on the number 812 car. I don't know if that was from this race or previous, but I'm sure the team won't mind buffing out some body parts in return for that drive. Josh Rattigan and Alan Gabay pull up to the podium, but Hart and Davis have claimed a win, and Rafa Racing by RaceLab are delighted. Let's listen in. You can hear the jubilation from Charlie Hart.
You got one. What was yourself behind
Now, the discussion's going on there as they continue to debrief immediately. Racing drivers immediately into the debrief, discussing who overtook who and so on, of course. But a well-deserved win for Charlie Hart and for Callum Davis in the Rafa Racing by RaceLab car. And what a contrast from a week ago, where the car really looked like a handful at the Circuito Estoril in wet conditions. This time around, the Rafa Racing by RaceLab car was very good in the tricky weather. Everyone, of course, was on their dry setups in the race as well, so that made things very interesting. And the rain throwing up curveballs in the GT4 Winter Series. And I'm sure that will be a memorable race for quite a few competitors, not least of whom, of course, being Joachim Bulting, taking 4th overall. I'm sure that was a fairly stressful, fairly intense hour of racing for Bulting. But again, one that will live long in the memory. A well-deserved damn win, and it would have been a very well-deserved podium overall if he had just about held on, but it wasn't to be on that occasion. So then Charlie and Callum continue to celebrate. I think Izzy Browning is trying to get them ready to go. And in fact, Izzy has succeeded at catching the two excited drivers. Callum and Charlie, we'll go down to you, Izzy, while you've got them. Let's talk to our winners.
I have indeed. The debrief already going on beside me. Boys, congratulations. Perfect way to end the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, what a race. I started in 4th, got up to 3rd from turn 2, and yeah, just made my way for there. Picked through the pack, got through 1st, and it's kind of in my own space for quite a while, leading, happy. The track was drying. The wets were getting hotter and hotter. I thought it was going to be a bit of a struggle, but then the rain started again and they started to cool down, and then before I knew it, it was time to box. Handed it over to Charlie in first, and yeah, that was that.
Yeah, a little bit unpredictable at times. We did see you have a little bit of a tap from the guy who was yet to serve a drive-through penalty. Did that give you a little bit of a heart in your mouth moment?
Yes, a little bit. I could see him coming. I tried to move over a bit, but before I knew it, he just tapped my rear right, and the rim was actually quite damaged. We were quite surprised we didn't get a puncture from it. I think we were really lucky there. We did. Yeah, got a bit of a slow puncture, but it was fine. We got to the pit stop, and yeah, no issues from there, and bring it home.
And Charlie, I mean, a little bit of pressure on your shoulders to bring it home, but did everything you needed to do and just kept calm in the car.
Yeah, 100%. I've been confident with how the car felt in the wet. Obviously, quali was wet yesterday where I went pole, so I knew the car was going to be good, and just sort of managed the race. I had a very good gap to P2, so nothing drastic, no pushing for fastest laps or anything. Just bring it home to the boys, and that's what we did. With obviously the help of Callum's mega first stint, which well done, mate, and mega result for everyone, really.
Absolutely, and first win under your belts. So what's the confidence going on from here?
We just build on it. You know, we keep getting stronger, and yeah, bring it on to the next 3 rounds and the rest of the season. So yeah, more P1s to come, hopefully.
All right, congratulations, go celebrate. Lots of emotions in the garage and down here in the pit lane as well. We'll go back to you for highlights of that race. A different winner in the GT4s.
A different winner every time in the GT4s this weekend at Portimão. The race began with the Elite Motorsport number 77 leading the way. Mackenzie Cresswell from pole position, Maximilian Schreier and Enrico Verderer getting into it further back for second position. And then keeping a watching brief in the background was Callum Davis as well. Davis would get past Verderer, who was struggling to get the car stopped in some of the corners on that first lap. Joachim Balting picking up a couple of places early doors. And that was a pattern that would keep going as the circuit initially dried out, then got wetter and wetter again towards the end of this first stint. Some exciting action further back in the field as well, as everyone fought for positions on the first lap of the race. 127 Bonk Motorsport car with Michael Bonk at the wheel, getting past Franz Linden outside of the top 10. Linden, who managed to work his way up to the Cayman Trophy lead in the first stint of the race. Meanwhile, Tim Hurrell having a battle with Maximilian Hewitt, an all-American fight there in the top 10. Linden and Bonk continued to scrap. Meanwhile, further back in the field, a bit of a tap there from Jose Garcia to Joseph Ellery as Thilo Goss watched through the rear view mirrors. At the front of the order, though, there was a moment of drama. Maximilian Schreier pushing Joshua Rattigan, pushing Mackenzie Cresswell into a spin. Cresswell would continue on. There would be some damage to the car. It seemed largely cosmetic, but here was the story. Joachim Balting moving up through the field. He was already fourth. He got past Rattigan past Cresswell to take third position, and then he'd start to hunt down the top 2 in the race. Rather remarkably for an AM class entrant. Schreier was going wheel to wheel with Davis. Meanwhile, Mikael Sander was overtaken by Franz Linden after leading much of the early stage of the race in the Cayman Trophy class. Schreier there going out wide, and Charlie Hart and Callum Davis managing to capitalise upon that. A little bit of contact between them, and also a bigger moment for Joseph Ellerin, the tyre going down on that 187 car. Wasn't clear whether that was contact or just a tyre failure, but the markings on that rim would rather suggest that there was some assistance there. Unfortunately, the suspension on the car was no longer quite right. Ravi Ramyeed there in the car he took over from Charlie Robertson. That car was wearing slick tyres and was clearly tricky in these conditions. Badwander 2 having a bit of a scrap there with Peter Turting further back. But this was a critical moment in the race as Davis and Schreier continued to fight. Post pit stops and emerging into what would be a net second place was Joachim Balting Charlie Hart had already taken over by that stage and was in the race lead. Ravi Ramian getting back out there on the slicks. That must have been quite a hairy drive. And Alan Gabai serving the pit stop, or serving the drive-through. Unfortunately, Maximilian Schreier got for that collision with the elite McLaren. The SR Motorsport Caymans were fighting it out. That was Cedric Fuchs finding his way past Luis Acala. Meanwhile, for second overall, Joshua Rattigan, now at the wheel of the 77 elite McLaren, drove past Joachim Bulting. We thought Bulting would at least be secure third overall, but it was not to be. Arne Hofmeister serving a drive-through penalty for a short pit stop. He would nonetheless win in the Cayman Trophy class. And a move late in the day for Alan Gabai to move up to fourth position. Tobias Bill Clausen falling to fifth position. And that red, black and white Porsche wasn't done yet. There is Joachim Bulting making his error just a couple of laps from home. And that was the moment that would ultimately cost him third position overall, as Alan Gabai was now close enough to challenge the Plus Line Racing Team Porsche driver. And just a few corners from home, Gabai found the inside at turn 5, moved through into P3 overall, of course. It makes a difference in the overall championship points, actually, but there is no podium for overall at least. Nonetheless, a win for the 812. Charlie Hart bringing home the race-leading car that Callum Davis had given him, and it is Hart and Davis that top the standings for the first time this season. Rattigan and, of course, his teammate Mackenzie Cresswell second. The WNS Motorsport 31, Gabai in third place. Joachim Bulting in P4. Tobias Bill Clausen, along with Axel Bengtsson, taking fifth position. Nico Grundle winning in Pro-Am ahead of Peter Terting and the Plus Line Racing Team. Badouin Detu in 8th position. Franz Linden and Arne Hofmeister winning in Cayman Trophy from P9 for Speedworks Automotive. 10th place is Cedric Fuchs in the 110 car. Luis Acala in 11th place overall. Stephen Bernson Amat taking the Lion Speed GP car to 12th. Thilo Goss was next. Martin Kroll 14th. Ravi Ramid in P15. Hizzy, Ellerin and Enrico Federer rounding out the order, though of course Ellerin and Federer did not see the checkered flag. Meanwhile, down on the podium, Andy McEwen hopefully is staying somewhat dry, but I have my doubts. Let's go down there now.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. It's definitely a bit soggy on the podium, a bit blustery as well. That wind has really picked up, but I'm sure that that will not dampen the celebrations as we welcome our GT4 Winter Series drivers to the podium for the final time this weekend. We will start, as we always do, with the club class, and our club class winner, once again, is Thilo Goss. For the third time this weekend, Thilo heads for the top step of the podium. There is a bottle of champagne waiting for him, courtesy of our champagne sponsor, Quinta das Arcas, and a handshake from the Pirelli representative as well to hand over the winner's trophy. A hat-trick of wins in the club class this weekend at Portimao for Thilo Goss. More photos to be taken. The bottle of champagne, I think he is going to choose to take with him, but I think when we get some of the other drivers up, we are expecting a champagne shower. Well done, Thilo. Congratulations on the 3 club class victories. So the podium is redressed with lots more champagne because we now have 6 drivers to welcome to the podium as we move on to the Cayman Trophy class. This was a category that really went down to the wire with some late drama with pit stop penalties as well. It was a 3rd place finish for the SR Motorsport with Schlitzalarm Racing pairing of Michael Sander and Luisa Carla. And both of them, as always, jog out to the podium and climb up to the 3rd step. It was their teammates with SR Motorsport coming home in 2nd, Cedric Fuchs and Willi Kühne. Well done, guys. A very SR Motorsport themed podium so far, but it was not SR Motorsport who won the class despite a late penalty for a pit stop infringement. It was Speedworks Automotive who came out on top. Our race winners in the Cayman Trophy, Franz Linden and Arne Hofmeister. Late race drama did not stop them, and Arne put in a good stint in the final for 10 minutes or so to extend the margin and overcome that drive-through penalty. And the Cayman Trophy, which has flown under the radar a bit this weekend, has produced 3 entertaining races, and Speedworks will be very, very pleased to have come out on top in race number 3. Trophies are handed out. The GEDLICH Racing team are here to help out with that as well. And we'll wait and see whether these 3 decide to obey the instructions from GEDLICH Racing and let the champagne fly up on the podium. Photographs taken, again, big crowd down below, all huddled together for warmth, I think, at the moment. It's a little bit chillier this afternoon than it has been for the rest of the weekend. But it is time for the champagne to fly, and celebrations all round in the Cayman Trophy. Our top 3 drivers, Michael Sander and Louisa Carla, Willy Kuhner and Cedric Fuchs, and Franz Linden and Arne Hofmeister celebrate after a very hard afternoon's work. And there is a little drop maybe of the champagne left to celebrate with and share around with the team. A big round of applause once again for our Cayman Trophy podium. So the podium, which was already a little bit soggy, is now a bit sticky as well with the champagne, but there's more of that to come. 3 more podiums to get through, and we'll move on next to the AM class, where we saw one of the real standout performances in that race. We'll get to that in a moment. First of all, though, we'll welcome our 3rd placed finishing team in the AM class for Herfa Racing, Michael Bonk and Martin Kroll. 3rd place finish for that pairing as they head towards the podium. 2nd place for Lion Speed GP was Stephen Burnson and Jose Garcia. Congratulations, a solid 2nd place finish in the AM category, but what a drive, what a performance it was from our AM class winner, just losing out on an overall top 3 on the final lap, but a giant killing performance from Joachim Balting. A fantastic drive it was from Joachim, who hops and skips towards the podium. No wonder he has a spring in his step, because that was an incredible performance. Going up there and leading the race overall. At one point, he was in 2nd on merit before the pit stops began, and managed to come home 4th place overall, and the AM class winner once again. A weekend that started in the tyre wall in his GT car earlier in the weekend concludes with yet another AM class win, and one of the standout stories from the weekend. Once again, drivers huddling together at the top of the podium. Hopefully we'll see a few of these out next week in the 6 hours of Portimão. Hopefully we'll have some slightly more favourable weather for that event. But for now, the celebrations can begin properly for the AM class drivers, who, well, Joachim is well up for spraying the champagne, and he's not going to be the only one either. The champagne eventually will fly for our AM class top 3, and Joachim Balting, very, very happy man indeed after a brilliant performance with a 4th placed finish overall. Well, congratulations to the AM class podium finishers. GT Winter Series cars heading out onto the track, but we'll get to those momentarily. 2 more podiums to be completed, and the next of those will be for the Pro-Am category, which again saw quite a bit of chopping and changing, and I think a few different tyre strategies at the start of the race, which rather jumbled the order a little bit. We've got 6 drivers to welcome to the podium. First of all then, our 3rd place pairing in Pro-Am for SVG Motorsport, Mark Ellman and Owen Hizzy. Onto the podium they will go. That Ginetta looked like a handful in that race, but they brought it home 3rd place in class nonetheless. In 2nd position for Plus Line, Peter Lerbeck and Peter Turting. Well done, guys. Out to the 2nd step of the podium they will head. But it was another class victory, as we had from them at Estoril last time out, for WNS Motorsports, Tim Horrell and Nico Grundle. Well done, guys. Out to the podium they go. Phenomenal performance again. WNS Motorsport with quite a lot to celebrate this weekend. They missed out on a really good result potentially in the shape of a race win in this race, but we will have, of course, another of the WNS pairings on our Pro class podium coming up in a few moments' time. And as Tim Horrell is helped up onto the top step by the WNS Motorsport team members, they can all celebrate together after what's been a really solid weekend for the Porsche outfit. A big round of applause again for our Pro-Am top 3 as the trophies are brought out. And quite the collection some of these drivers are starting to build up now. We're only part way through the GT4 Winter Series campaign, of course. Handshakes from the GEDLICH Racing team. And as I said, on a blustery podium here at Portimao, there are lots of smiling faces. GT Winter Series cars are just arriving on the grid. We'll try and get through our Pro Class podium as swiftly as we can, so we've got some time to hear from Izzy down on the pit lane. I can tell you, whilst the celebrations in the Pro-Am category continue, the rain has definitely stopped on the pit straight, so we'll have to monitor that situation as we go through the final race of the weekend. There's a bit of champagne spraying between the Peters, Peter Lobeck and Peter Turting, over at the far end of the podium. Everybody else, I think, quite sensibly getting themselves out of the way. So a big congratulations then to the Pro-Am top three, and it is now time to move on to our Pro Class podium. Our final podium for the GT4 Winter Series this weekend at Portimao. We have just enough bottles of champagne left, I think, for them to hopefully put on a proper champagne celebration here on the Portimao podium. So these three teams that we're about to welcome out, of course, all of them you would expect to be championship contenders as well. So quite a significant race that. And I do feel like the championship situation will have tightened up slightly this weekend, and not necessarily in the favour of the team who came in on top. Right, I think we're ready to go on the podium. So our final podium for the GT4 Winter Series, it's the Pro category, and we start with third place, Maximilian Schreier and Alan Gabay. WNS Motorsport, I said they'd have more to celebrate, and here they are with a third place finish, bouncing back from a penalty earlier on to finish in third position. Second position once again for Elite Motorsport, Mackenzie Creswell and Josh Rattigan. A troubled race that. They were pointing the wrong way at one point. They've got damage to the front of their car, but a solid second place will still go their way. But it was a third different winning team from 3 races this weekend, and a first victory in the category for Rafa Racing's Callum Davis and Charlie Hart. Big cheer for the Rafa pairing, and what a drive that was through all of the mixed conditions, all of the action and calamities down on the circuit. It was the Rafa pairing in the McLaren Artura who came out on top. A first victory in GT4 for Charlie Hart and Callum Davis, and I suspect the first of many. Already I'm seeing a definite improvement from both of them, even from last week at Estoril. And I'm sure that will continue through the rest of the GT4 Winter Series. Smiles all round then for our Pro Class podium drivers, and I'm sure they will definitely be letting loose with the champagne in a moment or two. And we look forward to seeing what the rest of the GT4 Winter Series has in store for us, because I do think we'll be seeing these 3 teams in particular campaigning for the title come the end of the season. Photos have been taken. The champagne awaits them for our Pro Class podium, and they're not going to spray it. Never mind, we're wet enough already, I suppose. With that, we will head back down to the grid, and we'll catch up with Izzy Browning ahead of our final race of the weekend.
Yes, hello everyone. Welcome back down to the grid for the final time this weekend. Weather is slowly easing off, I think. It's sort of coming in dribs and drabs. Sometimes it'll be really heavy, sometimes it'll be a little bit less heavy. So looking forward to this race, seeing what it might throw up for us. We have got on pole position the number 14. Now he very nearly went to the wrong spot as he rolled in. He had to get the mechanics to point him in the right direction. And Thomas Anderson will be starting in that car, but I can come round and speak to his co-driver, who we spoke to in the lunch break, Simon Berge. Simon, well, first of all, thank you for the umbrella. A little bit of cover down here on the grid. We are going to have a wet race, so what are you expecting for this race?
Yeah, for sure, it's going to be challenging, and there's definitely going to happen a lot here, but keep out of trouble and then see what it brings, for sure.
Yeah, and Thomas obviously starting. You'll be in the car after the pit stops. How's Thomas feeling going into this?
Yeah, I think he's feeling quite comfortable. We had practice in rain also yesterday and test days, so he's really good in the rain, so I'm looking forward to it.
And Keanu Alazari not on the grid, obviously. He's not taking the start for this race, so we could see a new winner in you guys.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see.
All right, thank you very much for speaking to me. Best of luck. We will let them go off as the drivers, other drivers and the teams head off the grid. I'm not sure if Kenneth Hire is going to speak to me. It doesn't look like it. I'll try and get his attention. Can we have a chat? No, not today. That's all right. No problem at all. Kenneth Hire, of course, yet to win, which is a little bit of a surprise maybe, but I'm sure he will put up a good fight in this final race. We have got a couple of cars missing on the grid. I'm sure that Adam and Andy will be able to give us a little update on those cars that will not be taking the start. Obviously, I said Keanu Alazari, one of those cars, but this car alongside the number 25 of Jerzy Spinkovic has had a great opening couple of rounds of the Winter Series, and I'm sure that he will be hoping for more of the same in this Lamborghini. Beautiful livery that you just saw of the number 25 Lamborghini. We have, as I said, a little bit of an empty grid, so we're going to continue our way back. I know the race will be getting underway very shortly, but just quickly before we head off the grid, the number 80 of Oscar Rindzovic is back on the grid. Of course, ran into a little bit of trouble earlier on in race 2, but fantastic to see him back on the grid, and we'll continue back. Another driver who ran into a little bit of trouble with Dexter Muller. I don't think Dexter will be taking the start, but I'm sure the boys will give us an update. It's the 79 of Sarah Mazier, and now we're going to head to the final race of the day.
Our final race of the weekend, the first of 2 weekends here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve for the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. And it's Thomas Anderson on pole position in the third and final GT Winter Series race. He is joined by Kenneth Hire on the front row of the grid. It's all GT3 at the front. Then the next row, Jerzy Spinkovic on his own. It doesn't look like Simon Vilner has braved the rain in the KTM Crossbow GT2. So a gap there. Also the Pellin Racing car, we understand there's some driver illness at play there that's keeping that car out of proceedings. Of course, it was missing this morning as well. Oscar Rindzovic will be starting from 6th on the grid, but it is going to be a net 4th ultimately on the run down to the first corner. Severin Mazur is next on the grid alongside the first of the second of the Cup run runners, that being John Dillon in the 151 car. Of course, he managed to win in Cup 1 earlier on today. Andreas Berg Sorensen and Cristiano Maciel rounding out the top 10, both of them in Cup 1 Ferraris. And of course, remember how quickly the Cup 1 Ferraris came through the order in the wet conditions a week ago in Estoril. Mons Thallen and Leandro Martins, both in the Cup 2 classes, representing Villico Motorsport and Racar Motorsport respectively. Alessio Ruffini, that car will fly in the hands of Milos Pavlovic in the second half of the race. Przemysław Bienkowski, the number 27 car, the Porsche, in 14th place. Rafael Duran in the 127 is next, and he is joined by Alberto Duran, father and son, on row number 8. Careful into the first corner, please, guys. 17th position is set to be Ryan James in the McLaren Artura Trophy car, the number 22 machine. There it is indeed out there on circuit, and Ollie Webb will take that car over. Alfredo Hernandez alongside him in the GT3 Mercedes. Next up, it is Antoine Beveridge Martini, who will later on hand over to Luca Ludwig, the Cup 1 Ferrari, and Darren Howell alongside him. Darren will be passing the controls off as well. Quite a few of those Ferraris are shared. Alexander Bijatovic rounding out the order in 21st position. So 11 rows of the grid. A few cars are missing from said grid, but it's still a very healthy lineup of drivers. Now we're going on to the second of 2 formation laps, and the race will officially begin as they cross the start-finish stripe now. Andy, we've got a lap to talk about it. What are you expecting in these wet conditions?
Well, I would normally look back to Estoril for guidance on this, because we did have a very wet day on the Sunday, but actually most of the dry weather data that we had from Estoril hasn't really carried over actually to Portimão, so there's no reason to expect the wet weather data to be any different really. I do expect the Cup 1 cars to be reasonably quick, but I would immediately be looking towards that number 14 car to be the favourite, although Thomas Anderson wasn't quite as quick really in the earlier race, was he? So yesterday. So I don't know. I've taken a long time to arrive at that answer. I don't really know what's going to happen, but I do expect the Cup 1 cars to be quick, and that I think is where most of the entertainment will come from here, because whilst we've lost a few cars up and down the order, the Cup 1 protagonists are all there, and they've produced 2 fantastic races so far. No reason to expect any different here. Will be interesting though to see what the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm team can do, because I think that car has potential if they've got the setup right on the Mercedes AMG in these conditions. They will be really, really hungry for a good result. It's not been an ideal start to the season across either of their categories really, and they will want to try and put that right this afternoon.
I think it's going to be very interesting, that front row. Anderson and Haya handing over to Birch and Viskirchen. I think both of those sets of drivers are quite evenly matched. They will make a compelling pair of stints together. You talk about the Cup 1 cars. I am expecting them to be right up there at the sharp end potentially. I think that data might just carry over. I would say keep an eye on the following. Cristiano Maciel. Of course, he was an overall race winner in the wet, and he's got Rui Aguas as his co-driver, the man who was searingly quick in the wet at Estoril, Andreas Berg Sorensen. It's always touch and go whether the kind of driver coach pros actually end up doing the third race, but I was semi-reliably informed that Mikael Mack will be doing the second half of the race in that car with Andreas Berg Sorensen, and Mikael Mack is a very good racing driver. I would expect great things from him should he be in there for that second stint. And then, of course, John Dillon has Matt Griffin for his second half of the race as well. So I think those Cup 1 cars could once again be a huge threat in the second phase of the race, and indeed with drivers like Berg Sorensen and John Dillon with a lot of experience, Andreas Berg Sorensen proven to be very quick in the rain. I think that those GT3s will surely be fighting for the win, but I think they'll be fighting for the win with quite a few of the Ferraris and maybe some of those Lamborghinis and Porsches too. We'll have to see how this one pans out. It is an all GT3 front row of the grid. Thomas Anderson on the inside of the front row, Kenneth Haya on the outside of the front row. Row 2 of the grid, Jerzy Spinkovic on the inside, and he will be alone on that second row, and Oscar Rinzovic from alone on row 3 as well. He will have the opportunity to maybe go and get himself into the overall podium positions early doors as well, but I imagine his main goal will be to stay ahead of the other Ferrari 296 Challenge cars in Cup 1. The red lights are still on. The red lights will now go out, and we are racing in the GT Win Series for the final time this weekend. Here comes Jerzy Spinkovic. The Lamborghini, for the first time all weekend, has done what we said it would, but Kenneth Haya goes all the way around the outside to lead the race. Oscar Rinzovic very close quarters with John Dillon for 4th place. Someone's lost a wing mirror. It's Andreas Berg Sorensen who goes into a spin, having already clunked his wing mirror off the car on the driver's side as well. Maybe that's why he rudely pulled out in front of Alessio Ruffini. Kenneth Haya leads the race, and drama further back. It's Spinkovic in second place, briefly had a nose ahead, but Haya powered around the outside to retain that lead.
Yeah, Berg Sorensen just found himself in the middle of like a 3-wide situation there with John Dillon and Oscar Rinzovic as up ahead. Jerzy Spinkovic takes the lead, well spotted Adam, so a mistake maybe for Kenneth Haya, and Spinkovic goes through. So he's finally done, sort of, what we've been tipping him to do all weekend, which is get a really good start and lead the race early doors. It took him half a lap to get there, which perhaps is a little bit longer longer than we expected, but the Lamborghini is out in front of the Mercedes. So Spinkovic higher, the top two as they plunge downhill through the left-hander. Then it's Rinzovic in their third position. And Anderson in fourth, John Dillon fifth. That's your leading group of 5. And then quite a decent gap back to Severin Mazieu, who I suspect had to slam on the anchors to avoid a rotating Ferrari of Andreas Berg Sorensen at the start. He will be an interesting one to watch now to see how much of that lost ground he can regain.
Absolutely right. It's Spinkovic then well clear. The other Lamborghini that's been a protagonist at the front in some of these races, Severin Mazur, being followed there by Rafael Duran in the predominantly white AF Corsa Ferrari. Again, Duran, his first weekend of racing, doing a very, very good job. And Leandro Martins has seemingly moved through the field quite well on the first lap as well. We'll keep an eye on anyone who's dropped or gained further back in the field. But for now, Kenneth Heyer under immense pressure from Oscar Rinzovic, who once again is showing out so early in his racing tenure, up into second place. And meanwhile, Thomas Anderson under pressure as well from John Dillon. So again, these Cup 1 cars firing through, and there goes Dillon into fourth place. And, well, Matt Griffin will be willing him on and perhaps licking his chops a little bit.
Indeed so. So the GT3 cars fading, the Cup cars heading towards the front, and the sunlight now glinting off the bodywork of the cars as they head out of Turn 4 and towards Turn 5. I've been talking about this for the last hour or so, but changeable conditions have very much been a feature throughout the GT4 race just now. They could well be again here. It stopped raining a good 15-20 minutes ago. If the sun comes out, this track could start drying out. I don't think there's too much doubt about what tyres they're all on. Wet tyres all round, I would imagine, but could we see some of that change a little bit later on into the race? We'll have to wait and see if anyone feels that it's worth the gamble. For now, though, it's a level playing field, all on the same tyres, and it definitely seems to be advantage to the Cup cars.
Yes, it is. The Cup 1 Ferraris particularly strong in these conditions. The Cup 2 Porsche is typically pretty good as well. We'll see if they float up the order a little bit later on, especially with some of the kind of pro drivers in there later on, like Dieter Sveps. It is Jerzy Spinkovic who set the fastest lap first time by. Of course he would, as the race leader. We'll see if anybody start to set green and purple sectors from further down the order, making their way through. Here is the one wing-mirrored car of Andreas Berg Sorensen. He's back into the top 10 now, fighting with Cristiano Maciel, going towards turn 14 at the moment. The number 76 we ride on board with right now. Not the promising start perhaps that he'd have liked, but of course when he won the race at Estoril, race 3, on the first lap he was facing the wrong way, so maybe this is just how he operates.
Yeah, very good point, and he's not that far down the order really, is he? So Andreas Berg Sorensen still very much in this. Oscar Rinzovic meanwhile has set the fastest lap now, half a second quicker than race leader Jerzy Spinkovic, so he's closing in on the Lamborghini out in front. You ride on board here with Andreas Berg Sorensen, and we get a good look here at the conditions as he drops down into the sunlight at turn 1 with Cristiano Maciel his next target, then Severin Mazieu, and then the gap up to Rafael Duran ahead. There's a half an opening to the inside, and Maciel didn't really make the corner, but I think we'll get off turn 3 well enough just about to hang on to 8th position, only 4th in Cup 1 this. He's sideways again though, and this time I think Berg Sorensen might have gone through.
Quite possibly. Meanwhile, we have there Thomas Anderson having a look to the inside there of Rafael Duran, but here is Berg Sorensen and Maciel still side by side for most of the lap, but Berg Sorensen is now a nose, well, more than a nose, a good couple of car lengths ahead with Severin Mazur in his sights, moving his way up through the field. Turns 4 and 5 are under yellow flags, so that's the hairpin, which in these conditions always makes you wonder exactly what has happened out there on the circuit. We'll wait and see on that front. Mons Thalen, I just want to mention, has moved up into the Cup 2 class lead, so the young 17-year-old, as he became earlier this week, is now up in the lead of that category. Oscar Rinzovic, meanwhile, fastest lap last time by, 0.9 off the leader, I want to see where that lead battle is, because I think Rinzovic is coming.
Yeah, well, he was, and then lost a bit of time in the middle sector, so they're not quite together just yet, but actually the purple middle sector for John Dillon, who is closing in on the leading 3, higher not being that far behind Rinzovic and Spinkovic. Out in front, around the final turn they go then. Leaders blast across the line, separated by only 0.4 of a second, but John Dillon in 4th sets the fastest lap of the race. So John Dillon a 2:03.6, a full second quicker than the leader. There are the leaders, and there is Oscar Rinzovic getting a bit excited, I think, down at turn 1. Missed his braking point, goes a bit wide, but he is very soon, in fact they're all going to very soon have the company of John Dillon.
Well, 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 four-way battle at the front, anybody? Jerzy Spinkovic leading the way overall, Cup 4 leader as well. But it's a point of pride, of course, to park first under that podium at the end of it all. Kenneth Heyer wants a taste of that action as well, but the Ferrari agonisingly faster in a straight line than his Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Just pulls maybe half a car length, and then Rinzovic, by the time they get to the braking zone, is still there in second place. Heyer pressing on, of course, around the faster corners, like here at turns 7 and 8, and indeed around the final corner. That GT3 car is a lot more capable, and Kenneth has a look to the inside there. Goodness me, that looked a little bit close for comfort. Are they both still there? Yes, they are, but Kenneth Heyer quite keen, I think, to try and get around Rinzovic in the sections of the circuit that suit the Mercedes-AMG GT3. I think that might be in part because he doesn't really want to have to deal with one ahead and one behind, as John Dillon continues to set fast laps and close in.
Indeed so. Jerzy Spinkovic, though, with a purple first sector, so he's taking full advantage of the battling going on behind to try and pull a little bit of a lead. Towards the final 2 corners they go. Spinkovic then with this extended margin slightly over Rinzovic, Heyer, Dillon, then a decent gap back there. Look to Rafael Duran. He's sort of the loneliest man on the grid at the moment, in 5th position, about 5 seconds behind this group, about 2.5, 3 seconds ahead of Thomas Anderson's Porsche, which is still hanging on in there in 6th place, and we expect to be a factor in the second half of the race, remember. Severin Mazieur is next, and then Berg Sorensen, now ahead of Cristiano Maciel, is in 8th position and catching the Lamborghini. Across the line we go then, 1.5 seconds now the gap. Still John Dillon's fastest lap from the previous circuit is the one that stands, but he hasn't yet found a way past Kenneth Heyer. He's tried to do something about that at turn 1, but Heyer had the inside line on the way in. He's slower on the exit as a result, but I'm not convinced Dillon will get it done.
No, John Dillon, his progress ever so slightly stunted by the Mercedes-AMG GT3 after hounding towards the top 3 at a rate of knots. Of course, he's second in the Cup 1 order as well. Last time out, he was causing disturbances in the overall order while comfortably leading Cup 1. That's not really the luxury that he's got this time around. Of course, Rinzovic, he ended up pulled up right here on the exit of turn 5 in race 2 of the day, or race 2 of the weekend this morning. So I think he is going to be out for a better time for sure. And I mean, right now, fighting for the lead, second overall, leading Cup 1. I have to imagine this is a bit more than he anticipated coming into this weekend with a car that he was unfamiliar with, one meeting into his career.
Yeah, the trouble is he's setting a fairly high bar going forwards now, isn't he? We'll expect this from him every time. It's not even much of a novelty now, is it, to see him up there leading the class? But yeah, let's not forget what an impressive achievement this has been. Oscar Rinzovic, so new to all of this, really, in every regard. And I'd say on this lap, maybe is starting to close back in on the race leader, overall race leader, Jerzy Spinkovic. Behind him, Heyer certainly slipping back into the clutches of John Dillon a little. Well, actually looking at the sector time, Spinkovic purple sector 1, decent sector 2. So no, Jerzy I think is looking reasonably comfortable as the race leader. And then this kind of 3-way fight behind just starting to calm down ever so slightly, dare I say it. Further back, by the way, Andreas Berg Sorensen and Cristiano Maciel have both got past Severin Mazieur. So Mazieur dropping down into 9th position. Both of the Cup 1 Ferraris moving past, and they now set their sights on Thomas Anderson.
Yeah, Anderson in P6 overall, but we'll have to see how long he's in P6 overall. Merges from over the crest, of course. Simon Birch will take that car over, and Birch was matching Keanu Alizari every step of the way. Unfortunately, that car not in this race. The SSR Performance team taking an early bath. Sounds like the car may have had some sort of issue underlying during that second race, but Anderson will be keen to hand over to the young man who he certainly regards as his secret weapon. That has proven to be the dynamic often in the GT2 European Series and some of the other competitions that they have raced together. Of course, now planning to race in GT3 competition in 2025 with their long-time team partner Resoon More Than Racing. Andreas Berg Sorensen, of course, raced with AF Corsa in last year's Ferrari Challenge Europe and is back with them this time around, and we'll see how he does in the upcoming season. He's very excited to reveal an updated livery to his original car next time out in Valencia, but for now running the spare chassis because, of course, in winning the first race, he also ended up in the wall as the race got red flagged early.
That's one way to do it, isn't it? You won't forget that race in a hurry, but yeah, he has been massively impressive each time we've seen him on track, really, so far this season. Through towards the end of another lap we go, and things just settling down a bit now, I think, at the front, aren't they? It seems as though everyone's sort of found their pace and found their place in line. Rinzovic, a little bit slower than Spinkovic, but just quick enough to keep Kenneth higher at bay. The next thing I really am turning my attention to is the track conditions. There's a lot of spray still over on the main straight, but there are sections in the middle of the lap where things almost look like they're getting completely dry. So we will, I think, start to see some drivers moving off that racing line to try and cool the tyres down on the straights, and that will be a sign, won't it, that the conditions are maybe just starting to change. What's this gap like between Anderson and Berg Sorensen? It came down, but only by half a tenth that time, in fairness. So Andreas Berg Sorensen, again, seems to have found his natural place in line, the slightly lightweight Ferrari. Now with no visibility on the left-hand side. He's got a good excuse, hasn't he, for turning in on someone who tries to get to his left-hand side, at least. But I'm sure he wouldn't want any further contact in this race. And actually doesn't really want to be having to look in the mirrors at all. His eyes are solely set forwards upon the rear end of that Porsche.
Now, it is, of course, not really raining anymore at this stage. The circuit is drying, but not drying enough to validate anyone considering making two stops, one to make mandatory pit stop, one to change tyres. But towards the end of this race, if it continues to be dry and almost sunny at parts of the circuit as the sun tries to break through the clouds, by the end of this race, these tyres are going to be churned up.
Yes, that's what I suspect. For now, the track is definitely getting quicker, isn't it? There's still a lot of green and purple on the timing screen, suggesting that people are continuing to go quicker. So they're not running into tyre issues just yet, but that was the section of track I was referring to earlier. Next to no standing water now on that drop down the hill in the middle of the lap. So conditions are starting to improve, I would say. Outright fastest first sector on this lap for Rafael Duran, and an outright fastest middle sector for John Dillon, as again, two of the Cup 1 cars are setting the pace on this lap. And we check in on a battle going on quite a bit further down the order, but still two drivers we haven't seen a lot of, really. Alex Bjatovic and Darren Howell. Bjatovic is running in the Lamborghini, of course, the Cup 4 car. He's just moved ahead of Darren Howell, the lone Cup 5 entrant, for 18th place overall.
Yes, and of course, Darren Howell will hand over to Sean Doyle, and Doyle and Howell have actually won, I think, actually in quite similar conditions at Spa in the Masters GT Trophy category. They made some appearances in that series alongside Darren's primary campaign in Ferrari Challenge UK last year. I understand he's got a Ferrari 296 on the way. I do think the 488 is going to be mostly put into work, though, for the GT Winter Series. They did, his family was present in the box, and they did ask me where the sunshine that they ordered was. I've tried to lay them off on that until Valencia, where hopefully things work a little bit better. The number 81 Ferrari. Myrtle Motorsports' Antoine Beveridge Martini looking to try and make a move here on Alberto Duran. So Duran under pressure. I saw that Antoine's father, Uli, is here supporting him. So he's taken a weekend off from running the Martini garage to support his son. His son, who will hand over to Luca Ludwig in the second half of the race. That car will probably be shifting up through the order in his hands as well. It's so interesting to see so many of these drivers, though, either taking formative steps or very first steps in racing. And it's something you see a lot in Ferrari Challenge, in fairness. But in 700 horsepower supercars, the mind boggles.
I know, it really, you wouldn't catch me doing it, that's for sure. It's talk about in at the deep end. But hey, I suppose it's not a bad way to learn, is it? If you can handle this, then you should then be able to move into most other forms of motorsport and probably find your feet a little bit more easily. We're seeing on screen the 76 car, that is Andreas Berg Sorensen. There's an incident between Andreas and Severin Mazieu that is going to be investigated after the race. Now, I assume this might have been something to do with turn 2, 3 on lap 1. It says turn 5. I don't recall seeing an incident between those two at turn 5, so it could be a typo, or maybe they've had another run-in somewhere, because, of course, a couple of laps after that, Sorensen did get back ahead of the Lamborghini. So, anyway, that will be investigated after the race, so you'll have to tune into social media to see if there's an amended result.
Very true, yes. We probably won't get it before the end of the broadcast, given we're at the end of our racing day. John Dillon has still not found a way past Kenneth Heyer, so that battle for third and fourth place is still going, and John Dillon is still pressuring Heyer for third overall. Equally, Oscar Rinzovic is closing in on Jerzy Spinkovic at the moment. Ooh. And, oh, goodness me, again, turning in while on the wet stuff, or on the painted stuff in the wet, is probably not the best idea. And look at that, John Dillon probably lost a good second, maybe 2 there. Once he was onto the curb, onto the paint, there was no chance that he was getting around that corner efficiently.
I don't think he was on the racetrack at any point during his latest visit to turn 5. That was a very wide run, and what you saw once he was on the paint, he was turning the wheel and nothing was happening. The car just wouldn't turn through the corner, so that's unfortunate, costing quite a bit of time. The pit window, by the way, is open. First driver to head in is Przemysław Bienkowski in his Cup 2 Porsche, incidentally Cup 2 still being led by Mans Thalin by now about 8 seconds over Leandro Martins.
Pit window is meant to be open from minute 25 to 35, and we're not there yet, so that's strange. But yes, I did see a pit window open bulletin on the timing screen, as you rightly said, and they're doing a driver change, so it's happening, folks. But to my understanding, it's 25 to 35. Matthias Lizowski will take over the 27 car. Lizowski, who was an overall race winner on a few occasions in last year's GT Win Series in the endurance races, will keep an eye on his progress as the race leaders continue to get a little bit closer together. Rinzovic means business here.
And Kenneth Heyer is in the pit lane, as is John Dillon. So the third and fourth place cars pit. That promotes Rafael Duran, the very rapid Rafael Duran, into third position. But yeah, nose to tail now almost for the race lead. There is Heyer in. Let's see what the SR Motorsport with Schnitzelbaum Racing team do. There are no tyres waiting. I wouldn't really expect there to be any. So they're staying on the same set of wets. Same is true for John Dillon. And John Dillon in the air, of course, a Ferrari. That will be a fairly routine service. That, I'm afraid, is Bjatovic off. Well, he just got past Darren Howell a few laps ago. I suspect Darren might now be back ahead in his Ferrari 488 Challenge car. And I think that's the bit of the circuit that the leaders are going to be heading to maybe in a few corners' time. So for now, green flag racing conditions continue for the top two, although Rinzovic not really close enough anymore to think about an overtake.
Bjatovic still stranded there. It looked like he was in reverse, but the issue is trying to get it to try and get back out of there without either ending up in the gravel or in the pathway of another car. He's in a little bit of trouble at the moment. So lots of drivers choosing to come in. Kenneth Heyer, of course, will hand over to Moritz Viskirchen. So we'll see how Viskirchen takes to the wet weather as he exits the pit lane. Matt Griffin comes out just behind him. Meanwhile, also coming out onto the circuit, there is Griffin, but Anderson, of course, also, he's still out there right now, but Thomas Anderson will soon be, I'm sure, handing over to Simon Birch, so that will be another car that goes flying very shortly.
Yeah, you'd expect them in quite early, I would think. Simon, I think, has been the quicker of the two slightly this weekend. There is, was Leandro Martins, of course, driver change ongoing there. That was the car that was second place in Cup 2. In fact, both of the top two Cup 2 cars have pitted at the same time. Overall, race leaders go through now 1.3 seconds nearly apart. Jerzy Spinkovic backs it into turn 1. The rear tyres starting to cry enough there as he turned into that tricky right-hander. He's going pretty quickly. Again, fairly dry there on the way into turn 3. Through the lower speed corners, naturally the gap compresses, but it did look as though maybe Rindzovic was gaining just a length or so through the opening sector of this lap. But Sorensen is in, Anderson's in, Maciel is in, Mazur is in. They're all coming in, apart from those leading 3.
So then, Spinkovic, as you said, Rindzovic and Duran continue on unabated, and we'll see how this one goes. I do believe the window was triggered a little bit early from someone upstairs, perhaps thinking it was an hour, not a 55-minute race, but it is meant to be minute 25 through 35 of the race. That the window is open. But for those of the drivers who are perhaps wanting to just hand this off to the pro and say, nope, not dealing with this weather, that's actually going to work quite well in their favour.
Well, yes, I suppose it's the same for everyone, isn't it? So most people now choosing to take advantage of that. Kenneth Heyer, meanwhile, 2 purple sectors on his...
Viscursion now.
Yes, it's just changed as I was looking at the timing screen, so they were a bit slow on updating the name for the number 1 car, Miss Viscursion. Then purple sectors. We're also getting some purple sectors from Antoine Beveridge Martini as well. So some quick drivers jumping into the cars, as you would expect now, halfway through the race, near enough. Back into the race goes number 14. This is Simon Birch, and this is a car I'll be keeping a very close eye on.
Yes, Simon Birch might well be about to perform a similar feat to what Keanu Alizari did in the first race in a Porsche 992 GT3R, and that is ascend from the middle of the top 10 up into the race lead, because Moritz Viscursion is further up the road. It's going to be ahead of Birch, I believe. We have to see how it all works out, what the time deltas are looking out like to see quite where things stand. There is a car that might end up going very quickly, because there is the 22, and that, of course, now should have Oliver Webb at the wheel, unless has he not made his stop yet. I'm not quite sure. Ryan James is still listed on the timing screen, but I am wondering if they have already come to say hello in the pit lane. The number 80 car is in, Rindzovic is in, as is Rafael Duran. So the only driver pushing the envelope, as it were, in regard to the pit window is Jerzy Spinkovic. I'm assuming that the window is still only going to last 10 minutes, even though it was triggered early. So we'll have to wait and see on that front. But I would imagine if I were Unique Racing, I'd probably elect to make sure I'm in within the 10 minutes rather than argue the point later, especially given it's one driver at the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. He's free to pit pretty much whenever he likes within that pit window, and it shouldn't make too much difference to the outcome of the race. So I would be inclined to play it safe. Moritz Viscursion, meanwhile, fastest lap, 2:01.5. Quite a bit faster than anything anyone has done at any point in the race. So, although Rui Aguas, as you'd expect, is putting out some pretty quick sector times as well. Here comes Simon Birch towards the end of his outlap in the Porsche. Drops down through the final corner and will pop back up into sight very shortly. The order, of course, still a little bit jumbled on the timing screen, because we do have a couple of cars maybe up and down the order that haven't pitted, including most notably Jerzy Spinkovic, the overall race leader. So he's 1 minute and 18 seconds clear of Moritz Viscursion, who is the highest placed driver to a stop. Matt Griffin is next. No, he's not. Oscar Rindzovic is still showing there. I think his transponder was playing around a bit in the first race as well. Ollie Webb, meanwhile, you can see in the far end of shot, was jumping into the McLaren, as finally the race leader Jerzy Spinkovic makes his mandatory pit stop.
And he makes his mandatory pit stop as Viskirchen continues to lower the bar out around the circuit. This is going to be an interesting one. He's 37.886 in the first sector, the fastest first sector we have seen so far today. Also just setting a fastest middle sector briefly there, I believe. Was that Severin Mazur potentially? No, Rui Aguas, I think it was, who has also been registering quick sector times as well in the Cup 1 Ferrari that he shares with Cristiano Mathiel, that of course being the 50 car. We've got some big names in this last phase of the race, and I mean, I put the question to you earlier on about making predictions. I wouldn't want to, actually, realistically, with so many fast drivers out there. Of course, Jerzy Spinkovic, a race winner in Renault Clio Cup Europe. He really knows how to be rapid in a race car, and he's good in the wet as well. So you can't rule out the fact that this Lambo is going to go the distance at the sharp end. Let's see, though, where it comes out relative to the Mercedes. Moritz Viskirchen has just come past our commentary position. If we zoom out, the Mercedes is going to take the lead. Spinkovic exits pit lane and sees the green and black Mercedes charge by. The overall leader is now going to be Moritz Viskirchen. Spinkovic comes out in second place. Rindzovic will be just a few seconds behind him. And then it's Rafael Duran, again holding himself to a sensational account, running fourth overall in fact, no, it's Sean Hudspeth, sorry, who will have taken that car over in fourth place overall. Another driver we should have been talking about as one who's going to move up in the latter phase. Duran has now handed over to Sean Hudspeth, and he runs fourth overall, and of course fifth overall and third in the Cup 1 class.
Fresh rain falling, I noticed as well outside, so no thoughts now, I don't think, of slick tyres being the way to go later on. Track conditions ever evolving this afternoon at Portimao after a pretty stable weekend of weather until this point, but the rain closing in and just adding an extra layer of challenge to the circuit, but that will be of little concern, I think, for Moritz Viskirchen, who is very, very happy out in front. What sort of lap times are we seeing from Simon Birch? Well, right on cue, we jump on board with the Porsche driver as he is, I think, battling away here with Rui Aguas. Now, this is Rui catching the Porsche. Aguas, one of the fastest drivers on the track at the moment. Who's surprised? Not me. Purple first sector for Aguas as well, and way wide goes Simon Birch, nearly opening the door there for an equally lively looking Rui Aguas.
Well, he was wide on exit, but on entry he was arguably too shallow because he got onto the curve and that sent him wildly understeering. Rui Aguas then right behind Simon Birch. This is youth versus experience if I've ever seen it. Rui, 50-something we'll go with for Rui Aguas. I do know the number, but no, I'll keep that quiet for you, Rui. Of course, running with Cristiano Mathiel, and he has been buzzing about what his student has been doing so far this year in the GT Winter Series. The only thing I think Rui needs to teach him is how to play ping pong properly based on what we saw in hospitality. However, Rui Aguas still incredibly rapid. He's had a 25-year relationship with AF Corsa. In fact, I knew he raced in 2005 with AF Corsa, but in fact, in the year 2000, he was driving for what became AF Corsa. Before that was even the name of the team. So he has been racing with them for half of his life and the entirety of the 21st century.
Wow, fantastic stuff. Nice to see that loyalty rewarded as well, isn't it? Right, this is the battle for Cup 1 lead. Oscar Rindzovic being caught by Matt Griffin. As impressive as Rindzovic has been this weekend, Matt Griffin knows a Ferrari pretty well, doesn't he? He's up the inside into turn 5, and another long-time Ferrari peddler is now in the lead of the Ferrari class. Cup 1 led by Matt Griffin, although Rindzovic comes back at him. The door is decisively slammed in his face, and Matt Griffin will move up to third place. Now, Griffin's lap times have been significantly quicker, certainly, than Rindzovic. Will he have the pace, I wonder, though, to go after Jerzy Spinkovic ahead of him? Well, we'll find out now that he's in clean air. It's only a few seconds, look, to the orange Lamborghini, although there's a little bit of traffic between them now. So Griffin to the lead of Cup 1. Spinkovic, of course, is still leading in Cup 4. Viskirchen in GT3. Further back, it is now Mateusz Lizowski leading in Cup 2. So Kalle Bergman second and Dieter Sveps third. That's been a bit of a mix around in Cup 2. And all the other classes, of course, only running with one car. Cup 5, Sean Doyle, and Cup 3, Ollie Ware. Bit of a hairy moment maybe here for the Cup 1 leaders as they make their way through traffic.
Yes, indeed. I get the feeling that Matt Griffin will have more than enough pace to challenge this man, Jerzy Spinkovic, for second place, given he was lapping well over a second faster last time by than the Huracan. We'll wait and see what's going on there. The ultimate best laps also a lot quicker in favour of Griffin as well. Let's see. It comes across the line now. The gap is 3 seconds. The lap times, 1.6 seconds separated. So Griffin is going to go hunting for that second place. Critically, though, for the long term of this race, Griffin was still a second slower than Moritz Viskirchen. So even though he's closing for second place overall, doesn't look like a win is on the cards overall.
Well, maybe even the winning Cup 1 is not necessarily on the cards, because he was 1.5 seconds slower than Sean Hudspeth that time. So Sean Hudspeth in third place, gaining on the pair of them. Yes, they were battling. Yes, they had traffic. But there, the white Ferrari of Sean Hudspeth is very much a factor in what has been such an entertaining Cup 1 battle this weekend. All 3 races, it's been one of the highlights. There have been plenty of highlights in GT Winter Series this weekend. And yet again, a 3-way battle is developing.
And the second fastest man on the track overall at the moment appears to be Mikkel Mack, who is less than 10 seconds off the lead of Cup 1 and is running very well in Andreas Berg Sorensen's one-wing mirrored Ferrari 296 challenge car. Simon Birch 34 seconds off the lead at the moment. He's actually lapping quite a bit slower than Moritz Viskirchen right now, so not quite surging in the manner we expected.
Whoa.
And again, clipping the inside curb and experiencing quite what that does to the car, and then disappearing off to camera left there as he's under huge pressure from Rui Aguas, who this time finds a way through. And Simon Birch, I think, maybe a little bit resigned to that after the last couple of corners. I think, frankly, he needs a breather rather than to go on the counter-attack.
Which is exactly what he's sort of trying to do there, although that was just a difference in lines, I think. I really thought he'd gone too far that time. I didn't think he was getting that one back. Really good car control. The traction control, I'm sure, would have kicked in, but that only does so much when you're sideways on a wet-painted curb, which he was. But gathered it together nicely. We're right on board with Simon. If you listen closely, you can probably hear him panting for breath after that moment. That was a heart-stopping slide, and luckily he was able to gather it all together. Aguas then goes through, and Rui is now how far? Quite a long way, actually, isn't he, behind the rest of the Cup 1 runners? But this is Rui Aguas. We know he'll be quick. He may well be able to do something about that. With still, let's remind ourselves, 18.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely right. So there's still time for the picture of this race to shift dramatically. For Moritz Viskirchen, though, the picture that's being painted is one that is most favourable. He leads the way comfortably in the number 1 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, of course. Lest we forget, our overall champions from last year, that number 1 SR Motorsport car, and yet they're yet to be a winner in this season overall. That will be a sticking point, to say the very least, and that's something they could be on the verge of rectifying should the next 18 minutes go in their favour. Matt Griffin is going to be receiving deltas and information, I'm sure, about what's going on behind him in the Cup 1 battle. Rindzovic is backing off him a little bit here over the last couple of laps. In fact, last time by Hudspeth wasn't quite as fast. He lost about 9/10 to Matt Griffin last time by. Meanwhile, Mikkel Mack is still lapping a good few tenths a lap faster, albeit from further behind. So Cup 1 feels a bit like a chess match at the moment. They're not actually fighting each other on the road, but on the timing screen, it's quite clear that over the next 17 minutes, this could get very interesting.
Yes, it certainly could, couldn't it? So out through the final turn come our second and third placed drivers, but Matt Griffin, his battle isn't really with Jerzy Spinkovic, is it? It's really with Rindzovic and particularly Sean Hudspeth and Mikkel Mack behind. Out through the final turn goes Oscar Rindzovic, who, despite losing that place to Matt Griffin earlier on, hasn't lost touch completely with Matt. 2.6 seconds the gap between them. He's sort of not being reeled in massively by Sean Hudspeth, so second place for now still belongs to the number 80 car. Sean Husband, though, actually on that lap makes a bit of a liar out of me and takes about a second and a half out of the car ahead. But Rui Aguas is fastest of anybody. Now he's in clean air for the first time. A 2:01.195 is quite a bit faster. Good second and a half, 2 seconds faster than most of the rest of the Cup 1 field.
That is a very impressive lap from Rui Aguas. He's been sat there patiently behind the fishtailing Porsche, waiting for his moment to get the webbed feet out and go hunting. And now he is doing just that. Equally, Mikael Mack right up there in the order. Was such a potent part of one of those AF Corsa sub-brand teams for a while, that being GEDLICH Racing, who were incredibly potent in International GT Open and the European Le Mans Series. And the Dane, while I don't think he's had quite as many berths in International GT Racing recently, he is just as quick as ever and a joy to watch. Rui Aguas, after really showing up last time round the circuit, maybe going a bit too far, trying to find those extra tenths to go hunting this time around.
Well, he just set another purple first sector. Sector 2 probably won't be slow, although he's used a bit more of the Portimão circuit than he should have done. Yes, another purple second sector. Yellow flag at turn 8 we are hearing, which I think is the part of the circuit we've just got to... Oh, it's... yes, that's Bjatovic again. Same spot, I think, isn't it?
It is,
he lost
yes.
it last time, so Alex Bjatovic not enjoying that particular part of the circuit. He's pointing even more in the wrong way now than he was after the first spin. That will take quite a bit of manoeuvring to get going again, as Rui Aguas's fastest lap time, I think, is about to be improved upon again. Jerzy Spinkovic, meanwhile, has been overtaken by Matt Griffin. Hadn't spotted that, so Matt Griffin ahead of Jerzy Spinkovic whilst we were watching that, and behind, perhaps another overtake about to happen for second in class.
Yeah, that's Sean Hudspeth getting past Oscar Rindzovic for second among the Cup 1 category, and of course that's fourth overall as well. Rindzovic will try and retaliate, maybe get a good run out into turn 3. There's a little speculative look to the inside, but I think Hudspeth, now that he's taken over the 127, he might well definitively drive away. Hudspeth, who's been a part of the Ferrari fold for many seasons at this point, both as a coach and a very fast driver in his own right. Severin Mazur struggling a little bit. He's just got himself back onto the circuit after a grassy excursion all of his own. Jerzy Spinkovic really flying the flag for Lamborghinis in the wet on his own up there in third overall. Comfortable leader in Cup 4 at this stage. That was a weird way of saying stage. I do apologise. Oliver Webb just being pursued by Rui Aguas, who is again setting fastest lap after fastest lap, quicker than anybody else, and the McLaren Artura Trophy car there gets put a lap down by the Portuguese racer. 2 minutes point 684 last time for Rui Aguas. Our race leader only set a 202.875. And everybody else in his class, the Cup 1 class, was over a second slower than Rui last time.
Indeed so. Rui has dialed it back a little bit on this latest lap, but still going very, very quickly. And within 10 seconds now, I think, of this battle for 5th position, Oscar Rindzovic and Mikael Mack. Meanwhile, Sean Husband to the inside of Jerzy Spinkovic. This is important. It's not for class position. It is for 3rd place overall, but more to the point, Sean's real pursuit is against Matt Griffin. He needed to not lose any time behind Spinkovic, and I really don't think he did. That was a pretty efficient overtake by the looks of it, and Sean Hudspeth is up into 3rd place. The black Ferrari is his target. The gap between the two of them at the end of that 19th lap of the race was 3.5 seconds, and even with that overtake there towards the end of the lap, they were almost identical in lap time. So now in clean air, Hudspeth would like to think he might be able to start bridging that gap.
Yeah, 3 podiums last year in the GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup for Sean Hudspeth, and former champion Italian GTs as well. We know his resume is promising. Here is an onboard with Mikael Mack then, as he is now on the back of Oscar Rindzovic. Mack on the move and having a look to the inside here. Looks like this should be fairly textbook stuff unless Rindzovic really squeezes. I think he speculated on the idea of trying to squeeze to the inside, tries to get a nice cut back there. Rindzovic with some good racecraft on display here, because he's done exactly what he intended intended there. I don't think it's quite going to work out because Mikael Mack has the inside for the following corner. He does. Rindzovic giving him a really good fight there for that position. Of course he would, because it was for third in Cup 1. That move has taken Mikael Mack onto the podium, and unfortunately for Oscar Rindzovic, I think a podium might now be off the cards, at least for the time being.
Yeah, wants the points though, doesn't he, Oscar? Because I think he's sort of emerging as one of the top scorers overall in Cup 1, and that means he could be one of the top scorers this weekend for the championship overall. But yeah, has to settle back in line behind Mikael Mack for now, although does he, because Mikael is off the road, almost opened the door again for Oscar Rindzovic, who you'd have to say has made far fewer mistakes than some of the much more experienced drivers out there this weekend, even in these very difficult conditions in race 3, and continues to be one of the most impressive drivers in the GT Winter Series paddock. Leaders then will be through momentarily. Viskirchen followed by Matt Griffin, 15 seconds between them. Is Griffin being caught by Hudspeth on that lap? No, 3/10 quicker for Griffin. So Hudspeth then not able to quite match his pace. Then it's Jerzy Spinkovic. Mikael Mack is already almost on his tail as Spinkovic continues to slide down the order, but still his Cup 4 lead is looking pretty secure, you'd have to say, with Severin Mazieu all the way down in 11th position. In fact, Severin is only 3 seconds ahead of Milos Pavlovic, who, unsurprisingly perhaps, is taking about 3 seconds a lap out of him. Here comes Mikael Mack to the inside of Jerzy Spinkovic, through into 4th position. Spinkovic still the leader in Cup 4, but 2nd place, Adam, could change.
Yes, absolutely right. Here comes Spinkovic. Spinkovic did have a little look there to the inside of Mikael Mack in retaliation. But sometimes, of course, you do dip to the inside in general. And so then, Viskirchen now leading by 15 seconds at the sharp end of the order. Matt Griffin at the 151 car in 2nd place overall, but more pressingly only 4 seconds clear of Sean Hudspeth, and that's not comfortable, I don't think, in these conditions where Hudspeth really does seem to be thriving. And Ruri Aguas, try as he might, I'm not sure he's quite going to be in podium contention for Cup 1. Oh, it's possible, but it is going to be a little bit difficult. He's also going to be careful of the track limits, because we've seen at least one. We've just had another track limit warning. Once you get to 5, things start getting a little bit costly and seconds start getting added to your race. So they do have to be careful of that. There's also a battle on for 5th in Cup 1 at the moment. Nicola Caldani is being homed in a little bit by Luca Ludwig, who has taken over the Berberish Martini car. Of course, Luca Ludwig actually has now gotten past Caldani. Caldani, who is a rally driver a lot of the time, as well as a Ferrari Corsa pilot. This condition should be suiting him quite nicely.
Maybe an issue with the car then, perhaps. Maybe that's what he'll tell us anyway after the race. But we've had a change for 2nd in Cup 4 as well, which I sort of felt was on the cards there. A struggling Severin Mazieu has been passed by Milos Pavlovic. So Pavlovic into 11th place overall. That's 2nd in Cup 4. Lead group have all been through. That time around, Hudspeth a personal best lap, 6/10 quicker than Matt Griffin, so undoes the damage done by Matt a lap ago and then some, and is now closer, I think, than he's ever been. The rain is teeming down again now, probably the heaviest it's been for most of the afternoon, so track conditions continuing to deteriorate. Probably not bad news for the tyres, though, really, because there's been a nice level of moisture on the track pretty much at all times, which has allowed the drivers to really manage the tyre temperatures about as well as they could have hoped, really. Up and over the hill comes the 5th place battle, Spinkovic, Rindzovic and Aguas. So Aguas was about 10 seconds behind Rindzovic only a handful of laps ago. He is right on his tail now, and Oscar will really want to try and get past Jerzy Spinkovic as quickly as he can to try and put a buffer between himself and the charging Aguas.
Yes, here we are then. Rindzovic has he's had a very difficult 2nd stint of the race, I think, mostly. Constantly under pressure. Here comes Rui Aguas diving to his inside. Jerzy Spinkovic, of course, also falling into this one as well. It's a 3-way fight then, and just about holding on is Rui Aguas there. I think he lost a little bit of time going down the hill towards turn 12 there to Rindzovic. He got a decent run out of 10 and 11. But I think Jerzy Spinkovic might even be going, you know what, no, just go past me, I want my Cup 4 points. He took a very wide berth there around turn 14, and sure enough, Rui Aguas emerges in a 5th overall, and Jerzy Spinkovic loses out as well. I think that Lamborghini, tricky as you alluded to it being an Estoril, I think Jerzy is just wanting to keep that car on the straight and narrow.
Yes, and now you get out of the way, says Oscar. He could have done with that a lap earlier, couldn't he? Before Aguas had caught and passed him. But anyway, he goes past the Lamborghini. And yeah, 5th position in class doesn't really feel like the result that he deserved. He's been up against some much more experienced drivers in this second stint of the race and has still held himself very, very high indeed. So impressive stuff from Rinzovic. There is the Matt Griffin car that leads in Cup 1, 2.4 seconds the gap. It's coming down by bigger chunks every lap. That was 8/10 gain last time by Sean Hudspeth. You see this quite often, don't you? Drivers, you know, when they're 5 or 6 seconds behind their target, they can't really see them, then they might take 2/10 here, 3/10 there. As soon as they can see their target, they can lock onto it. Suddenly they seem to find an extra gear and are able to close in even more rapidly. And of course, similarly, the pressure piles onto the car being chased, the driver being chased, the closer that the chasing car becomes. So it's getting very tight indeed. And actually, Mikael Mack behind, going quicker again, isn't he? Mikael Mack was about half a second quicker than Hudspeth. 5 1/4 minutes to go, Adam. My calculations, rough calculations as they are teasing me here with the prospect of a 3-way last lap fight for Cup 1 victory, and I am all for that.
It's looking that way, isn't it? The deck is falling very favourably for us here as neutrals up in the commentary box. Meanwhile, Sean Doyle, 16th overall at the moment there in the Cup 5 end today. Of course, Ferrari. I think he just did a bit of chopping and changing there with Simon Birch, which I'm sure Simon maybe didn't appreciate because he knows who the blue flags are for and it's not him. But great to see the 488 out there on the track. The last of the V8-powered challenge cars, unless there's a very sudden change of heart from several things up to and including the European Union. But the 296, the V6 2.9 litre version of the Ferrari challenge machinery is, well, really proving quite how potent it is here in the GT Win Series time and time again. Speaking of time, tell us about the lap times.
So they're exactly 2 seconds apart. So Griffin 2 seconds ahead of Hudspeth, who is 2 seconds ahead of Mikael Mack. Mikael Mack is half a second a lap roughly quicker than Griffin, and he's got about 3/10 of a second a lap over Hudspeth. So what I think might happen is Hudspeth may catch Griffin before Mikael Mack catches him, but then if they engage in a battle, Mikael Mack will be right there with them. So there is Matt Griffin, second place overall, but leading in Cup 1. That is what he really wants to achieve, wants to hold on to if you're Matt Griffin, wants to take if you are Sean Hudspeth. And Mikael Mack quite keen on getting involved as well. Beatovic has gone off again at the same corner. That's his 3rd spin up at turn 8. Maybe needs to go back and analyse specifically what he's doing at that corner. There is something about that traction zone that unfortunately keeps catching him out. So yellow flags again, briefly out up at the top of the circuit. Wouldn't have proved much of a hindrance this time, I don't think, to the Cup 1 contenders, though the Lamborghini was well out of the way. And this battle can continue on.
Yes, indeed. So 12.5 seconds is the gap between Viskirchen and Griffin out there on the circuit. Well, it was anyway, but for the time being, that gap is closing. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and here we go. The cars are within the same picture frame. Moritz Viskirchen is well up the road, but the Cup 1 win beckons here for Sean Hudspeth, and he's going to be willing that car on. He's got 2 laps, and the gap is 1.6 seconds. That is doable for him. And then there's Mikael Mack to consider as well. All 3 cars in frame together, and Rui Aguas isn't a million miles away. I think he's going to join the party a bit too late to get a free drink, but we'll see what he can do.
It depends how intense this battle gets, though, doesn't it? If they start knocking lumps out of each other, suddenly he could well be a factor after all. But yeah, a bit of a slow lap, that one for Griffin. A 3.0, half a second slower than Hudspeth, and over a second, almost 1.2 seconds slower than Mikael Mack behind. There is Griffin, maybe starting to run into some tyre issues, not so sure, but in these ever worsening conditions, that car does look a bit leery, doesn't it? The spinning the rear wheels halfway up the hill even, out of turn number 5, so he looks as though he's in a little bit of trouble, but keeping for now Sean Hudspeth at arm's length. It was a decent first sector for both drivers, a personal best actually for Sean Hudspeth, despite the extra water that is now falling upon the circuit. A 37.6 was 4/10 quicker than the class leader, so that puts him just over a second adrift now. The trouble is he's running out of laps, isn't he? The next time by, it will be to begin the final lap of the race. I just don't know if he's going to get there in time, Adam.
No, it's a fine margin game, isn't it, at the moment? Second, third, fourth in the overall standings, first, second, third in Cup 1, all in the same shot at this stage. And there you see the black car of Griffin, the white and black-doored machine of Sean Hudspeth. That alludes to some shenanigans previous. And then Mikael Mack with the red and white machine. They're all just behind as well. Dieter Sveps at the moment, who is third in Cup 2. Cup 2 we haven't mentioned for a while. It is still Matthias Lizowski leading the way, as Andy reported to you earlier on. But the race leader is in the pit lane. The race leader has come into the pits. I can see a mechanic down there at SR Motorsport wielding a single hand, telling Viscursion to stop. So a big change here on the last lap. Our Cup 1 battle, inexplicably, is now for the overall lead as the number 1 car heads into the pits.
Well, okay, even more on the line now then. It looks set to be an all Cup 1 podium, but who will be on the top step of it? The time has ticked to 0. The next time across the timing line, they'll see the checkered flag, and our final race of the weekend will be over with Matt Griffin doing everything he can here to hang on and claim the victory, but Sean Hudspeth, very late on the brakes into turn 5, is trying his best to close in. They have both just lapped the Porsche, haven't they? The Racar Motorsport car of Dieter Sveps, which sits third in Cup 2, has actually been gaining again slowly on Kalle Bergman over recent laps. There is Kalle Bergman, the next car to be put a lap down by the now outright race leader, Matt Griffin, who just needs a clear, trouble-free run through the traffic, and not only a class victory, but an overall victory awaits him.
And a bit of a heart-and-mouth moment there for Mikael Mack as the Porsche was going left to right of him, going over the crest of the hill. Here is the 151 car. There is Kalle Bergman just ahead of him. It's very quick traffic that Matt Griffin is having to deal with, and that's never great either. He's just a couple of corners from clinching an overall victory here for himself and indeed for John Dillon. And if this pays off, that is going to be incredible. Earlier in 2024, I saw John Dillon at Brands Hatch. He paced over to me at a rate of knots, and the first thing he wanted to talk about was Winter Series, how excited he was to come back into the paddock. And on their first weekend in the 2025 Winter Series season, it is John Dillon and Matt Griffin who claim an overall and a Cup 1 win in the GT Winter Series. Sean Hudspeth in second, Mikael Mack in third. Valiant efforts from both to try and close in on the experienced Griffin, but he does enough measured performance to take the win. Our overall top 3 is also our Cup 1 top 3. Rui Aguas takes 4th, and at the line on the final lap, Simon Birch claims 5th overall as the first of the GT3 cars home. Oscar Rinzovic 6th position, Jerzy Spinkovic in 7th place. Luca Ludwig takes 8th position for he and Antoine Berabich-Martini. Nicola Caldani in 9th. Second in the Cup 4 class should go to Milos Pavlovic, who has been surging through the bottom half of the order in the second phase of the race in the 333 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. And the 333 car is due across the line in P10 very shortly. And indeed, here it comes just in a moment. In fact, that's the number 32 car that's just come across the line. That's Alex Biatovic, who has certainly had an adventurous race in the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve this time. So expecting a few more cars across the line, including Cup 2 winner Matthias Lizowski, who makes it the first PTT Cup 2 win of the season. there is Milos Pavlovic to round out the overall top 10, and shortly following him is Matthias Lizowski, who will win on behalf of himself and, of course, his co-driver Przemysław Bienkowski. Here is the Cup 2 winning car, and Severin Mazur rounds out the finishers and is the last car on the lead lap, 12th overall. What a race it was, and what a drama at the end. The SR Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3 withdrawing to the pit lane. We're unsure quite as to why, but I'm sure that will come out in the wash later on. For now, though, what we do know is that Matt Griffin will pull up to the pits as the race winner. He and John Dillon, I'm sure, are going to be in a celebratory mood down there under the podium. The 151 pulls up to the P1 spot. It's an all-Ferrari challenge, all-Ferrari 296 top 3. 3 cars, 5 wing mirrors, courtesy of the number 76 of Berg Sorensen and Mikael Mack. But a great race from all 3 parties. Sean Hudspeth and Mikael Mack were both doing a great job at the wheel. Meanwhile, Matt Griffin just squeezing out of the car after the 127 was parked rather close by. But I'm sure John Dillon is about to bound over to Matt Griffin to give a big embrace. Yeah, I can see it now. John Dillon has made his way over. He ran the length of the pit lane there to go and congratulate his co-driver Matt Griffin on this overall win. The SR Motorsport Mercedes is back out of its garage now and being pushed back up the pit lane, but for now, the podium honours continue, unfortunately, without them after they withdrew from the race at the tail end of proceedings. There is Andreas Berg Sorensen with Mikael Mack celebrating, and, of course, Sean Hudspeth and young Rafael Duran. Duran, who is on the overall podium, second in the Enduro in what is his first ever racing weekend. That is something that he will be proud of. I'm sure it's something that his father Alberto, who was also in that race, will be proud of. And of course, unlike most dads who watch on, Alberto knew exactly what his son was going through out there because he was in the race too. So he knows how tricky those conditions were here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. So then, the top 3 are down there under the podium at the moment. And I understand that Izzy Browning has now caught up with our winners, John Dillon and Matt Griffin.
I have indeed. They're already debriefing next to me, our overall winners and Cup 1 winners, John Dillon and Matt Griffin. What a way to end the weekend.
Oh, great weekend. From the last race to now, you know, so obviously won the race this morning, and now to come and win the race outright as well as class, it's just amazing. Matt did a great job, you know, really kept it on the track. You know, obviously I had a reasonable stint, but tricky conditions. But yeah, it's there, we're in, yeah, brilliant.
Very tricky conditions indeed, Matt. I mean, pressure on you pretty much the whole way through, but ultimately you held your own.
Yeah, I mean, JD is a legend. I mean, he drove that first stint, gave me a gap of 4 seconds. So all I had to do really was control it. And, you know, it's difficult when conditions are like this and it's slippery and you're leading because it's really, really easy to make a mistake. So I was just monitoring the gap, trying to keep it so they weren't catching me too fast, but at the same time not taking a big risk. Our team, of course, are amazing, honestly. Our engineer, Christoph, is mega. Our chief mechanic, Francesco, is over there, is just a legend. And, you know, the last couple of years, JD, myself, and those 2 guys, we formed a mega team. And to win overall is just awesome, so super happy.
Yeah, without the team, we're nothing. The team is just amazing. Christoph, like Matt's saying, you know, Francesco. Overall, you know, he's just epic. Everything is brilliant at the moment. Start the season, but let's see. Off to Valencia now, so let's see if we can do the same.
All right, congratulations, guys. Go enjoy it. Well done. And we will go back up to you. What a fantastic final race of the day.
It was laden with twists and turns, that much is for certain. The third race of the GT Winter Series definitely delivered at Portimão. Let's take a look back then. Gosh, this feels like a long time ago. Jerzy Spinkovic almost led into the first corner, but it would be Kenneth Hyatt that led the way in the early stages of the race. Andreas Berg Sorensen, he ended up in a spin on the first lap, had a little bit of contact, lost his wing mirror, but got the car back underway. And of course, he would work his way back up into the overall top 10 during that first phase of the race. Thomas Anderson under pressure from John Dillon. JD putting in a mega shift, as Matt Griffin had said there, down with Izzy Browning on the live interview. Ryan James going out a little bit wide further back. The 76 car, meanwhile, the trepidatious Andreas Berg Sorensen maybe going wide and out of the way. Meanwhile, the 333 car getting involved in some battles further back. Ryan James, Alessio Ruffini and Darren Howell all having a battle towards the rear of the field in these wet conditions. Meanwhile, Severin Mazur was making his car as wide as he could to try and hold off Andreas Berg Sorensen. Lots of fighting at every end of the order, an increasing amount of carbon fibre on some of the runoff areas as well. The 99 and the 81 also having some fights there. The 99 being Alberto Duran on his first weekend back in racing for 14 years. John Dillon found it very hard to get it car turned at turn 5 onto the paint. Once it was onto the paint, it didn't want to go much else anywhere. 32 of Alexander Bijatovic had to do some strategic manoeuvring to get the car back in the right direction up at turn 8. Then Simon Birch taking over that Razoon car that we just saw leaving the pit lane. Simon Birch, we expected to move up through the order significantly. Didn't quite happen in the end. Kenneth Hyatt handed over to Moritz Viskirchen, who we saw there taking the lead of the race from Jerzy Spinkovic during the pit window. Viskirchen was building a significant lead at the front of the field. Meanwhile, Simon Birch was fully sideways ahead of Rui Aguas, who was being somewhat delayed by the battle with the number 14 Razoon Porsche, and he did get through only to make an error that meant he had to do it all over again. But eventually Aguas definitively managed to get past and began hunting the Cup 1 podium. The Cup 1 podium, incidentally, being headed by Matt Griffin, who took over from John Dillon. Oscar Rinzovic, unfortunately, while he was leading the class early on, in the second phase of the race, he fell through the order. That was Mikael Mack passing him to put him off the podium places. Oliver Webb, meanwhile, in the McLaren Artura trophy car, was having some good battles further back. That's Rui Aguas making his way past Oscar Rinzovic for 4th in class. And then just a few moments later, he would also begin to nip at the heels and indeed pass Jerzy Spinkovic. Alexander Bijatovic really wasn't getting on with the exit of turn 8, but c'est la vie, I suppose. Race winner, though, at the end of it all, despite the best efforts of the pursuing Sean Hudspeth and Mikael Mack, was Matt Griffin, who eventually won by just over 1.5 seconds in the race. And around the final corner of the lap, what a move from Simon Birch. So all the way around, Oscar Rinzovic to eventually finish 5th overall. So then, the race results as follows. A top 4 completely made of Cup 1 Ferraris. Matt Griffin winning it from Sean Hudspeth in 2nd place. Mikael Mack in P3. Rui Aguas just behind them in 4th place. The first non-Ferrari challenge car, Simon Birch in 5th position. Oscar Rindzovic behind him. Jerzy Spinkovic winning Cup 4 in 7th overall. Luka Ludwig in P8. Nikola Kaldani in 9th place. And Milos Pavlovic rounding out the overall top 10. Matthias Lizowski wins Cup 2 alongside Przemysław Bienkowski. Severin Mazur in 12th place. Moritz Viskirchen in P13. Kalle Bergman in 14th. Dieter Sveps 15th place. Doyle, Webb, Hernandez and Bijatovic taking us down to the 19 cars that completed the race. A few went missing between races 2 and 3, but still a very exciting conclusion to the GT Winter Series weekend at Portimão. Great racing, as always, from our grid in the GT Winter Series. The Cup 1s, the Ferrari 296 Challenge cars came to the fore once again. And we will see the celebrations. I'm sure Matt Griffin and John Dillon are going to be very happy with how that race has panned out for them. Of course, there was that drama right at the end as the number 1 of Moritz Viskirchen pulled into the pits with 1 lap to go. That was a huge twist in the tail of the race, and we'll get to the bottom of that hopefully, but it was a real shock to the system to see the leader pull in, and that made the Cup 1 race the race for the overall honours. I am under the impression that we will see more and more Cup 1 battles throughout the season. I understand the Cup 1 grid is only going to grow during the season, especially at the circuits that are more relevant to the Ferrari Challenge competitors. And we will see quite how many we have at Valencia next time out. We're expecting a deluxe entry across the GT and GT4 Winter Series, as well as the Formula Winter Series when we go to Valencia. And the conditions this month in Portugal have certainly thrown up a spanner or two for our competitors. I think those full season entries will be desperately hoping for some more sunshine in Valencia. As we had last year, it was a picturesque weekend at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo a year ago. And of course, as with last year's event, it is free to attend for spectators as well. So if you're watching from Valencia, come along and get the free entertainment of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. Great weekend out on the cheap for those of you who love your motor racing. We're just awaiting the podium at the moment. I think with quite so many classes and quite so much shuffling going on towards the end of the race, I think there's probably been 3 or 4 different drafts of the piece of paper that Andy McEwen is typically given to read from down there on the podium. There will be some discourse and some discussion in that regard, I'm sure. But for now, the Ferrari 296 Challenge machines are under the podium and the teams are gathered to celebrate, but we're just awaiting the actual podium ceremonies to kick off. There is some sort of hold-up going on at this juncture. A reminder, of course, that the Cup 4 class was won by Jerzy Spinkovic, who almost led the way into that first corner, as we saw in the replays. However, of course, right there towards the end, he started to fall through the order a little bit, ultimately only 7th overall, but still only 24 seconds off the race win. A good performance all the same from Jerzy Spinkovic, who really seems to be loving his time in the GT Winter Series. He is missing 1 round of the season, I understand, but he is pretty much full-time this year and looking for that Cup 4 nod, as it were, to be the first of the Cup 4 drivers in the GT Winter Series. And I understand Andy McEwen is now ready with the podium, so let's go down there.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, small delay as we gathered all of the drivers together. Lots of them to introduce to the podium. Our final podium of the weekend here in Portimao for the GT Winter Series. We begin, as always, with Cup 5 and one familiar face and one new face to the podium this weekend in the AF Corsa pairing. Welcome, everybody, our Cup 5 winners, Darren Howell and Sean Doyle. Do we have Darren and Sean? I thought we did. Maybe not. There they are. They're hiding at the back. Right, we'll try that again, shall we? Darren Howell, Sean Doyle. Well done, guys. Onto the top step of the podium. Winners in Cup 5, and that pairing that we heard from during the lunch break, actually, the really unique relationship that they have with the driver coaching Sean does for Darren, and it's really working well. They had a solid and trouble-free drive in pretty challenging conditions, and Darren and Sean, finally, after 3 races of Darren stealing the limelight, they get to share it on the top step of the podium. So congratulations to Darren and Sean, a solid weekend's work for those two, and our Cup 5 race winners once again. We move on then now to Cup 4 for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars, and again we saw lots of action amongst this class. Our third place driver was our second place driver for much of it before a late change saw the podium positions switch around. So we are ready, our third placed Cup 4 finisher, Severin Monsieur. Well done, Severin. It was second for a long time, ended up third by the flag for the GT3 Poland driver, and the team who inherited the second place. He was heading for the second step of the podium. Then it is third, Severin. Second position in Cup 4, Alessio Ruffini and Milos Pavlovic. Or should I say Alessio and Milos's representatives, I think, here to step up onto the podium. Our class winner, though, once again, a very familiar sight in Cup 4. It's another win for Jerzy Spinkovic. Well done, Jerzy. Big cheer and a big congratulations there from Severin. Those two have had a few good battles earlier in the season. This weekend, though, in Portimao, it's been all about Jerzy, who has been the pace setter, really, in Cup 4. Led overall in the early stages in that race, too. But in the end, a class win was his main priority, particularly as the conditions worsened at the end, and he really focused on staying out of trouble, staying out of everybody else's way, and making sure he bagged the points in his quest for a GT Winter Series championship. So the crowd below snaps the pictures, and the Cup 4 podium finishers celebrate. Give it up, everyone, once again for our Cup 4 podium finishers. So lots of smiles. They reach for the champagne, and I think they're going to take that back to the hotel maybe for the celebrations later on, which means we can move on to our next podium, which is for Cup 2. And we will have our Cup 2 podium finishers up here very shortly. Again, we saw a bit of chopping and changing here, particularly during the pit stop window, where there was a definitive lead change in the end. But we will start with our third placed pairing. Third place in Cup 2, Leandro Martins and Dieter Sveps. Only Dieter is here. He'll have 2 bottles of champagne and 2 trophies to take back to the Racar garage later to share with his teammate. In second place in Cup 2, Mans Tallinn and Kalle Bergman. Out onto the second step of the podium, they will head after a solid run to some more decent championship points. But the class victory in Cup 2 went the way of PTT Racing's Przemysław Biankowski and Mateusz Lizarski. They inherited the lead during the pit window and never looked back from there and went on to win the race in the end by a fairly comfortable margin. Within Cup 2, the trophies are delivered with, once again, our GEDLICH Racing and Pirelli representatives on hand to hand over the silverware. And certainly for PTT Racing, not the first race win that they've had so far this season. There isn't quite room on the top step for all 6 drivers, but they'll do their best to huddle together and they, again, will be very, very pleased to have claimed some good championship points and a few trophies to add to the collection at the end of a hard weekend. Our Cup 2 podium finishers. So again, the champagne is saved for a bit later on in the evening. We now move on to probably the most exciting category in that race, the Cup 1 competitors, who in the end were left to battle for overall race victory as well. What a battle it was. It changed constantly throughout the 55 minutes. And in the end, we had these three teams coming out on top. Again, it's an all-AF Corsa top three. Third position in Cup 1 was Andreas Berg Sorensen and Mikkel Mack. Out onto the podium they go. Not quite a win this time, but a third place finish for those two in the feature race in the GT Winter Series. Second position, a charging second place it was as well for Rafael Duran and Sjoerd Hudspeth. Congratulations, brilliant charge from Hudspeth towards the end there as he tried his best to chase down the race leaders, but couldn't quite get there in time. Another few laps, it could have been a different story. As it was second for Raphael and Sean, and that meant that the race victory went to John Dillon and Matt Griffin. Fantastic performance from those two. John Dillon supremely confident in the really wet conditions at the start, and Matt Griffin cool under pressure, as you'd expect, coming under all that assault from Sean Hudspeth in the latter stages of the race. But it will be a class win in the end and an outright victory for John and Matt. And they hold the trophies aloft for the crowd down below. A very happy set of Cup 1 competitors after, again, an absolutely thrilling fight throughout all three races. Cup 1 really one of the real highlights of the GT Winter Series in 2025. And we're expecting even more competition in that class for our next round. Right, this time we are going to get the champagne sprayed. Celebrations all round in Cup 1 as our top three teams spray the champagne, the corks go flying. And finally, a set of drivers who know how to celebrate on the podium. Great to see. They all get a good soaking with the champagne. It's still going on. Fantastic stuff. Well done to our Cup 1 podium finishers. So one more podium to get through. It is, of course, for the GT3 category. I believe we've got all of our drivers in position, ready to head to the podium, which needs a little bit of a clean and a tidy before we get going. I think there was one latecomer to the champagne shower there, that being Rafael Duran. In fairness, probably the first time he's ever had to do that, but with some assistance from Sean, whose coaching has stretched now from on-track coaching to on-podium coaching as well. And I'm sure Rafael will know exactly what he's doing when we inevitably see him back on the podium in the future. So, final set of trophies ready to be gifted out. It is for our GT3 podium finishers. We start with our third place driver, Alfredo Hernandez. Alfredo makes his way to the third step of the podium, and another podium finish it was for the BDR competition squad. In second position, a dramatic end to the race, but a solid finish nonetheless for Kenneth Heyer and Moritz Viskirchen. Snitzelal Racing, SR Motorsport with Snitzelal Racing with a second place finish in the ending class, having led much of the race overall. But the GT3 victory goes the way in the end of Simon Birch and Thomas Anderson. Up onto the top step they will go, and the car that was contesting for an overall victory in race 2 earlier on this weekend has to settle for a class win this time, but that is one step further up the podium than they managed first time around this morning. The last set of trophies are handed out, the last set of pictures will be taken, and then we're done for the day here in Portimao. We will, of course, be back for the 6-hour race in a week's time. A very different kind of event that, and really looking forward to our first proper taste of endurance racing within the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series paddock. And we'll see many of these faces returning again for that very exciting day of competition. So big congratulations to our GT3 podium finishers. That concludes the podium celebrations here from day 2 in Portimao. Izzy, over to you one last time.
Welcome back down to the pit lane for the final time. It's just started raining a little bit heavier once again. Wouldn't be today without a little bit more rain, would it, Adam?
The weather's been throwing up spanners all day. It's going to keep happening, isn't it? It's been a mixed trip to Portugal for the Wind Series in general from a weather perspective, hasn't it? It's kept us guessing. It's kept everyone guessing what tyres to bolt onto the car at any given time. But it's all been great entertainment.
It has indeed been great entertainment. Andy McEwen now joins us once again straight from the podium, swiftly done. Right, we'll start with the GT4s as we always do to round out the day. Quite a competitive day for them. I mean, first win of the season for SR, first win of the season for Race Lab, and some great emotional scenes as well.
That's what you like to see, isn't it? You want to know that it matters to the drivers, and it really does, doesn't it? GT4, you get that anyway with these silver drivers. They're here to make a name for themselves, ultimately. I think Adam touched upon this during the race. This is an advert for them. You know, if they can do well in a series like this, who knows where it could take them. So, yeah, the complete polar opposite, though, to Estoril in GT4. GT4 was all about elite dominance a week ago, and this weekend, 3 different winners from 3 races. Elite were still there, and they'll come out still with a reasonably good championship lead, I suspect, but this will have been a little bit of a shock to the system for them, maybe. And yeah, hopefully that continues through the rest of the year for us neutrals. We want a close battle. We want lots of different teams who are able to win races, and that's exactly what we had this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think all of the classes putting on a great show for us.
Yeah, no, 3 very interesting categories, 3 very interesting entry lists, and today 5 very exciting races as well. We had a little bit of everything, you know. We started off with the dry conditions, and then we had the mixed conditions. Charlie Robertson choosing his own adventure on tyre strategy in GT4. There was a lot to talk about, so myself and Andy, we weren't grasping at straws at any point, which is always a great sign for us.
Yeah, you have done a fantastic job all day long, if I can say so myself. Right, we'll move on to the prototypes then, because it was a similar story today in the prototypes. Danny Soufi, another beautiful weekend for him.
Yeah, no, more of the same, isn't it, at the moment for Danny? I am under the impression that come Spain, there's going to be some increased competition for him in the Prototype Winter Series. So we'll have to see how the second half of the season goes. But of course, that in mind, he's been here for the first half of the season, and at this point, you'd be unwise to suggest anyone else is going to be that Prototype Winter Series champion. But who knows? 4 races, a lot of surprises can be thrown up.
All right, well, Danny Soufi, if you're watching at home or wherever you are, I don't know if he's still at the track, then you might have some more competition come Spain, so watch your back. But the number 12 racing experience car, I guess a story from today's prototype racing as well. A bit of a shame for them all weekend, really.
Sometimes you have a weekend like that as a team, don't you? But I really did feel for them, all the effort they went to get the second car ready. And then this issue sort of appeared as the car left the pit lane at the start of the race. Probably they could have pushed through it, but they didn't want to obviously risk damaging the second car as well. And it really put them on the back foot. But it was fascinating to watch them trying to come back from that. A really interesting second prototype race all round, I thought, today. It's one of those categories we're spoilt with the GTs. There's always door-to-door racing, big groups of cars battling. The prototypes are altogether a much more tactical affair, and particularly the second race when, you know, you have some of the real pro drivers starting the cars. It does always produce a really exciting race, I think, anyway, because I'm a bit of a nerd and I like studying the timing screen, and that's what those races are always about. But yeah, Danny Soufi, through it all, always seems to come out well. There are other hard luck stories up and down that grid that I'm sure the teams will be hoping to put right next time. And, you know, even if the championship at this point is already probably out of some of their reach, they'll just want to try and prove that, hey, we can go up there and beat Danny. We just need a bit of luck on our side.
Exactly, and of course a month break for them. They will rejoin us in Aragon later in the season. Finally then the GTs, as some of the cars are still behind us. One of them has disappeared. They put on a real show for us today, I think.
Yeah, no, they did. The GT Win Series has been a bit of a highlight so far this year, and myself and Andy have made several allusions to the kind of I guess, enclave of the grid, which is reserved for Ferrari Challenge and Cup 1. And of course today, unfortunately with Viskirchen retiring towards the end of the race, it literally came to the fore. For most of the race we were talking about that Cup 1 battle anyway, and it turned into a fight for the overall win. And Matt Griffin and JD, I like that a lot for John Dillon actually, ending up on top, and I think that was deserved. Great to see them back as well.
Absolutely great to see them back, and what a way to start their Winter Series campaign off for this year. The Ferrari Challenge cars kind of stealing the show, as Adam's just said.
Yeah, and it was almost fitting really that they ended up locking out the overall podium as well at the end of that last race, because they really have been one of the highlights all season actually, but this weekend in particular, a few more of them on the grid, and drivers who were sort of venturing into those cars for the first time last week. It's amazing how, because of the amount of mileage you get at these events, how quickly you can progress as a driver. We've really seen that with Oscar in particular, just really taking massive leaps forward. He was one of the big standout stars, and then really good fun in that last race to see, you know, the pro drivers finally getting their moment to shine. They've sat in the shadows all weekend and all got a chance to show what they could do in really difficult conditions. But there was some good battling all through the order. Cup 1 I do have a soft spot for, but I'm going to be interested to see what happens in Cup 2. That's shuffled around a bit mid-race as well, kind of flew under the radar, and maybe some more GT3 cars to come in the future as well. But yeah, never a dull moment with GT Winter Series.
Never a dull moment indeed. Great racing all round. I've had a lot of fun this weekend here in Portimão, despite the rain. And we will be coming back next weekend as well for the inaugural 6 hours of Portimão here in the Winter Series. And of course, the Formula Winter Series will also be joining us. So make sure you tune in then. We'll see you next week.
Cayman are hustling for down racing. They both go deep into the corner.